た来た来た。聞こえるかな。さあさあさあ、続々と来ております。見えてるかな。
YouTube 結構綺麗やな。
お、マジ？ほんまや。
うん。
あれ、いけてるから。よしよし。
ちょっと俺らの声入ってるん？
入ってると思うけど。
カリエン、徹夜してた。
あ、入ってる入ってる。
Fortnite community showed up, players showed up, like everyone's excited. I don't know, I'm hyped for this. Like it's so awesome.
I'm super hyped as well, and I know that you recently ran a tournament where it was just all goo guns. Obviously, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any goo guns today, but what do you hope to see?
Okay, real quick, I didn't run that. That was Beach Cobbler. I played in it, did really bad. I'm really excited to see people just like push for high ground and like just do like exciting plays and stuff. I'm excited to see people like 1v2 and clutch up and then just like all those classic like Fortnite LAN moments. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be so awesome.
I cannot wait as well, and I believe everyone that we have 10 more players to introduce. So let's head on over to Jacob and MDF.
ちょっと俺が見てるのとさ、あれとの差がすごいわ、多分。
あ
ちょっと
こっちは見てない。
俺が見てる方がちょっと早いかな。
あ、そうなんや。
で、音声は自分で聞いてないからちょっとずれてるけど、まあまあ変わらんやろ。なあ、そもそも今のはさ、誰も見てないっていうね、朝。だから。
そう、今夜な、さすがに。
そう、プラスするか。
やばいやばい。来た。トーマス。
いや、有名な人が多いな。いや、ルナペポはマジで頑張ってほしい。
おお、すげえ。あ、いや、なんかエモートしてる。
何かエモートしてる。
みんな堂々と来てるね。お、変。よし。
あ、俺多分そう。
来ておりますよ。
これで。全然知らんますけど。
あ、AV。
あんまこれ知らんねんけど。
聞いたことはあるような気がする。チャピックス来た。テイソン来た。うおー。来た来た来た来た。なんかふざけてる。まずね。おー。この人らもめっちゃ強いからな、終盤とか。そう、めっちゃうまい。
何喋ってんのか気になる。
ブーガとメロやんな。おお、来た来た来た来た。おお、やってるやってる。いやでもすごいよな。だって初代も出てさ、でまた出てんねん。すごい。
チャプター1出て、チャプター2で出てるのがなかったっけ、そのチャプター2って。
多分なんか少ないか。
チャプター1も出て、チャプター2、それからサベージも出てるけど。
すげえ、観客マジ近いな。マリブッカーって書いてある後ろ。メルサッチも、そうそう、書いてある。
メルサッチ、何だっけ、煽りエモってあるやん。手をさ、上に頭のとこに。
あ、負け犬 あれやってた。
あれ妹やってたから。
マジか。
見せてくれるやん。
うん。
あの人負け犬するんちゃう？大会でやんの結構あるやん。
それはやばい。あ、でもま
やってる人いたでしょ。
あ、結構民度がな。
それを見せてくれるに違いない。見せてくれるよ。100人いんのこれ。
マジか。そうやな、50秒やから。100人。
いいじゃない。100人いるじゃない。
100人っすな。
88 FNCS championship titles on that stage. 47 FNCS champions on that stage.
Yeah.
27 countries all represented on that stage. And guess what? We're ready to kick off the competition. Adam,
27の国から来てんのか。
すごいな。
多いな。
インタビュー。トーマスや。
トーマス HD と誰だっけ？
トーマス HD と。ちょっと緊張してそうや
あ、1ミリもわかりません。
Well, I'm sure it will be great. I mean, Trippin as well. This is your third FNCS finals together. Is it third time lucky for you, fellas?
Yeah, hope so. I'm excited to play and
Sad play.
So can't go bad.
All right, give him a big round of applause, please, folks.
めっちゃ盛り上がっと。トリップや。トーマス HD とトリップ。イエーイ。エブリーや。
Well, this is my first LAN. It's an honor, honestly, to be here. Like,
コマンドメントと、これがエブリー。
エブリーってどこの人や？
NA イースト。アメリカ
東か。
そうそう。
ウエストが東。
そう。ウエストが西やから、イーストが東。
めちゃめちゃ次強いとこやん。アメリカ東で有名になって、待って、最近の人じゃん。
いやでもめっちゃ見てたで、普通に大会で終盤とかめっちゃ、
なんかマリブカーガチで最近になってほんまに有名になってるけど、
EU やからな。
ステイになって、
おお、この右の人知ってる。めちゃくちゃマートズと、じゃマートズじゃない、サベージとめっちゃ組んでる人。
これなんなの？
スポットライトって書いてあるから、
優勝候補も
いろいろそういう注目選手なんちゃう。
そもそもなんなんこれは？
スポットライトってやつ。
さっきの成績いつの成績なの？これって2回目の成績書いてるの？
いやいや、今日が初めてだと思う。ロジクールやん。すげえ。
ロジクール。
スポンサーが。
I love the comment that everybody also, shout out to Trippin, right? Because like his interview went, yeah, I'm playing with Thomas, we're going to do great. Like it literally can't go bad. That is a lot of trust and you do it right there. Love that.
You love to see it. Talking about Vadil and Janice, they're currently uncontested at Greasy Grove. What does this mean for this duo? Having a POI uncontested that literally 6 other regions and even your own said, no, you can have that. That's fine.
Listen, this is how it goes, okay? You pretty much get to play all 12 games, right? But because you aren't contested as one, you aren't finding any of those early fights. So you have to go forcefully find some of these fights, and it can be very, very hard when the pressure's on, the nerves are kicking in, the audience is cheering on the stage. You're thinking about it. Man, do I really want to go take that fight? Do I really want to go take that storm surge? So they have to be confident in those strategies that they have set.
It's the audience
5時か。
aspect that I'm really curious to see
あっという間や。
how this affects a lot of these duos, not just Giannis and Vadil, because it's one thing
ずっと昼寝てたのよな。
あ、そうなんや。なまだ
でなんか眠いんだけど。扇風機つけるわ、ちょっと。そう
俺寒い。
さっき消したんだけど、またつける。扇風機があると涼しいからね。
眠気を覚ます。
That's right. Let's talk about another duo, Clicks and Duke. We actually got to hear
Clicks.
from them via
結
Adam.
構でかい。デューク、デューククリックスよ。え、クリックス
Yes.
Absolutely ham. Clicks fans,
Spotlight.
rise up. What can we expect?
トータルポイント。
しながらやる
これし何エリートって書いてあるから多分エリートカップの成績やと思う。
どこと NRG NRG 起きた。
NRG。
X
いや頑張ってほしい。
石とかはさ、どうしてんの？あっちで置いてあるのかな？
ああそっか、いつもあれやから同じなんちゃう。だってほらなんか枕みたいなやつは多分自分で用意していいと思うけど。
何を用意してんやろな、この人ら。キーマンは多分自分で用意してないやろ。置いてあるもん。
かな、そっか。でもチートとかあれのように
キーマンパッドはあれやろ。なんか
どうなったんやろ。
フリークとかは自分で持ってってるんかな。
確かに一緒のやつがあるんかもしれん。これでこれで右上アルバザゴーって見える。来た来た来た来た。え、どうしたん？なんか
ミリムザゴーデュー、いんの？
いるよ。いるよ。うお、すげえ。スポットライト。日本来た、アルバ。すげえ。いやー、買ってほしい。もうグッドボタン。グッとくれた。グッとくれた。
瞬発やん。見せ目 OK な。
あんま緊張してない。
神様 OK な。
いいんじゃない？
イヤホンとヘッドホンは何なんや一体。
確かに。
イヤホンって耳栓もしかして。
ああ、いやでも結構ミリムさんなんかイヤホンつけてるよイメージある。
イヤホン派もしかして。
いやどうね。いやでもイヤホンでやってるのかな。
いや楽しみやなこの今これさ観客の声聞こえるやんめっちゃ
な。
少し
いやー現地はえぐいやろな盛り上がりが。
今でもフォートナイトのこの FNSS 見てんの9万人が見てるんか。
マジか。
同説9万人いるわツイッチで。
すげえ。
実際さロックの配信を見てんのは何人ぐらいいる？
一人いない。お、え
？There is a duo here that is quite terrifying. You know, out of Brazil, not a big deal. The fans of them are up here in the audience. It's King and Ed. I mean, if you, the crazy thing is, King is.
これ何時まで配信してる？
分からへん。どんぐらいなんやろな、確かに。もう始まってんの？まだ。今何？アップ？
アップしてるんちゃう？俺らどうする？俺普通に俺もゲームしようかな。
あ、普通に？
普通にスプラしようかな。
スプラかい。フォートナイト。でもこれ配信したままやったら重いかな。てか試合始まらんもんなまだ。
試合始まっても俺は最悪スイッチで YouTube 見るっていう手段があるからええねんけど。ああ。それかスイッチで大人したくない。
一回じゃあ大人起動してみる？
俺大人選んで多分。
やらんかい。
ただでさえ重いのにさ、それでこの PC 開いたら爆発してもほんまに。
そっか。いや俺だって
今の状況で開いたら爆発しかねないから。
すげえこの時間いないから待ち時間なしや。
待ち時間ない？
ないない。やってる人おらん。
俺はスプラそもそもピスやねん。
what the heck is everybody else gonna look to do to try and stop
裏の量
Nothing. 12 games
スイッチで下メモリ減らしたら結構減るんじゃないの
Just straight up nothing else.
やばい、右耳と左耳って違うイヤホンがついてるのカオスすぎる。
やば。
右耳でこの PC を聞きながら左耳でスイッチを使うという素晴らしい。よし、今から暴言が多分出てくるからちょっと。
やばいやばい。なんで応援配信で暴言が出てくる
俺がスプラをするから今から。あーマジで。
スナッキーや。アメリカ最強やから。
オブズスナッキーじゃないですか。なんかちょっとマウス浮かしてんなみんな。1投目た時ちょっとカメラ目線だったなとしかわからんけど顔誰かわからへん。
Just a stat line, right? I mean, this stage is going to, like, it's legitimately some of the best players from all representing 7 regions from all around the world. It's absolutely ridiculous. I wanted to really quickly touch, I know both of you guys have come from competitive player backgrounds.
Oh.
You know what this feels like to be on a stage like this, to be in
すげえ
front of a crowd
9.4 万
like
人
this. What are some of these players
おなんかやってんなこれ何カスタム
Right?
カスタムかな
They're not even thinking about the crowd. They don't even see the crowd beyond
リビルドじゃないよ。
普通にマッチ入ってるで
開いてる。
なんか出てきた
開いてる開いてる。
開いてるよ一応
やばい待ってやばい待って俺がスプラがやばい俺が
これ消えへんのどうやって消すんあ消した
Not because of the crowd, not because of the lights, but simply because of slight changes in how I was used to sitting.
It's just not your home setup, and that's going to be naturally difficult for any
いや
player
す
to
ごいな
overcome, no matter how much in-person or LAN experience they might actually have underneath their belt. But one thing that I always find a little bit fun talking to some of the players, even yesterday in the player lounge, it's asking them what are their kind of like the tips and tricks.
YouTube デク600人目標みんな頑張ってほしい。
おお
I'm at my in-home environment.
Yeah, 100%. And this
Dick
is all,
San.
I know it sounds like, oh, take your shoes off. That's like a joke right now. This
来てくれ
is
た
legitimately, man. Like, when a player is comfortable,
いやみんな頑張ってほしい
it's proven. Why don't we go hang out with, we got with Tokata?
どうなるんやろ
Maybe
な
player area?
いや日本勢もね
We are indeed, Zeke. Now, some of these players might have their shoes off, but we've got our thinking hats on about
マジ
this
で
day today
頑張ってほしい
in
わ
Jakarta. I mean,
そ
we've
う
got 2 days of Fortnite
試合
action.
始まったら
I'm
さすがに
excited.
ス
We're
プラ
going
イ見
to
よ
be
うか
breaking everything down tomorrow.
さすがにな
Today, of course, but how excited are you?
でもやってるかも
R 楽しい系ラブノックカワウト350人目標ゼクさんおはようございます
これ嫌な予感がする
down in the cloudy condos, and even with the third duo there for a reason, with a possible third party, I'm excited to see that engagement. We even have Mr. Savage being contested up north, closer to Logjam, and then down to City Station, Joe and Ziandi, which are no longer contested because now Logjam and On1 have moved up north to Mr. Savage and his duo's drop spot. I mean, there's a lot of action to unfold. Mini, I'm excited.
I'm super excited as well, but things can change, of course. You know, we know how these drops are maybe going to form. We see some people moving around and changing up their idea of how they're going to play this. So be on the lookout for some changes. Be on the lookout for some of these players and teams that are thinking, actually, you know what? Let's switch things up. Let's go for Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, Plan Z, maybe. Who knows?
That's what I love about Fortnite, right? You never know what's actually going to happen, right? We might be able to see the drop map, see what these duos have planned ahead of time, but who knows? Maybe they have a not so great game one, and then they have to change things up, or maybe even after halftime, right? 3 games down, you're like, okay, we're not doing too good. We got to change something out, but I'm excited to see who's going to be able to show that they've been practicing. They have been in the player lounge going against each other, even in creative, you know, doing 1v1s, 2v2s. And I mean, there's so much to see. I really just can't wait.
So much to see, so much to do, and I can feel the energy in the arena right now. But Zeke, please take it away. We're too hyped.
bro. I'm right there with you, man. I just cannot wait to see all of the action unfold before our very eyes. We're almost there. Just a couple little things before we start the battle bus on its journey. I wanted to highlight another duo, Cammy and Seti, right? For you longtime EU fans as well, you know these guys recently just won a DreamHack. They've literally came in first and second place in a solos competition. They were the best two players at the tournament.
You know, and the thing that I love about Cammy and Seti is
Best
that
two
individually they kind
player.
of remind me of myself, right? That really slow, methodical game play style. They're not going to go for anything too flashy, anything too risky. They're just going to play their game out and play that top 10, top 5 consistent every single game because they are laying at that mid-map spot uncontested.
Yeah, the infamous Cammy split.
さあ、スポットライト。オーセティ、カミ&セティや。
I am curious to see how their surge management actually unfolds throughout the entirety of Chapter 3. I don't think that they really had too many issues with it, but it is
右が神で左がセティ。
they don't really like fighting early, and well, fortunately, having an uncontested drop spot can definitely feed into that. So naturally, you want to wonder where their points are going to come from, or where their surge management is going to come from. And I think that that is something that they're largely just going to have to control throughout their mid game.
Yeah, they also have to be very, very careful when they're landing there in the center of the map. There are a lot of teams landing around them, especially, you know, we think about Tilted Towers right to the left of kind of where they're landing, and then also center map. Fort and Tendon are expected to be tested there at that loot lake kind of area. So if any of those teams kind of want to disengage from some of those early spawn fight situations, they could easily run over to the split that Cammy and Seti are looking to take and maybe gather up some loot themselves, which could force a fight. And that's really disadvantageous for Cammy and Seti because they're going to be split, right? They're at these split shops, so they're usually off on their own.
And I think what you're getting at is adaptability, right? These duos being able to moment say, we had a game plan, we did not find the chest, we did not find the thing, we got tagged, someone has pushed on our like location, we need to change up something. What does that look like, man, right? Like, if this was EU FNCS, I'm like, oh yeah, no problem, I got all the notes for you, but it's NA East, it's NA West, it's Asia, BR, OCE, you know, there's so many other regions that you have to kind of be accounting for. And not only their own meta, it's that duo, right? Like, oh, I know they're from BR and they do this, oh great.
I mean, listen, you're bringing up a great point there, right? Like, how? You don't have many notes on a lot of these teams because they're just around for the entire world, right? And that's why international events are held at such a high praise because they're just straight up hard. The competition from all around the world, it's harder to play against people that you don't normally play against.
And the competitive lobby metas that you'll often see break out throughout the course of each of these 12 games in this weekend, I think that that is going to be a really crucial aspect for some of these teams to hone in on. We know that these players have been cramming VOD review leading up to today. We know that they're going to be doing plenty more of it after these 6 games are even played tonight. But as far as Cammy and Seti are concerned, just touching back on them, I like the fact you brought up the early game engagements because honestly, their all-time record, by the way, first 3 zones, they have a less than 5% of elim scoring throughout those first 3 zones. So they don't like the early game engagements.
That is absolutely crazy indeed. You know, a duo I feel like could be a dark horse in the competition that I really want to see kind of win it all. It's Acorn and Edgy.
おお、ジュニアさん、おはようございます。
So close, so many times. Paired up with Acorn. Look, we know this duo is absolutely incredible. They are some of the toppest caliber duos.
R0CK ラブノックカワウソ350人目標ジュニアさんおはようございます。
ああ、みんな頑張ってほしい。
Look at Edgy waving. What's up, Edgy? Listen. Edgy loves it, man. You know, we're laughing at him getting, you know, second place 4 times. He himself, laughs about it. Look at it. I wonder where he's landing. He has the picture himself there. We've seen it a couple times now. Tilted Towers. And look, they were being real confident coming into this event. Unfortunately, they are contested by a plethora of other teams over at Tilted Towers. I really think that if they were uncontested, they could probably run away with this event. We'll have to see what happens. I still think it's possible. I think it's a little bit less likely, but I was watching Acorn, you know, yesterday, last night, even into the later night, 10, 11 o'clock. He was still VOD reviewing all the way up until then, so I'd love to see the practice coming out of this duo.
But it's the fact that there's 5 duos at Tilted Towers, and literally none of them are willing to budge from this spawn. They all want their piece of the pie here at Tilted Towers, and whether or not this engagement can end up being worth it for the duo that even walks away, because when you think about it, there might have to be a ton of resources expended.
Yeah. We cannot forget. Here they are. Queasy Vino. We talked about them at the beginning of the show. And like a circle, we find ourselves back at the beginning. I mean, what more could we possibly say about this duo? They've basically been winning everything as of late. Queasy is looking in absolute top form. Vino has been crushing. He's ready to go.
You want to know something? So I used to be a professional player. Now I'm an analyst, right? Both are very heavy when it comes to the VOD reviews. I pretty much have just done it for the past 5 years. Very intense. I love it. It's awesome. I have never watched a VOD review and been like, wow, I am impressed on the individual level. Because I've been at the top before, right? You know what I mean? I've seen
見に来てくださるだけでマジで
Thank you very much. I appreciate
ありがたい。
that. Vino, I VOD reviewed him for this event. This is an international event. I'm typically on the NAE side of things, but you know, let me dabble in EU so that way I'm prepared for this event. I'm watching Vino. Individually, like I said, I've never been impressed. I was impressed. He seems so clean. Every single action that he does, it seems like it has a purpose. And I genuinely have never seen that out of an individual player ever.
There's a reason why he's often regarded as one of the best fraggers in Fortnite competitive history right now. And not only that, but he's got a perfect IGL to match that. Queasy is notorious for being an absolute genius for his IGLing. And I think something that I love about Queasy is that his stats also speak for themselves, because you don't go the past 7 seasons getting a victory royale dating all the way back to Chapter 2 or Chapter 2 Season 6 without being a consistent IGLer. He just knows how to stay cool, calm, and collected in every single competitive environment.
And I love the fact that you're bringing up the IGLing aspect, right? You know, a lot of these dudes are going to be making a lot of calls. Queasy, what he is known for is his very clean, high ground takes. It just always seems so methodical and flawless whenever he does it. So the pairing is very, very well. And then that's not even like one of the most exciting parts is they always seem to find those mid-game dead side rotations that work out so well that keep them alive into the end game very consistent.
And it's kind of like having a silver bullet, right? You have, you know, they're ready to go. If you're Queasy, you're just thinking, okay, I need to go accomplish this goal. I'm going to point my silver bullet in the direction. There's an enemy over there I don't like. Vino, why don't you just go 1v2 them for us, and then bring their loot and ammo back and builds, and then I'm going to be up on high ground, okay? I'll see you in 30 seconds. So that's not a joke.
I'm laughing because, you know, 1v2s, right? They seem impossible, especially on the international stage. But no, like, literally, Vino, he just does it so often, and I cannot wait to get to the game.
ジュニア、出てる人に3人しかわからないからいろいろ教えてほしいですわら。
あー、出てる人。日本は、とりあえず日本代表は、CR のペポさんとルナさんで、あと、アルバのミリムさん、ザゴーさん、で、あと、アリスさんが日本で、アメリカかなの人となんか組むみたいで、もともとウィキシーっていう人とウィキシーさんとなんか組むみたいだったんですけど、なんかその人が出れなくなったみたいなんで、それで代わりにアメリカの補欠枠からデュオ選んだみたいな感じで、日本が5人かな。で、めちゃくちゃ注目選手は海外勢だとEU のベノとクイズィとか、なんかエリートカップかな、予選かなんかで7試合連続ビクロイとかして、なんかすごいやばい人たちなんで、めちゃくちゃ注目されてます。お、ちょっと見るか、試合。
That's such a stacked stage. You might as well call that the Legends Land. Let me tell you, if it's Steve Snacky over on the side, you're talking about Bad Sniper as well. But one of our hottest drops with EU's biggest names, Cloudy, Kondo, Feet haven't even touched the ground yet. But it does look like it's
ジュニア、アリスさんってそんな急にアメリカの人と組んでコミュニケーション取れるんですかね。
どっちに多分まあでも英語に合わせるやと思うから、まあ簡単な英語をなんとかコミュニケーション取るんかな。
And look at how they are respecting the area. Everyone making sure they are solidifying their foundation
もうこれ始まってんの？
before they really decide to make a fight.
始まってるんか。
A green prime, a blue Evo chrome burst. He's ready to pack a punch at a moment's notice. He's probably waiting for Merce Dash to probably give him the go ahead. But another interregional battle over towards Grim Gables.
Now what's crazy about this, I got to sit down with Muzz and Looter. They are feeling exceptionally confident in beating
アンケート今徹夜が多い。
into this kind of position
ち
right
ょ
now.
っとだけ。
There's pressure all around you. To me, it's looking like Larson and Smite have the advantage right now. Just take a look at the focus right here, right? This little bit of high ground, they have them almost trapped down below.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, Larson is a little bit separated from Smite. That is a little bit towards low ground. You know as well as I do. All it takes is 1 second of separation to kind of do one of these teams in as Marine and Vico over here towards Reality Tree. Another contested drop. But you can see this is only game number 1. Nobody wants to put it all on the line just yet, but I might as
おお、あ、もう対面これ。
take it down a ton of damage on the Muzz. Looter trying to back
うおー、倒してる。
they got the first elimination of FNC.
ラーソン。ラーソンを倒してる。どこ？うおー。いや、こっちが相方やられてる方かな。いや、でもこれ 2v1 やからきつい。お、でもカウンター入れてる。いやー、まずのチーム。え？ まずのチームや。そっか。強いな。グリムのところ初動かな。いやー、一人落としていった。地下かな。お、今度近藤、ここね、3チームかな。初動降りてるから、めちゃくちゃ対面がやばいと。マリブカメルサッチとテイソン・チャピックスとこのリーゾン・アクア、有名な選手たちかな。いやー、これすごいな。3チームはやばい。
They're trying to take control of that POI, but all 3 teams are here. But you got to keep notice while all the action is going down between Albuca and Mustache, you see Aqua and Reason just trying to keep their distance.
Crazy how they fight back. They are not just allowing this team to third party them. Reason gets super hurt there, and it looks like the battles in the distance get to conclude. But here and now, this fight rages on here. Reason all of a sudden who has such an advantage.
マリブカ選手。
Right, and lands all those shots. The entire tables have turned.
いや、いきなり初動でめちゃくちゃ激しい戦い。Jace and Basso。うおー、当ててる。気球の上。これ多分浮いてる船かな。リプレイ。うおー、すげえ。はい、もうしてる。倒してるな。チョンカーズは確かフリーやった気がする。メロ&ブーガディオ。
They're just adapting on the fly. As you see Booga, Mero, we already talked about that uncontested drop spot of Chonkers Speedway. The zone is kind of above them, and they're one of those teams that just wastes no time trying to figure out what that game plan is. They're going to try to get to zone and then worry about surge when all those other teams that are south and east of them have to go past them.
And the Middle Eastern, one of the few representatives of the Middle East community here, and Andalex, what a monumental task to step up here and for the first time ever compete with a duo. So we love to see what we have going on here. So much representation of all of our spaces. You know what I saw?
クイズイベのここやね。ここめちゃくちゃ注目されてる。うお。みんな気球から撃つんかな。
one of the wildest lobbies we've ever seen. If you're down on Surge at any point in the game, you're forced to play catch up to all these elite teams who know exactly how to handle their own Surge if they are above. But one of the big teams, one of the favorites to possibly take the competition overall, Janice and Fadil, Greasy Grove, uncontested, and everybody knows what they can do uncontested.
Janice is the only European player to have ever picked FNCS in solos trios.
エリアン聞こえる？もう始まって、ああ、ちょっと今なんかめっちゃ音量ちっちゃかったから、今大丈夫や。アナス&ピンクか。すげえ染めてる。
ここが今度サンバかぶってるって。
そうそうそう。やばいよね、初動。2% じゃなくて3% もやからな。しかもめちゃくちゃ有名選手。さあ、日本勢まだ映ってないかな。
やがちか。
もう試合始まってる。
始まってんの？
始まってる始まってる。全然対面してるとこもある。さあ、テイソンとチャピックスはちょっと街から離れてるね。
武器いいな。
お、日本来た。うわ、違い。
ザゴーミムデュオで。
ミリーム選手とザゴー選手、ね、頑張ってほしい。ちょっとなんか違い。キングや、キングとグローリー。いや、サーフウィッチスキン多い。めっちゃ多い。カナダ。あれやね、オープニングじゃないわ、なんかトレーラーに映ってた人。ああ、近藤はまだいるね。あ、でも、2% になってるかな。なんか他のチーム。
これで移動して、なんてこれ知ってきやん。
あ、アウトしちゃうぞ。さあ、対面。対面はせんか。いや、どうなるんやろ。いや、めちゃくちゃギリギリ、あっち際のとこ。
Really get too busy too early. There's so many players that right now you see 95 left alive.
でも近くにもういっぱいいるからな。これどうなん？テイソン、チャピックス vs 当ててる。
One thing you don't do is open those big boxes and peek for too long. If there's ever a time to do it, you can do it here in the early game kind of situation while you have some time. But while we have some time, let's just go ahead and catch up with Minimine.
Not quite there, Tokata, but close enough. I got you, Monster. We're going to be taking a look at North Shiny Sounds, where we have a fan-favorite duo, Queasy and Vino. I find it interesting how they were playing split up here. Queasy was on the low ground, taking shots from opposing duos, but Vino up above on the balloon was able to get free tags from the opposing duos that were looking at Queasy, and having this split mentality in the drop spot is crucial for getting those free tags and able to set yourself up for that late game.
An amazing breakdown there, Jacob.
One thing that I didn't really mention it. Did you see the 18 splashes on him? Yeah. These guys are ready for that end game. If you have that much heals, that's going to allow you, if you are down on Surge, to kind of handle it with Fabs and Snacky. FNCS champions from NA West, hurting on Storm Surge right now, trying to get themselves back up. But it does look like the fight, maybe the dust have settled, and this is the aftermath. As you see, Fabs does have one elimination, 36 above the damage threshold. Even though right now, they have a little bit of comfortability, that threat is still looming in the back of their minds.
That's right. They took down a team there, and now they get to go ahead and reap the rewards. They needed those tags, but that's not going to be enough. There's a little bit more in front of them. A team that's well below the surge right now, our full Middle Eastern duo, Spy and Focus, are sitting here, and it's not looking too hot. 220 damage below. I had so much time to catch up with Spy. He is an incredible, and I mean incredible player, but this is one of those decisions that you have to make now.
ここは中東の、さっきのは中東の。おお、もうなんか戦ってる。おお。さあ始まった。お、リーとエピックホエールや。おお、戦ってる戦ってる。いや、すごいな。ガチガチの
レベルが高すぎる。
うお、角度、ライトハンドビー使って、なんか他も打ってきてるからな。いや、これはなかなか、なんかめっちゃいいチームめっちゃ積んでるとか。やばい、ああ、やばい、落とされてる。ノアレイリーがめっちゃ攻めてんな。いやー、これはきつい。これはきつい。おお、でもカウンター、ああ、さすがに。さすがに無理か。いや、ここも対面倒してる倒してる。アナスピンクデュオ倒してるね。ブーがやられてる。メロンも。うわ、めっちゃ戦いだした。すごいな。え、ルナさん、ザゴーさんも倒し、倒してる。日本勢めっちゃなんか倒してる気がする。左上めっちゃ出てたもん。いやー、やばい。サージか。うわー、そっか。いやー、これはさすがにテイソンやられていく。結構対面してんな。日本勢どうなんやろ。いやでも残って倒してるめっちゃ倒してる。え、ザゴーさんめっちゃ倒してないやん。キルログえぐいんやけど。ちょっと日本勢みたい。おー、ジャンパーで飛んでるね。さあ、クロムで移動か。今シーズンクロムあるからな。いやー、サージが
It's been just a few seasons and he's already making a name for himself.
That's right, and way to do it on the international stage now when it matters. Now we jump on over to
結構海多いな。
What a great spot to be in.
すげえ。
Finding beautiful tags here, holding the team out on the side. Meanwhile, Vadil and Janice look like they have finally made it from outside the storm line. Tough spot to be in. You have a lot of water here, very little land terrain to work with. And take a look in the distance there, you see the stacking starting to happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, some of the NA East best, Edgy and Acorn. Now what's cool about this duo here is that Edgy and Acorn quite literally said, hey, the better the lobby skill-wise, the better I will perform. That is how much experience he picked up in the past from practicing against the best of the best.
バースト持ってる人もいるね。いやー、そこやばい。いやー、きつい。白、両方白。うわー、やられた。エイコーンをやっていく。ノアレイリーもやってるのかな。ここも対面かな。サージ食らってる。さあ残り30チーム。いやー、サージ食らってるな。これは 白相手チームは。いやーきつい、回復ない。いやーこれはきついな。お、フリーで入ったかな。入ってないか。さあ日本勢はどんな感じなんやろ。アンディルとラピッド。いや割られた。すごいな M。いやサージ食らってるところ結構。さあクリックス。
お
お。
言い方がすごい。
うますぎる。やば。倒してる。
これで。
すごいすごい。いやー。うまいなぁ。完成もすごい。クリックスあれちゃん、ゲーム用のメガネかけてるんじゃん。お、アリス選手来た。日本勢生きてる生きてる。すごいすごいすごい。アリスさん生きてる。いやージャニスが落とされて、知ってるんやけど読み方がわからん。バディール、サマリブかメルサッチデュオ。いやサージ食らってるね。結構食らってるところ多い。おおもう行くのか。
Clock is ticking. They do have heals. They can survive for a little bit more, but you hear the shots raging everywhere as the lobby turns online. But Dio fires back. He catches Macwood in the feed. That must have been incredible.
マックウードやってるやってる。倒してるわ。すごいな、一人で持ってってる。いやー対面力が化け物すぎる。さあリプレイ。バディール。うわあ、アサルトか。すごいな、見てるところがよく見てる。いやーさあセティ、カミリオ、資材めっちゃある。ブッシュ結構いいな。日本はおアルバチデュオいるね。さっきでもアリスさんもいたし、ミリムザゴーデュオも。
23 duos remaining here. The surge is still active. And now as the timer hits 0 and the zone reveals itself, we're going to start entering into the first moving zone territory. These next 25 seconds are going to be some of the toughest they have ever had to deal with. Remember, for some on this stage, this is their first land and in-person event that they have ever experienced here, and they get to play it out now.
ジャンパー持って、いやマジで
It is going to be so important. You see where the zone pulls. There's different elevations that these players are going to have to traverse through. If you don't have any rotation, you're going to have to figure out how to recycle it. Otherwise, you're going to be living a nightmare.
Fadil, he has a launch pad. He's going to play for it.
さあ、お CR デュオもいる。さあ、ハイグラ取って。いやー、これはきつい。ここのデュオはめちゃくちゃ全部ハイグラでいくタイプで、マジで結構毎試合ハイグラ取ってって感じやから。ペポ選手も今映ったな。いやーこっからもう結構対面になってくる。さあジャンパで飛んでるところも。 さあハイグラいくか。いった、取った。いやージャンパで気づいてない。アンチ外からこれのんよね。アンチ外から詰めていく。結構エリートカップでもやってる作戦とか。お、アリスさん終わった。いや激ロ激ロ。うわサージがきつい。いやー、あー味方落とされた。いやーきついな。資材6。お増えた増えた増えた。いやー痛い。やばい、サージがやばい。やっていく。やばやばいやばい。一人倒した。いやー頑張れ。ミスト回復急ぎ急ぎ。いやきつい。でも一人か。いやでもナイスキル。やばめっちゃうまい今の。さあこっからもうマジで終盤やから。終盤っていうかもうとっくに始まってるけどさ、クリックス。いや今のアリスさんのマジであルナさんやられてる。ルナペポ落とされたか。ここでルナペポ3秒。いやアサルトがやばい。神セティがハイグラこれもしかして。いやクリックスも落とされていく。
あーハイグラでかい。
ベノ取られ、クイズ落とされてるクリックスに。なるほど。でそこでハイグラ取ってる。いやこれは分からんぞマジで。倒してる。ワンパン、ウィフ選手ワンパン来た。やば。いや7キルしてるでチーム。えぐえぐ。これあるあるあるガチで。
なかなかいかつい。
ハイグラ神セッティでローグラミリムザゴ選手はね全然生きてるよ。すごいすごいすごい。エイコン選手が今戻ってきて、クイズィ選手が落とされて今ベノ選手が1人で、ここも1人のチームトルレックス。いやミリムザゴーデュオ強い。いやこれあるマジでガチある。だって2人生き残ってるから。いや
ハイグラ強いな。ここでハイグラを
セカハイが1回アンチが生きてるね。いやクロも使ってる。
ここでクロムで使える。
なるほど。ここで耐久値上げたり編集できない。
これ体力も回復できると。
いやでもハイグラ資材ゼロなんやねほぼ。いやこれマジあるで。ここだって30もめちゃくちゃ資材あるし。やべなやばい。体力2マジロー1HP。うわエイコン選手か。ここも1人。マジでこれあるよ。やばいやばいやばいガチである。日本ビッグロイヤル。いや痛い。ミリム選手が結構当てられてる。いやー爪がやっていく。いやー惜しい。ガチ惜しい。いや1人やカウンターでやってたけどね。いや惜しがやばいな。いやめちゃくちゃ惜しい。さあ残り3パ112やね。エイコーン選手はもう回復耐久。いやこれはきつい。 2v1 で。ただこっち白回あるんかな。いやなんで。いやさすがに無理か。結構持ってたけど。いややっていく。さあゲーム1は制したのがセティ神。いやここマジで強い。いや強いなやっぱり。強い。いや日本も惜しかった。めちゃくちゃいいプレーも見れたし。
they were just incredible. Wait for Acorn to truly step up to the table there and clutch
試合目は神セティデュオ
Yeah, and for him, that's a little bit of a success, even though he didn't get the victory royale. Staying alive as long as he did, getting extra eliminations, and getting that top placement, that is just insane. But let's go ahead and throw it over to an interview with the winners.
インタビュー
I am with our game 1 winners. Give it up for Cami and City! I must ask,
すげえ
what, Dzień dobry, first and foremost.
めっちゃ盛り上がってる
Obviously, game 1 winners, how was that being out there and winning in front of this amazing crowd?
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere here. It's really nice having a crowd again.
いやマジ今の
Also, obviously, high ground reigns supreme. Once you had the high ground there, able to maintain, do you think that was the difference maker? You felt comfortable being above the rest of the teams?
Like, we knew that high team doesn't have much, so we just took it.
You took it. Going into the next game, much of the same? Do you have to constantly change strategy, or did it feel good playing against the rest of the world?
It feels good. It feels pretty easy. I'm not like denying the competition, but it feels really nice playing here. And yeah, we're just going confident into game 2. Still have to be consistent to the end of the tournament, and that's it.
Excellent stuff. Once more time, guys, give it up. Your game 1 winners.
いやーすごいゲームは1試合目ビクロイか強いな
Thank you guys so much. Game number 1 is taken by EU. This is going to be a tough one for everybody else. EU, let's represent, baby! Cami and Seti, though, come out huge in game number 1. What's crazy, too, for a moment there, we watched Weezy and Vino go for height in 6th moving, right? But it's not them who end in height, it's Cami and Seti.
It's crazy, big development there. I can't believe Cami and Seti are the ones that actually end up on the high ground. I love the fact that you mentioned that there were a little bit of flip-flopping going on the high ground. Somehow Cami and Seti, probably the least likely to, in my opinion, to find themselves up there do
さあ最後のハイグラからの
and also not to mention this end
い
clip
や
doesn't even tell the
強
full story. Seti goes down in that
あの
mid
距
game
離で
and
倒
Cami
して
clutches up 1v2, which Ryan has so many eliminations coming into this, and then to close it out here,
いや
just
ここ
two separate
2v1 で
solos,
相
and
手
they
も
make easy work of that.
結構粘ってたけどさすがにでここもねめちゃくちゃ見てるからな位置分かってるっていうのがすごい
who actually successfully walked away with it, and they just had so many builds.
初戦ビクロイってすごいな普通に
Throughout the entirety of 8th and 9th zone, there was just nothing anyone else could do about it.
強い
And the thing that I love, right, is we came into this game and
い
we're
や
like,
でも
who's
日
gonna
本
be
マジあるよ
confident. I have never been able to tell if somebody is confident. After winning game number 1 of an invitational, it seemed like there was like no expression coming out of Cami and Seti. There was like, yeah,
め
that's
ちゃくちゃ惜
expected.
しかったけ
That's
ど
what they're used to, right? That's how they won the most recent DreamHack. This is almost like, it's like their life is on repeat, but this time instead of DreamHack, it's FNCS Invitational, right? I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts. We saw a lot of like self-regional eliminations, right? EU eliminating EU, NA eliminating NA. It was kind of crazy. I'm surprised there wasn't more,
さあこんな感じ
intermingling.
おえ3位やんアルバディオが3位7キルしてるからねいや
5ポイント差か
キルがやばい2位なんかも 1ポイント差やしねやばいすごいな
But it was actually the 4th place position. Noah Riley, Bat Sniper, they're walking away with 8 elims. That is a good chunk of points that they were able to compensate for, despite not being able to close things out. And I think ultimately we saw in the first 3
さっ
zones
き
a
やら
little
れ
more
たチー
team
ム
heavy as
ア
far
ルバ
as
ディオ
the
がやられ
team
た
was
のが
concerned. But by the
エ
time
ネ
we hit that
ウエ
mid
ス
game,
ト
it seemed as though
アメリ
all
カ
of the
西の
especially
デュ
international regions just really started to hit their stride because
オいや
everything just
3
started
位
lighting
か
up immediately.
強い
A lot of these players, right? They're using this initial game as a kind of a feeler, right? Let's just kind of see how this all works and everyone the land looks like, and then we'll look to go ahead and fight back. But real quick, we have a mini
アルバディオはあれやね レイブケーブの上らへんのところ。
Diving into the dead side of zone as a reveal this massive screen right behind me. We're going to be talking, of course, about Commandment and Avery, our reigning NA East FNCS champions. We can see them on the screen right there, the little white arrows, and they've made a really, really interesting rotate this game. We can see the path that they are going to take, using all the way on that dead side of zone. Now you might be wondering, what is the benefit of dead side? Now you can see on the map, loads of those little arrows are on this side of zone, right? And this is the area that most teams are going to be at, because most of the POIs are going to be rotating into there. We can see Commandment and Avery using the mid-map rotation, right? You can see the in-game rotation devices, you can see the launch pads being used, you can see the balloons, and of course, you can see the slipstreams as well, and you can see them getting to this less congested side of zone. Nobody's there. What's going on? They have a free rotation, but of course, this comes with some problems, right? We saw them struggling with Surge in that previous game. It didn't quite work out the way that they were expecting. They weren't able to find as many players as they could, so the benefits for them are, of course, they're on the less congested side of zone. They don't see anyone, but that also has implications. You don't get the damage done, and you can see that in the last game. They were struggling for tags. Of course, we saw King and Ed doing the exact same thing, but they were able to find as many eliminations and as many tags as they possibly could, which kept them afloat. Unfortunately for Commandment and Avery, though, it didn't quite work out. I've got so many questions to ask, and who better to ask them themselves? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mini Mine. Joining me right now, I have Commandment and Avery. And Avery, I gotta ask you, man, how do you feel about it, game number one?
Surge was pretty rough. We had to run through Hall of Shield pretty early, so we died on half zone. But we still managed to get 8 points for first game, just testing the grounds.
Well, good luck in that next game, guys. I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot better. I'm going to be joining over here, Acorn and Edgy, guys. That second place finish, what was going through your mind once you had that solo run?
I mean, honestly, it was
これ2位のチーム。
I didn't even do anything, to be honest. He's just the best.
いやでも一人でエイコンがめっちゃ持ってったから。
And I was like, I'm 100% gonna get top 2 here. No, I was confident and it went my way.
めちゃくちゃ安
I
定
love
して
it.
る。
Congratulations, guys. You have a great start to the
一人であそこまで
competition. Let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, and of course, Mini Miner, and shout outs to the players. That was just game number one. Now, this looks a little deceiving, right? For a moment, we celebrated Cammy and Setting. We think, okay, they got the victory out, big deal. However,
ここはエイコンのチームは NA イーストへ。アメリカ東のチームへ。
Yeah, of course, you know, Acorn, you can
EU でも総合順位でいった EU アメリカ NA ウエスト
was from Cool and
で
Newman. I think it was
ジャ
Cool
パン
specifically
アジア
securing that third place position, and we could saw at one point in time he was like in that 1v2 situation in that box fight, and he comes out on top and just transitions that all the way to that third place position.
You don't become FNCS champions without having this kind
ここやな
of collective measure.
ここでミリム選手が
And not to mention the fact that they also had 7
いや
elims to
カウンターめちゃくちゃ良か
So
った
not only are they placing high, but they're also making sure to capitalize on those elims as well. And
割られて
it
た
is
な
everything when you're able to try and establish these early leads, because this is a very competitive lobby. And I think, if anything, game one is only amped me up even more to see what these players are going to do.
Yeah, the individual performances coming out, and that's what matters so much on these stages. You know, we saw last season on the NA East region, Commandment is the one that won it with his solo clutch. So every single solo performance matters tenfold.
That's right. I want to take a look at our standings once again. And again, don't freak out. This is just game number one. This is our feeler game, right? From here, we make adjustments and we make the changes we need to succeed. Cammy and Seti, they did win game number one. But with only 6 eliminations, they're currently sitting at the 44 points. As we kind of start to go top to bottom, you know, we did watch Queasy and Vino. They did try
CR のルナペポディオも10やん。これマジで日本強い。あるある。キル数がすごいな。
So we knew this was coming, right? We knew Queasy and Vino were going for the higher gun, and they had it going into that first moving zone. And then all of a sudden, we were checking it out. You know, Runa and Pepper are all of a sudden on the higher ground, and Queasy and Vino are like, all right, fine, we'll give it up. And then like 5 seconds later, I look back up, and Queasy and Vino are back on height. So, you know, they had the strategy there. Ultimately, Cammy and Seti just found the best of them.
That's right. Really quickly, let's go on over to our friends Kelly and Adam, who are standing by on the stage.
Thank you very much. See, guys, we're having a good time. All right, we're looking good. Game one is done, and game two is imminent.
However, we need your help, everyone, because our battle bus is out of gas and we power it with hype. So in the count of 3, I'm going to need you to get as loud as you can possibly get.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Let us in! Come on! Keep going, keep going. It's almost as loud as you can. Come on, keep going. Fantastic, you look beautiful out there.
めっちゃ盛り上がってる。
For game number 2.
さあゲーム2、2試合目。
The crowd is really coming together for that one. Yep, and Acorn clutching it up by himself as a solo. Cool, and Yumi from NA West. But you got to give it up to EU, Cammy, and Seti taking that top spot, and they're really putting the lobby on notice. Hey, we came to play, we came to take over.
So much representation from all of the players showing up in that last game there. NA West, NA East, Asia, EU, of course. You saw what they were able to do there, and again, that is what makes this all worth it. That is why we tune in for these moments.
Yeah, but that was just game number 1. Sure. I'm pretty sure with game number 2 right around the corner, the nerves are beginning to settle. The players have figured out how the lobby is going to be. And one of the things I've noticed after that first game, everybody is stingy with Storm Surge damage.
That's right, but
Yeah,
listen,
Surge
the
やば
show
かったよね、
must go
本当に。
on. Let's just go ahead and keep things rolling. Thank you guys so much. We're trying to get our players back on that battle bus so we can start game number 2. Now that we have a moment here to just breathe, the biggest thing I think on a lot of these players' mind, as you even saw some of them talk about in their interviews, Storm Surge. This is something that a lot of these players, they try to overcome, and now they have to double adapt. Not just adapt to their own meta and the way they're used to playing Storm Surge, but how other duos ahead of them, next to them, behind them, may be doing the same thing.
Every single time in Fortnite that we have like a set lobby over the course of X amount of games, game 1 is always the most stacked. And we saw it right there. It was like the flip of a coin. All of a sudden the lobby, the amount of players left alive just crashed instantly because so many of them needed to fight for it. But one thing that I did see in that early game right there, a lot of balloons were being used. A lot of the players poisoning themselves all the way up there in the sky, then using those hammer assault rifles primarily to get tags in the early game. And then anybody that wasn't really doing that, unfortunately just had to force a fight later on in the game. Like for example, we saw Epic Whale and Reek go down because of one of those fights.
Look, it might have been Cammy and Seti that actually closed out the lobby, but it was Muzz and Looter who got that action going for us because we did see a decent amount of hesitation. It's kind of expected, I think. Game number 1 here at the FNCS Invitational. Nobody wants to be the first one out, but unfortunately, for Smite and Larson, that was the case because Looter and Muzz actually winning out the immediate trade, and this is one of the POIs that we touched on at the start because we knew that Grim Gables is going to be popping. We knew that Muzz and Looter have the experience to tango with the other regions.
You want to know something? This is what I love because
R0CK ラブノックカワウソ350人目標。イーコさんおはようございます。
You know, I think this might actually, play into their favor being contested off spawn because, Looter himself said NA East has been way harder than OC. He thinks there's a lot more talent over here, and then Storm Surge was one of the things that he was most worried about. So the fact that they ended up being contested, and that game is a great example. They get that early damage done, those early eliminations, and they're set for the rest of the game. They don't even have to worry about their biggest worry coming into the Invitational.
Another duo that had a tough time getting going, Mr. Savage. They took a fight that maybe didn't quite go the way it was anticipating. Let's take a look at some of the replays and kind of talk about what we're seeing.
That one was definitely a bit of a heartbreaking moment because when a duo that hasn't even naturally been practicing this off-spawn situation up until recently challenges you and beats you, dropping here uncontested for the past year. It's not going to change the outcome, and yet we're witnessing the downfall of iDrop and Mr. Savage.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to On1 right there because, the discipline, right? Sometimes when you go to clear buildings, you're kind of just running down the staircase or running through corridors, and you're just like, I'll be fine, I don't hear him, I haven't seen him here. But no, he actually pre-builds off the wall, the floor, he catches Savage trying to go for a sneaky little shot, and Savage at that point is just kind of caught in this box, and On1 cleans it up after placing that wall to make sure Savage can't get any control over any of those builds. So really well played from On1 for sure.
And something that's also worth considering, I think, for Mr. Savage and iDrop now is you have to remember when you have so much information out there on how you like to drop, loot, and land this spot, like what we witnessed from this duo, I think that is pertinent information because I would be very surprised if On1 and Vodka haven't been utilizing a lot of VOD review to their favor leading into this.
Yeah, I mean, iDrop himself said he's been laying here for 12 months, so there is a lot out there on it.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do we get the repeat of this again? Will we watch this happen again? Do we think they're going to change something up? Do they feel now Like, they have no choice. They have to try and take this fight.
You know, I think that, you know, the players, especially up there, they are pretty set on going for the fight. So I think we're just going to see a fight happen again. But, you know, game one jitters are kind of out of the way. If you get eliminated early in a game, you kind of can just sit there, right? You can mentally reset. You know, obviously some of it's going to start to wear down on your mental a little bit. But, you know, you can full reset, maybe come up with a new strategy with your duo, kind of talk to them in that meantime. You pretty much had that whole game to talk strategy and kind of, you know, mention what went wrong, you think.
Exactly. It's not the end of the world by any means because we are literally only one game through. We still have 5 left to go. There is ample opportunity here, not just for players to have a chance to, I think, boost their placement points on the leaderboard, but also it's just the simple fact that they can make the tiny adjustments that they need to. As far as iDrop Mr. Savage are concerned, now I think they're a lot more wary of the fact that All1 and Baka, they're definitely willing to take a super early engagement. They don't care about the fact that it's the first 3 zones. Both these duos, I think, are going to continue to establish their surge match.
I love the terminology used right there. More aware, right? Because, you know, again, All1 just recently decided to land here like 2 days ago. So it's like, whoa, for Mr. Savage and Nigel. We had no idea. There's no information because this duo hasn't really landed here before. But now, game one, the information is starting to reveal itself. On1 is obviously, you know, leaking some of those things just naturally as he plays through the games. And we know that Savage and iDrop are very well experienced, so they should be able to turn that into something positive.
Yeah, it's not kind of like the one beats all, right? There is going to be this back and forth that continues to develop. And it's kind of what we talked about like at the beginning of shows, that adaptability factor. How many duels can you say, okay, this went wrong, let's go ahead and change these things so that doesn't happen again, right? Fortnite is primarily a game of what you would call RNG, right? You landed a POI, what's there? Where's the chests? Where's the guns? Where's the builds? And for these duos, they're trying to limit as much of that as possible, right? They want to find that spot. Hey, I know there's a gun here every time. I know if I hit this building as I open this door, pick up this thing, I'll have 10 builds. It's a wall I can use to defend myself if I'm jumped, right? So I'm excited to see how in game 2, a lot of these duos look to say, what do we got to do differently?
Well, for Beppo and Runa, I was actually very happy to see that they were the ones that initially started off at that Lustrous Lagoon, and again, that was an uncontested draw spot for them. You're talking about resources, there is ample of it at Lustrous Lagoon. A lot of these players have even been talking about the fact that it's kind of crazy that they have gone this entire time leading up to the event without anyone wanting to establish immediate contest at that POI. So I like the fact that they were able to hang in that top 10 leaderboard as well, really representing their region, I think, excellently there, because the fact is there was a lot of traffic coming their way due to the way that the zones ended up pulling towards that north side. So the fact that they were able to not only stay in that surge management position despite being uncontested, but they also just made do with what they were given there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see that they actually also took the high ground from none other than Queasy and Vito in that endgame. Ultimately, yeah, they did end up losing it, but I want to see more of that, right? Just because you lost at just this one game, you may have a very good strategy that takes out, you know, something that Queasy and Vino aren't used to, and that's kind of that multi-regional invitational that is just so good, and all the strategies start to come out and catch players by surprise.
You'll love to see it. This is just kind of our insights here from the desk, but we also have Mini Miner standing by to get his thoughts on that game.
Absolutely, Zeke. It's not just me, it's the Carter alongside me as well. Now, we've been watching all of this action behind the scenes. It's been intense, right? We've seen some crazy plays.
Look, players from all around the world, it's what I love to see these players shine, right? Zagu and Miriam, they were fragging out, Mini. They got, what, almost 8 eliminations in that match. Even players from the West Coast, Cool and Yumi, they were also popping off in that late game. And what's going on with Seti and Cammy up in the clouds, right? We never seen them up there, right? Playing up top, it's something that you love to see in game 1 of an international event like this.
And this is what the invitation is all about, right? We have so many different players from so many different regions bringing different strategies, but it can all change. As we talked about earlier, things can change so quickly. Cammy and Seti on the high ground. What's going on? This is crazy, but of course, Cool and Yumi as well. I had a few questions to ask about their surge. I actually spoke to them in person in the player area, and they said, we have all the answers, Mini Miner. Don't worry, don't be concerned. And I was like, mate, you carry on. You know, you do it, mate, if that's what they're going to do. And they're pulling out all the stops today.
I mean, they proved it, right? The way they played that late game, they were ready to dominate. But I mean, Seti, Cammy up top, I think that was more of like a situational thing, right? We had Queasy Vino earlier up top on the high ground, but then Seti and Cammy saw the opportunity and they striked, right? I don't think it's going to be an every game type scenario for this duo. We know they like the consistency, so I wouldn't, you know, be surprised if they switch it up a bit, but I'm excited to see what they continue to do.
I am very excited as well. I'm sure as are the devs. Let's throw it back to them to see what they think.
You know, you got a good laugh out of our boy Vivid here. I'm down. I'm not opposed. Yeah, you chuckled. That was pretty good. Another duo I did want to take a moment to highlight on screen right now, Zagu and Miram, coming out of Japan. These guys were just looking so good. 7 eliminations there in that game with a 41 total point. Now, this is just out of game 1. And I mean, consider we kind of talked about it. They're contesting Commandment and Avery over at Rave Cave. And they were allowed to leave Rave Cave.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think that that's pretty much what we can expect.
おー、ここミリムザゴ選手。あ、ここでやっていった。うわ、すごいな。タイミングが。ここもやっていく。やばすぎる。こんなキルしたやん、終盤。いやー、すごいね、リプレイ。ザゴ選手があ、ここから見てん。ワンパンエグいよ。ワンパンエグい。いや、ここ惜しかったなー、マジで。いや、拍手、ミリム選手から。いや、ナイファイ。
あら、無理した。
seeing how poised they are
to
after that finish. They have not lost sight by any means. They know exactly what's on the line here as far as regional representation is concerned, and you absolutely love to just see that energy kind of be reflected in their gameplay.
I've been saying about the player lounge, everything like that. You know, the walkouts. They always seem so happy. Right? They're so happy to be here. They seem confident as well. There's never really like a oh, we're worried to be here. No, they're just fully embracing it. You can see it right there in game number 1. They, it came out pretty much.
When you have performances like that, I can imagine why they're so confident. Because again, I think a lot of duos may not have necessarily been anticipating some of this aggression that we are witnessing right now in game 1 from the other international regions. But at the very least, I do expect a little bit of a bite back from NA East, West, and EU.
I think for me, I'm looking forward to seeing how many more duels try to go for height, right? For in this instance, Zagum Rim, they were just in that mid ground. They didn't even care about high ground. They're like, exactly. No, you guys battled out. We want more eliminations. We'll stay right here. Do you guys think that maybe more duels will look to just say like, look, our kind of strategy to win is that high ground. We got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw a lot of teams that actually like to play the high ground. Unfortunately, not making it into that game. They went down a little bit early. Like, for example, Aquan Reason, Jason and Chavez also went down. Another one, Alex and Bailey, we talked about them from OCE. They love to play the high ground, and they just, all 3 of them went down a little bit early, so it could change big time. You know, we also saw Kanata went down a little bit early. Macwood loves to play the high ground coming out of NA East. Pretty much the only thing that he shies for, but being left as a solo, he couldn't really do that this game.
But just look at some of these names that are located on the second page already for the leaderboard. You got Thomas HD at Trippard, Pink and Anas. Again, I think Vico and Marine have been really exciting to kind of follow along with, especially since they're relatively newly formed here for the FNCS Invitational. I don't think that is an easy feat by any means to have to quickly adapt to your partner.
100%. Listen, I can't believe it actually because
50両いる中でトップ10に
やばいよ。
日本人のトップ10に日本のメンバーがいるってすごくね。
We on the desk were like, wow, they're really showing up right now. And you know, on that leaderboard, it's really showing as well. Finding those eliminations on big name teams as well. They're coming into the Invitational with the experience, and it's showing.
How many of these duels are taking themselves? Game 2. I'm ready. I have that strategy locked in.
I'm ready.
I think I know what I need to do to get going because I want to make the crowd here in the Raleigh Convention Center just lose their mind when we're taking shots. Because, man, there was some eliminations happening, and I was just on my feet screaming with the crowd.
You know, straight up, ultimately, it's going to be based on an individual level, I think. You know, how good are you and how good is your mental at taking something that could be negative and turning it into something positive? Because, you know, not everything went right for any duo that game, so they have to think about those things and like, okay, what can we do? What have we scrimmed before that has kind of helped us throughout these situations? Just make those changes come into game number 2. But there's also duos, plenty of them, especially the top 10 on the leaderboard, who, you know, found things that worked for them. So keep doing those things, but again, not everything went perfect, so keep that in mind.
But nerves aside, as the games go on, it's going to start feeling more and more natural, I think, for a lot of these players. You're going 100%. To start being able to focus in a lot more on the actual gameplay itself, and I think that's where the audience just becomes a little bit of background noise until it comes down to those final moments. But something that I'm really curious to see is whether or not these players are actually going to showcase some of their flexibility or adaptability, because Mustache Malabuka. I think they're a great example of a duo where they can go a game or 2 or 3 without really being able to catch anything, and then they just turn up.
That's right. We've heard from us. We've heard from Mini, Minor, and Tokata. Let's throw it on over to casters to hear their thoughts on game number 1. Thank you so much for that quick, of course, toss there so we can start getting into our perspective here. I mean, Jacob, let's talk about what we know just coming out of game 1.
Yeah, I mean, what we know, NA West, Cool and Yumi showing up big. Not only getting that 3rd place finish, but you saw that 2v1 off the back of Cool. Another thing, Acorn, NA in general just kind of showing up. Obviously, EU won the game, but I think we need to start giving NA more credit.
Yeah, definitely have to give them that credit. They show up and then wait for them to gain those early engagements. Yep. I mean, listen, we got to sit in the player lounge, quite literally stand over the shoulders of On1 and Baka while they were practicing. They took on the likes. You know who they're training against?
Who are they training?
Reeds and Epic Whale. That's their training partners. And I don't know about you, but if you were following Twitter, I posted a little clip of Reed taking on Mustache and Malabuka. So it kind of all ties together if Mustache and Malabuka are known as some of the greats. And then On1 and Baka could hold their toe-to-toe with someone like Reed. I mean, it all just starts to make sense.
You know what I'm loving out of all that, though? You talked about the 2 partners, right? On1 and Baka, and who they're sparring against, Reed and Epic Whale. That's NA West. That's NA West showing each other some love. I talked about a lot of these guys being friends, but when they're on the battlefield, they're enemies. That is just inner region training, and that's something I love to see.
That's right, and of course, the upsets, right? We saw a couple edge battles there. Bugha and Miro taken out so early. This is one of the things we didn't really get to talk about. You would think that a team like Bugha and Miro, who have drilled and trained their drop spot so perfectly, they almost have it conditioned. This should be another walk in the park situation for them. What do you think went wrong as they were rotating out? Because it seems like they face planted into Macwood and Kanata. That was the big resistance, and they were just taken out.
You know, without seeing too much of their POV, I can only go off a few educated guesses here, and just judging by 95 players being alive when Storm Surge hit, I think they were one of the few teams that were having problems dealing with that. And that's one of the things that I said in an interview before this event, that Storm Surge is going to be hard for these players to deal with, because the players that are above Storm Surge, they can hide in a box, they can focus on those rotations, but the ones that are below, they have to fight outside of Storm. They have to fight the first person they see in that first moment, because you can't continually falling down on that damage.
That's right. Well, listen, that's our perspectives here. We have so much more in store. Thank you guys so much for those insights. We actually have a really cool moment here. The casters kind of talked about Bugha and Miro going down earlier. We had a listen-in moment. Let's take a look.
We need to find extra heals. You should pop cabbage maybe for whites.
ボイチャ
I need to
そっ
heal.
か、今回ボイチャも
Throw me
入るん
mini
か。
now. Yeah, come. I'll throw like a
I
want that big ammo crate, but I know they're just gonna get above us.
I mean, I think you can go for it. There's a chest there as well. It's
そし
definitely
て、
worth it.
スプラをやっていると10倍マッチ来ました。
It's just glid off the thing.
It is. Yeah.
If we can get surge here, we can get
I mean, make sure this isn't baited, bro.
100倍後編年俸の規定は
Here, we can get stacked, bro. I'm chilling. If
Yeah,
we
I'm
get
good
surge,
now.
we sit in zone, bro. We should look.
Yeah, like where though?
I mean,
We'd have to follow right side.
Yeah,
like,
we have to go right side. I'm
on a
just gonna
crown.
go up. No, we should.
いい
You can already tell.
ボイチャもね
Even
入るか
Bugha
ら
and Miro are like, hey, we need Storm Surge. We need to make sure this is right. It is absolutely affecting many of these players. We will come back and talk about more of this in just a moment. First, I do want to throw it on over to the player area for a little special interview.
We have a very special interview, Zeke. I'm here with one of our alternate players, Frey. Now, Frey, you've been watching in the crowd, right? What's the energy like? How does it feel?
The crowd is amazing. I'm so happy that we have Leanza back. The crowd couldn't be crazier. It's so awesome to be here.
Yeah, we can hear them just there in the background as well. They're getting kind of crazy, right? So, of course, you're a professional player yourself. How would you prepare for an event like this? How do you think the players and what's been sort of going through their minds?
So I think bot viewing is extremely important. You need to know who's landing around you, what they do, what their tendencies are. And yeah, just bot view, fix your mistakes coming up to the event, and then just play your game.
Of course, you can give a big insight into the game as well. For a lot of these players, you can sort of, give your insight, maybe to talk to them as well. But we'll stop it right there. We'll throw it back to the desk for some more.
Thank you guys so much. Raleigh Convention Center, you guys ready? because game number 2 is about to make its way here, so let's make some noise. It's game time. This is the FNCS Invitational 2022 coming at you guys live. Are you two ready?
Yes.
Yes. Beyond ready, beyond excited. I think that more than anything else, this game number 2 could really be a little bit of a breakaway moment here for some of these duos. Cammy and Shetty in particular, they are definitely looking for another highlight reel instance. And whether it comes from Victory Royale or just from being able to rack up those elims, I think that the Polish powerhouse is certainly still making it known that they are some of the best.
Champions are on the stage, right?
I was gonna
Game
say.
number 2 is, you know, this is where you got to start picking it up. You got to start developing your strategies around the meta of the lobby. And, you know, who better to do it than the 100 of the best players from around all of the world?
Look at them zeroing in right now, Vivid. They are so amped. They are focused. The tension is real.
The tension is beyond real, and not only that, but I kind of want to touch on Buga and Miro. We saw that little listen-in instance between the two of them, and were it any other duo, I think there might be some room for concern, but Buga and Miro, I think, are an exclusive case, because Miro specifically, this guy is a 5 times FNCS champion, and yet, out of all the FNCS finals that he has competed in, he has only ever collected 3 victory royales.
Wow.
So it is a primary example of the fact that high ground can win games, but low ground could possibly win championships. And that moment in game number 1, while it wasn't able to go in their favor because they were struggling with surge management along with some of the other duos, again, they're able to make it happen.
All right. We've broken it all down. We had game 1 wrapped up. It's gone. Game 2 is here. It's now. The battle bus is ready. The players are on board. Let's just get this started. Here we have it. Thank you so much, Zeke. We get to start gearing up for this battle bus to take off now.
Yeah, this is finally setting in for a lot of these players on the stage. Game number 2 is starting right now, and hopefully all those nerves from the end of game number 1 have settled, because now when
さあ始まりますよ。
some of these players that might be at
す
the
げえ
bottom of the
かっ
leaderboard,
こ
Mr.
よ。
Savage, eye drop that went down
カメラつ
early,
いてるから
they
ね。
might have to start dealing with that storm surge early.
And that's right. We saw
さ
what
あさあ
happened in
さあ
game
さ
1. The real
あ
question
始
is
まり
how
ま
are
し
you
た
going to adjust
ゲーム2
coming into game
2
2.
試合目
This battle bus is telling me
いやー頑張ってほ
that
しい
the
ガチで
Trojan Junction
みんな
is under fire very quickly. It's so close to the drop spawn. You can see already things kick off this time.
さあミスターサベッジのチームね一人やっていってるここでもうやっていく初動ティルテッドさあサベル一人落としてるね強すぎる
You gotta have to watch out because we're here to fight. That first one might have been a little
さあ
lucky, but
近藤
another
は
one, this one I feel like has to have a
3
little bit
敗
more
ね
damage because all 3 of these players, Monster, they were dealing with storm surge and they were just on the cusp. Some were even below.
This is not the only contested draw spot. Don't forget, Tilted Towers has so much going down there as well.
ここで100タンク割っていくテイソンとチャピックスデュオ
What I saw there is Acorn and Edgy in the feed find no arrival early. So there are big fights unfolding already, just giving us a little sample of how these drops are playing out.
Yeah, you can kind of see everybody just on their drop spot, the ones that don't necessarily have the POI. It's about looting up, getting as much resources as possible, trying to get as many metal and brick as you can in terms. That way, when you make it towards the end game, that way you don't have to worry about it. But for these teams that are also on the outskirts and talk about looting
さあ
up, you have to
1
start
試合目びっくりしたセティ・カミデュオ
is going to be so important because we saw how many teams went down to the surge itself.
Here is
ガソスタのとこかな
Game
真ん
1
中の
winners from Becoming Legends, Setis and Cammy. This team here has placed top 10 in every finals they have ever competed with
おっ
together.
ともう対面やねアナスとピンク
On the other side of the Joneses, this is the
ジョーン
fight
ズ
that's being
ジョン
extended out.
ジ
The
ー
last time we were here, Clicks found an elimination with Duke.
ここはクリックスとピンクのデュオいやもう対面やねこれ
Yo, what? I believe in the fighting power of NA on this one. They have
うお
full confidence that they can do it. Pink and Anas
おっと爆破させて燃やす。いやーコブラ DMR。 さあお互いいやこれどうなるんやろ。
But things are going to slow down, and you know, you really genuinely expect this to happen, especially at a Fort Jonesies. This is not a POI big enough for two.
Yep, you see Glitch just trying to gather the information. The longer this fight goes and the higher they build, if it comes to it. We got Jason Basil over on the side. Those are the third parties that we saw towards the early of last game. This is Nas Pink trying to get deep.
さあもう行くのか。いやバースト持ってるね。レンジャーで100カット100見えんかった。割っていく。いやただ相手もいややばい。アナス資材ないから1枚。今のはやばいね。あの隙間のちっちゃいところ。さあダダ回復してるから。いやクリックス資材が少ない。いやどうなるんやろ。でもクリックスなんか世界大会終わったら引退するかもしれんとか言ってた。活動休止みたいな。
And again, let's talk about the bad blood developing between these two. Pink and Clicks were once upon a time almost duos, as Pink was
so close
to traveling to United States to play alongside him, but now they find each other on the other sides of the monitor here, going head to head. And I mean, looking at the HP so far, it's looking very good for Guilds, NS, and Tundra's Pink.
Yeah, and honestly, let's talk about this prolonged fight and what happens if they do actually split right now. They're not going to have a lot of time to go ahead and mount up, but a big shot coming out from Clicks. You know what this man has his back against the wall. His bite is much louder than his bark.
This is where Duke does
そういうのって切ることってできへんの？このディスコードのそういうのって
共有か。共有の方。
あ、わかった。ヘッドホン聞こえる？
聞こえる聞こえる。
あ、できたできたできた。入れとったやつがそれでできたわ。
共有の音をミュートか。
音がずれてたバリバリ。
あれか見てるんちゃんと。さあドームブーガがどう
YouTube スラしながら聞いてる。
あ聞いてる。クイックスタット
これで
65%。さあメロット。
So they just need to find their rhythm here on this international stage.
Talking about international stage, Alex and Bailey, they have taken this from the player level to the main stage.
これは大ダメージ。アレックス一人やって。いや一人落とし。いやこれは角入れるね。いやこれはロー HP すぎる。カウンターがやばい。いやこれはマジで分からんぞ。いや分からん分からん。一瞬一瞬こっちめちゃくちゃこっちが有利やってんけど。いやこれ今のカウンターでマジで分からん。こっちが体力4、50、資材0やからね。きつい。ただエイムがガチでいやマジ分からん。いやーうますぎる。ユースリックス勝っていきます。さあもうめちゃくちゃ対面が起きてる。おお倒してる。さっきの3位のチームアルバディを落としていったところ。 ボックス選手を落としてる。さあ残り47%や。いやー、相方固まってる。いやー、これはきついか。あー、これさっきない。みんなめっちゃ見てる。やっぱサージ出るから積極的にみんな入ってる。いやー、面白い。
NA West trying to take down the region, trying to bolster their points, because right now the only points they have is that elimination onto King. But with Storm now covering and moving over them, Ultimate Team is now in the distance as well. It's going to become more and more dangerous.
Faulkner is one of the only competitors, one of the very few left in our scene that has been
俺のめちゃくちゃ好きなスキンと、これバンドル同じやん。このスキンよね、ほんま。コルとアイスブレーカー。
Denmark, but on one Mbaka, did they get the save off?
No, I think On was there by himself.
Last
He's
one.
trying to stay alive, and it does look like Larson and Smite might know he's there. And this is where On one has to be very, very
いや、ここ相手一人か。もう一ちゃうか。あー、初動落とされてたとかやね。確か、サベージが相方落として。いや、きつい。
What a tough story for On1 and Mbaka. Such a great
ジャンパで飛んでったね、相
showing in
手。
game one. He loses his teammate to Mr. Savage out the gate, survives, saves them, but Smite and Larson were contested here by Looter and Muzz are still in the zone, and they meet him, and that's how they get this first elim. So it's only a matter of time now as the clock rages on. Smite steps up.
いやー、倒していく。さすがにここはきつかったか。さあ、こっちも対面。いや、もうそこら中で対面してる。さあ、相方を落とされてるな。さあ、どんどん対面。器具使ってんな。これはでもね、敵も回復しちゃうから。
Listen, Ed recently signed a team like
マンスティやね。
exactly he deserves to be here. He has had some of the most impressive rises in recent times on his region.
うまい。いや、もう一気に詰めるのか。駆け引きがすごい。いやー、味方をやられたね。いや、お互いすごいぞ、これは。誰か叫んでる。やばいやばい、アサルトエイムやばい。勝っていく。グローリー。エグすぎる。さあ、近藤も対面やね。
あ、やばい、アサルト、アサルトやばいやばいやばい。
やばすぎ。なあ、アサルトエグ。
AR
なあ、やばいよな。
ダンダンダンダンダンダン。
ショットガンってダダダダ。
ショットガンちょっと
エイムがやばい。
ショットガンで火力を出さずともアサルトで火力を出していく。
そう。さあ、アクアとレイジョン。いやー、ここでサージやん。
全然関係ない。アクアといえばっていうのが全然関係ない。
ミラコ。
ホロライフパックが黙れっていうね、コメントが飛び交う中。
黙れいや、今回めちゃ、今回も戦闘めちゃくちゃされてる。
こんな戦闘するもんなん大会ってそもそも。
いやでもサージ出るから、てか結構まあでもね、戦ってんな、確かに。
Pablo and Swag on your screen right now, also below. But hey, a good little tag here of Elim
大会スナイパーないから。
メインスナイパー。
ウォーキンハンマーは強いよ。さあ、日本チームは近藤が毎回しんどいな、これ。マジで。絶対アンチガイになるし、ね。
なんかみんなショットガンハンマーとかやな、マジで。レンジャー使ってる人多いな、ショットガン。
確かに。いるな。いやー、近藤激戦。あ、もうこれいくんちゃう。でも王道はやっぱりプライムハンマーかな。でもレンジャーも結構いるな。出場所はいないけど、やっぱ2台ショットガンや。さあ、ここで警報からの
こんな排水口
いや、これサージ食らってんな。相方やられてん。どうなる。いやー、さあ、角入って。いやー、2v1 きついね。いや、しかもサージ食らってる。いや、これはきつすぎる、マジで。いやー、もう行くか。いやー、やられていく。アクア、デュオ落とされてる。アリスさん落とされてる。マジか。いやー。
Looking to get some
Snap
damage as well. Even though 79 is above the damage threshold, you know as well as I do, that is absolutely nothing.
さあ、日本チームどうなんやろ。アリスさんさっき落とされてたからな。さあ、ここ、メルサッチが倒してんな。いや、ここめちゃくちゃロー。大丈夫か。激ロー。スナッキー倒してる。やばい。ここでも一人のチーム。一人やってる。さあ、蘇生いけるか。日本チームはいるんか。メルサッチやられてる。いやー、やばい。あー、回復しちゃう。いや、なかなかジャンパー乗れない。あ、対空怖いな。
怖い。
思考トゥルレックスデュオ。さあ、ここダッシュで移動。
あれ？
日本勢あんまり映らんな。アジア。さあ、ロッキーが大乱闘や。やばいやばい。何パいんねんこれ。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。周辺に9パい。
第3収縮でこんな。
やばいやばい。これはやばい。これやばいことになる。
てかさ、33人でこんなカオスなことになる。
そうやで。
かわいそうすぎる。
もうまだ中盤。
これはマリブカパーティー積んだよ。
でも近藤から来てるからな。さあ、トーマス HD。相方が落とされてるんかな。ただ一人で、ここは、なんとか。
めちゃめちゃチリシンやん。
さあ、ブーガメロディオ。すごい車線管理が。 いや、すごいよな。
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the circle is the zone is literally in the center of the zone. So I don't think there's going to be too much of any slow side for a lot of these teams to try to travel to. Is Miro taking a couple of shots, but the team that went off spawn trying to have a much better performance. Mr. Savage and I under siege, under pressure. Mr. Savage is going to get dropped for now, trying to pass on the resources because he knows he's going to have to deal with a lot.
チャージを食らいながら
ブーガたちはね、ゾーンのセンターにいますね。
死んでるから、これ味方死んじゃって、
リコも落とされてるから、これ 1v1 になってるんや、多分。で、今、サベージ起こしたから、これ一応 2v1。
Yeah, a huge mistake, and honestly, these are one of those things that you take a picture, you record this right here. Mr. Savage went down. You give a player like that a second chance at life, but they will make you regret it.
いやー、ただここ対空怖い。なんとかいけてるか。いけてるいけてる。相方サベージも来たね、合流した。いやー、ここなんとか脱出した。スマイト選手。ここも2人。いや、ここからすごいぞ。アジアはさスナッキーリオ、アメリカ最強。スナッキー。
Sitting in a good spot, trying to gather the information, but Vadil and Janice are under pressure. With Vadil down, 56 below the damage threshold.
ジャニスがやられていく。ジャニスジオやられた。ジャパン。
Mareem and Zagu are in second place as the most recent SNCS champions of the Asia region. Easy and Vino though.
ベノもクイズィも来てるね。アジアいない？落とされてるんかな。なかなか映ってないけど。いるかな。
なんで立てないんですか？次ますわ。
いや、チャグめちゃくちゃ多い。使ってるな。ジャパンはいるか？いるのか？やばい、わからん。わからん。アリスさん？わからんな。さあ、クイジー選手が飛んでいく。ハイやね、やっぱハイ高いな。ただ、別のハイぐらい、ここのね、やっぱ同業者が、いやでも下ろしてる。ただ、後ろからも打たれてる、ね。ただ、ハイ取ったな、これ。いやー、強い。さあ、ここで、めちゃくちゃ高い。感じやな。アルバディオ。来た来た来た来た。いや、ザコさんがめちゃくちゃ激ローやねんけど、回復がない。いやー、きついな、これ。いや、
アルバディオローグランパー。
そうそう。いや、これきつい。回復が。やばい。後ろになんかスタッフみたいな人。
今何人ってか今。
ただ CR デュオがいない。かな。落とされたか。いやでもちょっとリフレッシュしないとやばいよね、今の。あれは。うわ、ブーガがミリム選手を落としてる。いやー、落とされたか。ザゴーさんはいいのか。いやー、対空がすごい。さあ、メルサッチ落とされて。さあ、合流していく。うまい。ケグ。さあ、リートとエピックホエルも。一旦
varying terrain, you have to be careful. There are indestructible, large stone
カナダのと
monuments
ころ
in
の
between
マ
you
ックウッド
and your rotate.
Kanata going down, leaving Macwood as a solo. They at least got one elimination.
いやー、ブーガに落とされたね。
In terms of Storm Surge, but Booga and Marrow, as it does shut off, you saw they were well above it. So changing up their strategy, and it's paying off handedly.
さあ、チャピックスも落とされてる。エピックオエルも落とされてる。やばすぎる。いやー、ハイグラのアサルトがエグい。めちゃくちゃ綺麗。ただトーマスも倒してんな。いや、クイージーが止まらん、ガチで。ここもワンボックス。いや、やばい。カッキル入れて。
あ、すごいすごいすごい。
やばい。
かつ、あ、プレディット、あ、やばい、横から。
いや、マックとやられていく、ここで。
で、はい、
いや、やばい、これは。ハイグラが強すぎる。やばすぎる。いやー、もうアサルトの音が鳴りやまない。もう多分世界ハイとかもやばいよ。やばいやばいやばいやばい。さあ、資材7枚、この人。あー、この人か。リスペクトしてる人いた。いやー、資材がきついな。えぐいえぐいえぐい。えぐいえぐい。いやー、ノーマッツ。スマイキ。やばい。もうこれは行くしかないか。よじ登り。いやー、目の前。きちい。これはしゃあない。さあ、めちゃくちゃ減ってる。残り3パー ?3 パー5人。ハイグラが。落とされてるやん。リターン。やば。さあ、どこが勝つ？センテル、ゴールドがハイグラ。さあ、これもう 2v2 かな。ラスト 2v2 終わってる。コールド選手終わられて。変デュオとコールドデュオ。いや、どっちが勝つんや。ただこのアンチはハイグラ有利やな。端やからな。やばいな。いやー、これいや、きつすぎる。ローグラはこれはハイグラが強い。さあ、2v2 おられてセンテルが、いや、お互い、いやー、エイムがやばい。ただちょっと落下ダメ食らって、ここはアンチがやばい。アンチがやばすぎる。いやー、2試合目はコールドデュオ、コールドセンテル。いやー、ガッツポーズすごい。2試合目ゲーム2はコールドセンテルデュオが勝っていきました。えぐい。いや、ハイグラ取り返し、なんか取ってたな、知らん間に。いやー、わからん、これは。
Right there was perfect because you heard me talking about wanting them to drop down low. I want to see what they're thinking, how they're feeling. Kelly, let us know.
I am joined here by Cold and Scented, and you guys, what an incredible run. You gotta tell me though, how did you take height?
So Queasy and Vino just dropped on our sidewalls and we insta-edited and just shot them.
I mean, obviously a great strategy, right? But I mean, that final moment there, how did you know how to take them down? Obviously, you guys were kind of in that high ground, low ground fight. What was the final moment like?
Honestly, Cold called to just drop above him and sit there. I don't know. He did most of it that game. He played really well. He's the GOAT.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. You both are the GOAT. Now that is Game 2 VR for you guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
As EU picks up the first game of the FNCS Invitational, NA strikes back and says, nah, not like this. Cold and Scented, really quickly, I do want to touch on this. At the start of the show, we talked about possibly taking your shoes off as a form of being comfortable.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's a legitimate strategy, man. Anybody that has played competitive will tell you the same thing. It matters, but more importantly, what matters even more so is that jump in the leaderboard positionings that we are seeing happen now for Cold and Scented.
めちゃくちゃ僅差やな。
Granted, have to keep in mind
アルバディオ
that
5
it's
位。
still a little bit of ways to go, but they are now breaking into that top 10.
CRB いや CRB がちょっと下がって
いやこの試合やばい今のはいやエイム良すぎるやばい強すぎるクイズィがここで落とされたんかいやこれはめちゃくちゃハイグラアンチやな崖やもんなでもこれもう運やからいやこれはきついここでもいやヘンリオも惜しかったけど
Clean win from Scented and Cold, who, as you can see right there, what we're referring to, Scented, no shoes.
It makes all the difference, man.
It does, apparently, as proven by Scented. We do have Adam, who is standing by. He's hanging out with a player. Adam, who?
That's right, I'm hanging out with everyone right now, in particular Smite and Larson, everyone. Smite, that was an incredible display. Just we saw 7 eliminations. You clutched up, you had to, so how imperative is it in this situation, in this environment as well, that you have to try and gain as many points as possible, even when your teammate goes down?
It's really important. I mean, like, you need to get as many points as you can. Like, every point matters. Doesn't matter.
Now, you're being contested as well here, Larson. Muzz and Looter, they're looking like they're fighting each time. Are you guys up for this? How are you managing to deal with that when it comes at you?
We're down to fight every game, and I don't care, bro. I'll fight them every game.
You don't care, bro. They'll fight them every game. Give it up for Smite and Larson, everyone! Thanks, boys. And also over here, I'm delighted to be next to Peterbot and Jamper as well. It's been, I mean, what an experience being here in this situation, this environment. How are you guys dealing with the rest of the regions being here, competing with you in the same lobby?
Our original strategy hasn't been working, so we're gonna have to make changes into the next games. But it's very fun playing here. The crowd is amazing, and I'm happy to be here.
And there's still 10 games left, plenty of time to do that.
Yes.
Okay, you got this. You feeling confident? I'm feeling confident for you. The crowd are feeling confident too. Let's hear it from Peterbot and Jamper as we head back to Zeke and the desk.
Thank you so much for that insight coming out of the players. This is kind of what we've been talking about, right? The question has been, once all of these regions finally meet head-to-head on the island, what will happen? Will strategies hold? And the answer for some is no. Because who knew that having to adapt to a meta that is completely different than your own region that you've been playing for several FNCSs now is going to be very difficult.
But if it's anybody that has a strong head on their shoulders, it's going to be Jamper. He's been around for so long. And
Jamper
listen,
Peterbot
same strategy in games 1 and 2. It's not working. So let's just switch it up. And I love the fact that they are just able to kind of, have that mentality, but then also have a backup strategy. That's what's really important.
But that's just part of what it means to be part of the 50 of the best duos competing here for the FNCS.
いやでもベノとクイジーがめっちゃキルしたからただ安定の1位は神セティ
まだ1位なんや僕
very strong performance here out of this Polish duo. more importantly, I think that Cammy and Steady have just been able to consistently
いや EU とアメリカが強い。
mid low ground element, despite the fact that we've been seeing a lot of high ground takes and a lot
こ
of
れ
high
が世
ground
界なん
play
かっ
from
て
the
みんな
close of the
ですよ
lobby. I
た
think
だ
that Steady
全
and
然
Cammy
日
did
本
a
通
great
用してる
job
よな。
just holding on to this
え、これ何
underside
?6 マッチ
congestion control.
何マッ
You know,
チ
we talked about it after game one.
待て
Like,
待て
whoa, Cammy, Steady on high ground. This right here,
やばいやばい。
this was more so their style, where it's just like, you know, we're paying attention to the high ground changes that are going on. And then all of a sudden, we load up the leaderboard, and it's like, okay, they had 44 points after game number one, and now they're at 77. They just got 33 points that game.
やば、感性で海っぽちゃした。
They love to play these games where they don't like to show up and show out. They just consistently get those points. Couple elims here and there. They're not popping off the elimination feed, but they're just so consistent. And those are the type of games that are scary because, you know, we saw a great performance out of Court and Scented, but still, even after game number two, they're still like 30 odd points behind because Cammy and Scented are playing so well.
And it's the competitive experience, I think, that also helps them with understanding, hey, even if I've lost my duo partner in this moment, I can still hold on for moments longer. I think that that was a great display there, that closing kit there for Seti and Cammy. And I think that ultimately, they're going to probably just keep trying to stay consistent here.
Yeah, I mean, one point we tuned in and they were 500 above Surge. I don't know how that's humanly possible.
これなかなかあれやで、試合が。
Let's talk about Queasy and Vino there. They did get edited on, right?
始まらんから。
We have, as the viewing audience, we have the much larger perspective, right? For them, in this opportunity, this was the only chance they had, and we're going to start to kind of figure out what happened.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, throughout these replays right here, we can maybe catch some insight into why they actually ended up dropping down, because it seems like they were getting refreshed. I know they specifically got one right at the start of, you know, moving zone number 2, so luckily they were chilling match again right here. Oh, as you can see, Queasy
この大会見るとフォートナイトしたくなるな。
Let's go try to get a refresh real quick. Unfortunately, Court Scented, they're so
がもう今開いてんねんけど、多分ここのね、休憩時間がめっちゃ長いから、3試合目、次の試合の。
You know, one thing that I love about them is they're always on the same page.
アンチが逃げようとしてんの俺
Right there was one of those situations, unfortunately, for Queasy and Vino, but I love that.
クイズーはね、20歳やからな。
クイジー？
そう。20歳以上結構少ないから。で、ベノは16か17や。楽しそうやな。
And maybe third time's the charm here for this duo.
All in all, though, the high ground strategy is working, right? Second place now, only 4 points behind first, so just keep doing their thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, especially looking at
これめっちゃ思ったのがね、偏見みたいになっちゃうからよくないけどさ、女の人がフォートナイトに興味持ってるっていうのがすごい個人的に嬉しいなって思った。
結構なんか解説の人とかもいるから。
解説はいてもいいと思うけど、見に来てる人っていうの、それがなんかこうね、これっていうのが個人的に。
So we're going to see, you know, hopefully we keep seeing those stat lines because as the day progresses, teams are going to get more and more aggressive, which means that this storm
ドロップスもらった。もらえた。
So hopefully we'll see.
もらえてるっぽい。1個もらえた。
2,800 damage. That is a lot.
But entering the halftime point essentially because heading into game number 3, never a time to look for a shift in strategy like what we heard from a couple of duos earlier. I think that Peterbot and Jamber, they had like the right idea. They're like, hey, it's not working out. This is where you want to make the adjustments is heading into game 3.
Let's find out. It is time to see who will rise, who will fall, and how they will adjust to these games. This is game number 3 of the FNCS Invitational.
一回 YouTube 見てみようかな。画質良さそう。あ、これで変えればいい。もうめっちゃ画質良くなったかも。
そのゲーム3ですか？
もう早ない？マジ？
まだ？
ちょっと待って、広告。ちょっと待って、広告。
私の名前はフワちゃんです。Google ピクセルを使って
だから僕
始まったよ。来た来た来た来た。
One of the best in the world of Fortnite, not just your region.
And it looks like we have a very similar
Sa.
to the last round. That means these northern contested teams are going to fight first. One of the biggest things we saw from game 2 was that early elimination onto Noah Riley. Edgy quite literally
今現在
なんかおった
暫定5位ね、アルバリオで、アリス選手とマンシティスレッズ選手は30位。
アリス行って CD を見たかったけどな、俺
ルナペッポが21位や。
21か、いや。てか、ミリムザゴが5位。
倒してる。
5位から、ミリムザゴが5位やろ。
そうそうそう。3位から5位だから、
全然いける。
でも全然落ちてない。いや、まだ全チームいけるよ。画質良くなったな。
みんなヒーロースキンとかじゃないねんな、意外と。意外やもん。
いや、ヒーロースキン最近ちょっとずつ減ってきたような気がする。
なんでなの？
緑のスキンとか多くない。
あ、読めない。名前がわからないんで。
ラーソンとスマイト選手めっちゃ。
ラーソン、スマイト。この青いスキンね。なんか青肉じゃない何言うのスキン。わからへん。クリスマスのやつ。ウィンターなんちゃら。
He knows that material is going to be the key to allowing him to do something big here. Achieve the unthinkable, win a 1v2 against Smite and Larson, who built their entire reputation.
さあ、これもう行くな、対面。割っていく。いや、これはきつい。2人でクロス組まれて、あー、やられて
いい入りもある。
ワンチーム
気づかないうちにクロス組まれて、ポン、100、やばすぎうまい。入り込みを
クロスやからね。
あ
今のクロスや。さあ、サベッジのアイドロップ。いや、ここ毎回戦ってんの。キルテッド。
全然関係ないけど、サベージってサイレンのイメージがあるの気のせい。
俺あれやわ。なんだっけなんていうやつ。トラビス・スコット。サイレンもあれ。うおー、エイム良すぎ。今の当てていく。レンジャー持ってんだ、レンジャー金。いやー、ここも反応されてんね。結構積極的にいってるサベージデュオ。いや、ハープン強い。149、149やっていく。いやー、11交換。いや、ここ冷たいもん。やばすぎ。火力高っ。勝っていくサベージデュオ。さあ、こっちもマリブカと
put on such performance, have been met with so much resistance every single turn. There's a new greatness waiting for them. This has been probably their least favorite duo to meet. Japanese and Taste.
Doesn't look like they're fighting over the vault that is right below him. Doesn't want to let that one go easy. We got to be careful because there's a third team landing towards Cloudy Condos, another team towards the north in the form of Kanata and Macwood that could be lending that helping hand, trying to get that Storm Surge damage for themselves and make your job that much harder for Malibuka and Mustache. It's all about trying to find the perfect angle, trying to find that information so they can try to catch a player off guard, because we already know they're one of the most aggressive teams in this lobby.
See it. They're waiting, trying to capitalize on any opportunity here. We all know what Tayson is capable of. One of the most winningest players in the European region. He has done it all. He has proven it all. All that's left is for him to show up in person and put the numbers up. But it's no easy task right now. Malibu and Mustache are so good playing defensively right now. They're doing a great job, but Tayson is slowly, inch by inch, getting closer and closer.
待って待って待って、どういう動き？
いや、外からも。
待ってろ。
Get more and more dangerous because we got a little bit of a north zone going on. These guys are going to have to end this one sooner than they both choose to disengage.
We're Stash fighting back here, trying to regain the walls here.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Huge tag on Chapix here, nicely done. He's going to open things up, allow him to get some more territory, and closer he goes. Tayson fights back. The 4X FNCS champion.
125やっていくわ、マイブカ。やばすぎ。テイソン落とされて。メルサッチもいや、チャピックスきつすぎる。金庫やからな、これ。いや、ただ、マリブカ割って。お互い、2人ともシールドさでも回復して、うますぎ。いやー、これは無理やな。チャピックス・テイソンが落とされていく。マリブカ・メルサッチリオが勝っていって。
ああ、いい。
さあ、マンシティに行っている。
Hamsu and Batch on the other side, also from NAE, so they have a lot of familiarity in terms of fighting against each other. Scram is going to be the odd man out, and you see him trying to find some separation because him and Chimp are not that close together. And all it takes is for both of them to kind of bum rush into one box and kind of end their run.
Now jumping over to the other side of the map, as we all know, this area, one of the most hotly contested zones right now, Tilted Towers, at every single in-person event, has always been the home of fireworks. And Chicho and Trulix are looking to go ahead and see what they can spark up nearby, but that's not going to be anything. On the other side, NA West cooling Yumi. One of the few teams on NA West showing up in the top 10 so far.
Yeah, had a fantastic game, number one, third place. Cool, got to be living on a prayer right now because for him, he's 1v2'd. Unfortunately enough, he was unable to get Yumi up in that game. He had to finish it off as a solo. And for this duo, it's kind of slow and steady. They land out here towards the island, a little uncontested. They might have one team just a little bit south. For them, it's about getting the resources, looting up, and then they go on the top of the Mighty Monument to find their surge before they eventually try to rotate out.
Robob and Walks now, stepping up. They're chasing down Peppo here.
本当に、不幸にも。
Way off in the distance
here. No, he's gone. He's out. He's watching.
Uh-oh. 割られて。オックスと、あ、ルナペポ選手、やばい、詰められてる。頑張れ。いや、痛い、やられた。ルナペポが落とされたな、ここ。いやー、なかなか。さあ、さっきビクロイしたコード。センテル。
are now positioned up dead center, and it seems like they have done enough. This villain story that we've seen unfold over the weekend, contested in the lead up. Malibu and Mercer are still problems on the horizon. Could it be, of course, Booga and Mira who were looking off and picked them off?
I knew they were going to go to the Mighty Monument to try to get the Storm Surge. Great minds think alike. Peterbot and Jamper from NA East beat them to it. One of the players from the NA West Championship duo is going to leave Cool by himself yet again. But how many 1v2s can you take?
This is Peterbot though.
Box やばすぎ。
And he makes it look easy. It's just like that. Jamper and Peterbot earn themselves a huge elimination onto a team inside the top 10. What an Elin.
And for them, you got to think Peterbot and Jamper don't have to worry about Storm Surge in the immediate future. But you know how active this lobby is. They got to start thinking about it later on in the game once they find that rotation.
Well, listen, we have Mini Miner here to update us on more action.
Thank you so much, Monster. This is a prime example as to how to finish a fight quickly, right? We know PHC and Ketos are fighting in the middle of the map. They need to finish this fight quickly, and look at that. Pinching from both angles, getting that Storm Surge done early, as well as bolstering their loot. Look out for this team for the rest of the game.
And that is such a huge set of elims there, because that's another team that is huge, like honestly showing up for the Brazilian region. PHN and Ketos, man, wait for them to just really show out. You know, the discussion and lead up to this entire event was things are going to be easier. You know, let's not respect these guys. And now all of a sudden they're saying, hold up. No, hold my water.
hold my mini shield. Let me show you what I'm capable of. And I am so impressed by what we have seen so far.
And you're seeing a lot more activity in this game than the previous two, because they're starting to fill each other out. They're realizing how hard it is to get Storm Surge later on in the game, so they're trying to get it as early as possible, so that when they end up in those close zones, they're boxed up, they can pick and choose when they have to peek, instead of Storm Surge saying you have to go or you're going to go back to the lobby.
The deal, no stranger to victory royales, but falling very much short so far. You saw the standings there, 4 points separating first and second. Still a very much competitive competition, but EU has taken big strides to start leading the pack here. Pam's doing fat.
いやー、ペポルナデュオが落とされてるね。
Let's get on over to Clicks and Duke here. They've had such an uphill battle fighting their way out of the Joneses against Pink and Anas.
モーグルマスターめっちゃ多い。
It has not been easy for them.
モーグルマスター、サーフウィッチ。
For them, they have to worry about it, yes, but it's such a low number, they're just trying to get ahead of a lot of the rest of the teams, so that way they can easily try to look back. And the shot still coming in from the high ground. There goes Duke trying to poke a couple of shots. He finds some good damage. Takes some as well. Going to be above the damage threshold. So once again, they can find a way to kind of rotate forward. And I want to see them do that now, because history says when Clicks and Duke fall behind the zone, they somehow find a way to kind of have those good games.
I think the player base tends to forget, the scene tends to forget. Clicks has also competed in the World Cup for solos and duos. This is where it all began for him so many years ago. And just look at the difference now. All grown up here at the international stage, still competing at the highest caliber.
Saあ、ミリム、アルバデュオ。
They've been putting in work for a very long time, but look at this. Tough right now. This is the worst we've seen them.
いや、頑張れ。生きてる生きてる。ただサージが大丈夫なんか。これいけてる。
is not only are they right at the edge of zone, they have rotation right above them, they have elevation right above them, so they're going to be able to kind of lay their eyes on the land and try to find the shots. But Bevy and Vortex are under siege yet again.
ただ1回。
They're 153 above the damage threshold, so they can pick and choose. Do we fight this here? Do we wait a little bit longer? And it looks like they're going to try to get even more surge and hunt down these teams as Vortex takes a huge amount of damage.
Vortex versus Vortex surge for a second there. Don't be confused. Two very different duos. Kanata and Macwood, though, are alive right now. We've seen them put up some exceptional performances today. So especially in that game one, they were the upset to Bugha and Miro. Game two, not quite where they wanted to be, but this here is a chance at redemption. They find Robab and walk on the edge of zone. Malabuka from the storm to the new safety of the zone. It's not looking good, though. He has lost his teammate.
Yeah, early games, they were below on damage, not getting too aggressive. And you see the A's duo taking out Brazil as well. King went down, but that's Jason Basil above Malabuka. Do they know he's weak? That is the biggest thing. Because they know he's a solo, and they know he has a total 86 HP and shield. You know as well as I do, they're probably going to go, but that's information that they lack.
Well, don't yell too loud. Let's go ahead and jump into Bad Sniper and Noah Riley right now. They're starting to eye up the competition on the other side of the wall as well. You can see they're just looking, but hey man, there's something about these extremely healthy builds.
このスキンね。
No one really wants to fully commit
なんか言うね。
a full mag
サージ食ら
inside.
って
You
る
have to start deciding for yourself. Are they in a world of trouble?
いや、これ行くのか。
Actually do it, and Bad Sniper says
サージ食らってんの分かってるもん。いや、行くかな、これ。落として奪って。やば。すごいな。サージがきつい。
Right around the corner, though, you gotta watch out. Cammy and Seti is there, but back on board this fight where Malapuka is still alive by himself. Jason Basil, the doing a good job, he's doing everything that he can. Pressure from so many angles. Is he gonna be able to escape?
Let's see it go down. Jason Basil have an incredible win rate in these close game battles in the early zones, and look at that. All of a sudden now they add to it, padding the stat, making it nice and solid. Clicks and Duke thought about it. They say, no, OCE boys, you got it. I'm getting out of here. And that is so much respect because they are so far below the surge as well. They could have easily stood there and fight. They need it more than anyone. As do, oh my gosh, our game leaders, Seti and Cammy, are actually below the surge. This is so bad for them.
just need to be able to find a position front side of zone, but they think it's the less travel. But there's so many teams in front of them. 3 directly on the right, 3 directly on the left. One is behind.
ぼーっとしてたら死にそうやね。
126。いやー、ダメージがすごすぎる。
みんな腰方がすごいな。
ノアレリーがカウンターエグすぎ。ワンパンしていく。紫ハンマーエグい。ここでセティが落とされる。
見てる部分が違う俺ら。
両方落とされてるんかな。
あ、これでロッキーよりちょっとなんかロッキーよりちょっと遅いわなんか。今のはレイリーの視点来た。
やばい。やばすぎ。今のなんで勝つん？アクは強すぎるやろ。いや、クリックス落とされた。ちょっと更新したら、じゃあなら合うんちゃう。
CM ありがとうございます。
そうやね、CM 出るに。歓声がすごい。
Looking to continue to hold their position. They are 100 above the surge. They are just around that top 5 position leading into game 3. What is almost the halfway mark of the competition. And Brazil could not be prouder to have them representing here.
Jumping on board. Rob is already down. He is out. Chimp's gonna be able to get 2 more points from the elimination for himself.
うわ、エイムやばい。
これで揃ったという。
今ウォックス選手がスカしてる。一緒？階段スカしてるで。あ、これジャンパかな。相方が落とされてる。ミロエンブガー。さあ見てんな。ジャンパー使ったの見て。便乗していくか。便乗してるね。さあジャンパー便乗成功。よくちゃんと見てる。さあアルバミリム選手のところに行ってるね。いやー、さっきもブーガに選手に落とされてるからな、アルバで。頑張れ。
This is a team that has struggled in the early instances of the chapter this season, but they have managed to find their way into such a great position. But now, let's jump on over to some of the GOATs. Bino and Queasy, 2 healers already poising themselves up for an excellent game here. Near max material.
クイジーアイテムエグいな、普通に。チャグ12って。
やばい。
Refresh right there. Eventually bounce them back in the game and man, you don't see this very often where it's your drop spot where you start off in the zone.
なんなら次更新したら俺の方が早かった。
マジで？じゃあ俺も更新しようか。ミリム選手、アルバディオまだいるよ。
あー、しんどいこれ。上手、読めない。CITOZ とカイトズ、知りません。読み方がわかりません。
キトズかカイトズ。カイトズじゃん。わからん。クロームすごいな、やっぱ。
カイトズとかない、多分。そうだと。あ、早い。練習が早すぎる。
おお、アルバ来た。来た。
アルバ来た。
さあ、もう一回ジャンパー押さえてんな。
今ちょっとフリーズ来た。やばい。
いいよ。さあ、トーマス HD デュオ。いや、マジで頼む。アルバディオ。マジで安定していってほしい。アンチでも移動今してたから、みんな移動するときに先取っていって。エイムがやばい、マジで。マジでやばい。 いや、変が落とされた。さっき2位のデュオや。2位のところ。ハイが、いや、ここは安定してんな、マジで。エイコン。エイコンデュオ。めちゃくちゃ、しかもサージ。エイク600。アルバはどこやわからん。めちゃくちゃ終盤21パーティー。さあベノが落とされて、いやこれ蘇生、やばい、ヘッドホン取れてる。誰がやった。いやーブーガとザゴーさん倒してる。ザゴーさん倒してんで。マジか。見たい。リプレイない。どこや。見え。あ、おる。結構上の方。さっきビクロイしたコールドセンテルデュオ。アクアすごいよな。あそこから勝ってるからな、マジで。やばすぎ、生存。これジャンパーかな、臨場か。さあ、トーマス HD デュオ。いや、ここ
昔から
やばすぎ、今の。一回、ただトリップがちょっとやばい、今の。ごつすぎやろ。
アッカーって昔からいて上手い人の一人よ。
そうやね。1回目ブーガのあれの時のデュオで、優勝してた人。いや、アルバやばい。頑張れ。耐えろ。いや、でも大丈夫。ただ資材大丈夫なんだ。いや、頑張れ。セカハイぐらいや。ワンチャン狙ってる。アクはこれ行くぞ。
お、すごいテープジャンパー。
おわ、もう一気にローまで行くか。ただローこれ結構多いと思う。なんか浮いてる。
これはなんかバグって浮いてる。
アルバ頑張れ。
いやー、これ
ピンクがめっちゃ倒してる。やばい。エッグ。ピンクめっちゃ倒してる。トーマス HD。
いや、これしんど。
ピンクがマジで無双してる。ブーガが落として。ブーガ強っ。アルバディオどこや。真ん中やね。いや、ここめっちゃ混み合ってるからやっぱ怖いな。頑張れ。いやー、後ろ。これがうまいね、マジで。トーマス HD。こういうの結構あるよ。やば。前の世界大会もね、マフィンさんこんな感じやったから落とされてた。さあ、レイゾン。アクアデュオ。うますぎる、移動が。ハイグラー。さあ、トーマス。戻ってる。100カットやっていく。やばすぎ。いやー、崖やった。あ、ミリムさん落とされた。トーマスにやられてる。マジか。さっきのミリムなの。ザゴさん、1人や。頑張れ。お、これ蘇生いける。いけ。頑張れ。誰の声。
あ、蘇生できてないかい。持ってそれ行こうとすんのいかつす。すごい剣幕高くなる。いやー、きついな。
いや、生きてる。頑張れ。頼む。いやー、
生きてるやん。
3位は確定。やった？
あそこ2位やん。
いや、まだワン
2位じゃない？
チャンある。頑張れ。きついけど。まだ生きてるで、だから。
足生きてるから。
やばい。
そうじりひんやん。
やばっ。 いや惜しい。いやでもナイスにやば。えぐ。
名護にえぐ。
えぐい。いや惜しいマジで。惜しい。いやナイファイでもやば。今のえぐい。ここ2位まで1人で持ってったから。
1人で2位まで持っていく
いやマジ惜しかったでも今の。トーマス HG がうますぎる。
いやええな。
なんか立ってるよ。
そして G フォースが開かないって話をしていい？
G フォースなんで？
何回クリックしても開かん。
What a treat for us to really dive inside the minds of these players, right? To understand what makes them tick and how they find the success. Kelly, please give us the update.
Joined here by Z, Andy, and Joe. Everyone make some noise for our Game 3 winners. So I swear, I was watching the game and I saw Acorn and Edgy had it. I turned around, looked back, and then you guys had it. How were you able to take it?
We just fed it up and cleared 90 to the sky limit.
It was absolutely incredible. Not only did you get the VR, but you also walked away with 9 eliminations, I believe. Is aggression a big part of your play style?
Yeah, we want height just spraying down gang.
アンディはもうめっちゃ前から見てるから。
We'll see.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about the remaining 3 games today?
Feeling good after our game now.
As you should be feeling good. Everyone, one more time, make some noise for these 2 right here. Thank you guys for joining me.
Yeah,
GG. We're going to be heading on to the desk.
俺全然知らん人ばっかりやねんけど。
Victory Royale in game number 3 of the FNCS Invitational. A huge way to show up, and not only the Victory Royale, but accompanied by 9 eliminations. Tokata, that's what you want to see on this stage.
It's what you love to see, right?
マジもう3時間経ってるで。
マジ
配信は3時間半ぐらいでしかもあれのツイッチの配信自身前からやってる。ああ。
These guys land all the way down to the south, down in Synapse Station, just before the zone started closing. It was 5th zone, I believe. They had 3 eliminations.
ハイグラ強いなやっぱり。
ハイグラ取って対空で溶かされる人がかわいそうや。
ポイントもさ対空で取れるしさ。
I love how they've adapted. They were actually originally going to be contested by Baka and On1 in the Synapse Station.
これはザコさしゃあないな。
いやでもあそこから2位ってやばくね。
2位まで持ってっただけで十分すごい。
Looks so good here, especially to finally be able to kind of to get those wheels moving, right? To get these players finally in that place where they can say, look, okay, game 1, regardless of what has happened in previous 2 games, we're all ready to go and we're ready to put numbers on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at said leaderboard and see how things are shaking out. Remember, we have another 3 games left today. We'll be back tomorrow for the last 6. Queasy and Vino now tied with Meram and Zagu. And I just got to say, the international teams here.
やばすぎ。ガチやばい。え、同率1位やん。1位、1位、1位、1位。やばすぎ。1位、1位。やばいって。
え、1位なの
?1 位やん。同率やで。
7ポイント。
だって91やからさ、同率やん。やばすぎ。え、2位、1位やん、もうほぼ。同率やで、91やから。やば。ガチある、ガチある、ガチある。やばすぎ。マジこれアジア勝ったらいくよな。いやマジあるで。通用しますとかいうレベルじゃなくて通用しすぎて。だから今の2位がめちゃくちゃ効いてるよ。1位誰なの？セティたちはあれ落ちた
I'd love to take credit, but it could be the points you've scored thus far. Second place in game 2. Hen, how are you feeling after the first 3 games of FNCS Invitation?
Not good enough. Obviously, we got second place in the second game, but the first and the third game weren't good enough. And hopefully we can fix that after the break. Yeah, that's about it.
I mean, Vortex, coming into this competition, you say it's not good enough. Do you set real high expectations every game? Do you set certain things you must do on a game-to-game basis each time?
Yeah, we did okay the first 3 games. First game I did a dumb mistake, and yeah, we need to fix it.
Gotcha. And I think when it comes down to this competition as well, playing against the rest of the world, there is a pressure, but there are still
全然ちょっと関係ない話をするとさ、
Games to go. That sounds like fun.
一回再起動してくるな。
何をディスコードね。
Let's head back to Zeke on the main stage.
Just kidding, Adam. Surprise for you here. It's actually me, Vivid, on the stage. Shout out to the players. Game number 3 is done. Into the halftime we go. Some of the players will have an opportunity to make some changes, just like Booga and Miro have. As you can see here, some of those early games, the Storm Surge wasn't necessarily looking in their favor. So they're actually going to go ahead and make sure to prioritize some of these tags before they're even fully loaded up. Miro right here has a pistol, and he's still making sure to find those opportunities in that early game. Now, of course, this is something that you love to see out of Booga and Miro.
いや、今日早くしてよかった。めちゃくちゃいい試合見せてもらってるわ。
Vortex are not even expecting them to still be up there, and they get this nice sneaky beam in here to make sure that their Storm Surge is looking good. And then listen, this is the adjustments I was talking about. Look at this. Booga and Miro sitting all the way back in the storm, knowing that Malabuka and Merstash have been making this late rotate with the moves as well, make sure that they get some Storm Surge tags on them as they fly through the air. He does get a knock, ultimately doesn't find the elimination, but the adjustments are being made, and that's what we love to see. Now let's check out what Zeke has for us.
Thank you so much, Vivid, for that breakdown. As we come back to the desk, we have a very special guest joining us here on the analyst desk. It's none other than Cypher PK. You guys can
Cypher PK?
I mean, we all know Cypher is pretty incredible at everything he does. I mean, you can hear the fan.
あ、おかえり。
Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
フォートナイト19人しかいないじゃないですか。日本人数少ない。
It's been exciting, man.
長さすぎて誰も起動してない。
いや、いるんやと思うけど。
Still doing very, very well, but some of the smaller regions, some of the maybe lesser known players have turned up today. It's been great to see. We've seen changes in strategy as well. Some crazy zones that have really put these teams together.
It's what you love to see, right? In an international competition like this, teams from all over the globe are popping off, right? I mean, the leaderboard right now, coming into this tournament, it did not look like the leaderboard is reflecting currently.
Yeah, that's right. We're back here. How are you feeling now that everyone's here?
I'm feeling great. You know, first event since World Cup, and you guys blew out of the water.
That's awesome. What are you thinking about the competition so far? How are you enjoying the games?
Well, it's great to see some of these players like in a LAN environment, and because there has been one in such a long time, a lot of these players, this is their first ever in-person event. So it's a completely different kind of shock when you're playing in front of a crowd and you hear the cheering and roaring. So some of them are veterans, some of them have LAN experience, and that is going to benefit them, but then the rest are kind of here for the first time.
Yeah, yeah. Is there like a duo you feel like you're following? You're like, yo, I'm vibing with this duo, and then maybe one that you're like, yo, these are the ones I think are in.
Well, the duo from Japan, I mean, I'm glad to see like a small region pop off on like an international level, so I'm kind of rooting for them.
That's right, dude. Zago and Maron, they are absolutely, like, it's weird too. They're just running around, and it's like,
Cypher PK
they're just there. Like, it's like, hey, there's action over there. I want to be there, finding eliminations. Who are you hoping to see change things up as we kind of move into the later half of the day?
Well, there's a lot of
fights
happening right now. You got a little bit in Joneses, a little bit in Tilted Towers, and whoever's just on the bad end of that, I want to see some adjustments from them and see if they can like put aside their ego and just make the right play, maybe land somewhere else or change it up. I mean, there's some spots in the map that might still be uncontested, but you know, you're looking for that scrap loot and trying to make it to end game. You might not want to make that change in the middle of the tournament, but it could be beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, you are pretty much known as like one of the guys that can adapt to anything, right? Think back all the days of like, I'm going to build a tower here and I'm going to throw a million traps in here and, oh, it's a convenient launch pad. Do you maybe have advice for some of these players? Maybe things you would hope to kind of like consider as we now have that time to kind of collect ourselves?
Okay, so my biggest advice, I mean, as someone who's played some of the pro-ams and in-person events, my biggest regret sometimes is just not going for it. There's like a little bit of like panic, a little bit of nervousness on some of the plays. You gotta really just get into that mindset. Like you're playing at home. Like if you can get into that mindset, play very comfortably. Like you'll make plays, and people will be shocked by it. They won't expect you to make those plays.
Yeah. Do you have like a favorite moment that has happened so far? Like anything that stands out? Like yo, that moment was wild.
I mean, I've seen some crazy 1v2s, which is, I mean, just think about this.
Yeah, like
like we talked about the accolades that these duos have, and the amount of FNCS championships. It's insane. I would not want to be playing against these guys. So to do a 1v2, and we've seen a few already, and I think we're going to see a little bit more going on. That's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, watching a lot of these 1v2s happen, kind of like to what you're saying, it doesn't just happen, right? Like it's kind of like walking up to professionals of your equal talent. Like I'll just 1v2 you guys in front of a live audience, kind of casually, no big deal.
Look, it's a feeling that's unique though, especially in an in-person event like this. You hear the crowd cheer when you get back clutch, and it's exciting. But I'm curious, Cypher, we've seen multiple duos from Brazil right now in the top 5, in the top 10. A duo from Asia tied for first place. We've seen a lot, but I want to know, what do you want to see that has not happened yet? Let me know if there's something that you're looking forward to happening.
Well, I guess one thing that I did want to see was some of these smaller regions pop off, and we're seeing that with Brazil and Japan, and I think like some of the less conventional playstyles and duos that people don't know about, showing up on the main stage and doing really well, like that kind of shakes up the scene. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing it live, and you're seeing the crowd react, and they're rooting for the underdogs as well, which is great to see. So it's been a blast.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Seeing all these players here together with each other as well, getting to interact.
How important
do you think that is on a player level? How important do you think it is to, like, you know, have some friends, make some communities, and enjoy it?
I mean, it's so important on a player level, but even just from a competitive standpoint, like this is esports. Like competing in front of an audience and you know, having that pressure on you and still performing and still doing well. That is a true testament to what kind of player you are, in my opinion. If you win online tournaments, that's great, but this is the true test of skill.
Yeah, Cypher BK, thank you so much for your insight, brother. It's great to have you here in person. Fans, if you see him, make sure you say what's up to Cypher. He's one of the coolest people you'll ever meet in your entire life. The players are currently on a little bit of a break as they collect themselves, so why don't we go hang out with the casters?
Thank you so much, Zeke, there for, of course, introducing us. Now, listen, all that hype about what your favorite moments, look, I want to talk about what I've loved the most so far. Let's talk about how this script has been flipped way upside down. Not a single person expected. I think what we've seen today, and for me, the Brazilian in the 2v1 situation there on the outside of zone, wait for him to clutch up, and then PHC and Iquitos coming through, putting up incredible performances so far. What a way for them to represent for the entire Brazil region.
I like how you're going for a region that isn't necessarily the most talked about. No EU, no NA at all, neither one East or West. And I'm going to follow suit. I'm going over to Asia region. I want to visit Japan one day. And I hope we get to meet Zagu and Mira. These guys are lighting up the leaderboard. They are putting on a show, and it's a show that I don't think anybody expected to see. And they put every single competitor on lobby on notice. We are here. We're here to contend. We didn't fly that long just to come home, which is $1,000, 50th place just for a top 10. They want first.
And not to mention, they are coming off the heels of being the champions of their region. That was a big part of the entire story as to why we began rooting for them from the beginning, because we have never seen such a gathering like this before.
And now only their second. This is their second finals appearance. That one championship.
通常はやばいよ。さあ、ミリム選手。これな、1マッチ目、えぐいよな。めっちゃ楽しそう。めっちゃ集中してる。
今ロックが使ってるスキン。
そうそうそうそう。ほんまや。ほんまや。使ってるやん。やば。
いや、もうそのスキンやっぱセンスだ。
ありがとうございます。しかもあれやん。アイスブレーカーの人多い。
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic.
やばいよな。これクラッシュ直前みたいな。ハンマーとプライム。
coaches there, whatever they need to do to kind of recollect and prepare for the last 3 games on the day. Now, earlier we had a really cool moment. We got to listen on between Booga and his duo and kind of hear what was going on.
A
few of those for you guys you might have missed during the game. Check this out.
Nice!
Whoa. Boicha?
Yeah, they're here.
これボイチャやば、ストラグインやけど。やばいやばいやばい。ポンプ
ラグに仲良くそれができるな。
ポンプマジ俺プライムにしちゃった。
当たらない、もともとか。
ああ、やばいやばいやばいやばい。
どっちもエミ悪すぎやろ。
どこどここれ売ってない。やばい。
外しすぎやろ。こっちだからへんしまって、音量が爆音してまって、音量下げさせて。耳潰れてまう。お前にしよう。耳やばい、潰れそうやな、待って。ラグイ関係なしにめちゃめちゃエイムがある。
いや、マジか。
これポンプやれてか。やばい、リロードがめっちゃ遅い。自分がダメ食らっても相手にダメ食らっていう。
うわ、固まる。まあ、いつものことか。
ラグが来た。ちょっとラグになってきた。やばい。で、ラグいというか、視点が重い。異様に視点が重い。スイッチでやってる時の。待って待って、やばいやばい、待ったこれ。なんでやねん。
おミリムザゴー選手。
俺もプライム
いいよいいよいいよ、ポンプでいいよ。なんかポンプの方が軽そうや。重い時に。
レンジャーが一番おもろい。
あれはやばい。一回ここ、サイで。ザゴー選手。
明るささ、下げたらなんか、軽くなるってやっぱな。
そんなんある何レンジャー
レンジャーやで。
レンジャーいいな。ちょっと待って、レンジャー取ってくるわ。
取りに行く今。
I mean, they are just
今、めちゃくちゃ削られてる。
視点の動きおかしい。
固まってる。やばいやばい。
クソゲーやねんけど。動きがクソドロい。
アサルトはやばいよ。アサルトはやばいよ。
アサルトで終わらせてる。
most recent game, they're getting to the late game, and not only that, they're getting in with a good amount
of wins.
If they keep up this consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if they made that spot.
危ない危ない、待って待って待って、
なくなくな。
Those guys are really good at getting that early aggression off spawn. Getting those storm cells out, landing at a central POI, that sort of red bridge just to the left of that sort of mid-map area. They're doing a really good job of getting the surge. Of course, questions about that. Maybe there could be parties coming in, of course, with the central location, but they're answering all of the questions. And oh boy, are they fighting with some power? They're fighting with some aggression, and it's good to see. They're not nervous.
Yeah, Storm Surge, we saw it very prevalent in game 1. A lot of these teams coming out and saying, this is a massive issue, and already within 2 games, we're seeing some of this being corrected. There might be a couple of changes, like obviously a lot of people hinted as they're just getting aggressive, man. They're just saying, like, you want to fight at my POI?
Look, speaking about a change, I want to see
what
Squeezy and Vino do after this halftime, right? They've had 3 games. The first 2 went really well, and then this last one, they ended up getting eliminated a little early. I believe it was Squeezy that was the last one standing. Vino got knocked down, and then he went for the revive and got taken out as well. So it might have just been, you know, a little mistake. It's all about overcoming that, you know, leaving it behind you, adapting, and playing better.
お、危ね。危な。
今のあったことな
We don't usually have this in traditional tournaments. We don't usually have this half-time break in between three and or the first three games, the latter three games. So this is something that I'm excited to see most of this time. Who's been really looking at their gameplay? Who's been analyzing?
ラグなってきた。ラグなってきた。ラグなってきた。
あ、軽くなってきた。あ、落ちた。
I think they're going to be the ones that come out on top.
And I hope some of them even take this
FPS よりも視点の動きに引きかけるというか、グワングワングワンって動いて、酔うから普通に。
FPS の低下っていうより、あれ、ラグよ。重い。
視点が
重たい。いろいろし。いや俺配信してディスコでも配信してる。ディスコじゃあさ配信する必要なくね。あー出んかった球。やばいやばい入り込みやばすぎやろ。建築まで叩い
でどうするって配信
ディスコード見てないんやろ。
ディスコード見てない
なら決勝で
ディスコード切るじゃん。
いやディスコードは切らん。配信を切るってこと。ディスコード切ったら会話できる。
トライトつけてそれでもいいけど。
でも G フォースやからよくない。G フォース切れたらめんどくさい。お、ちょっと軽なった。よし、行くぞ。急に感度高い気分。え、マジで配信切ったらマジで軽い。やばい。
え、ちょっとワンパンした。
ラグすぎて下が向けへん。
ああ、意外さ。いやー、これさ、レベル追いつく気せえへん。
レベル？い
や、俺。
うわ、外した。やばいやばいやばい、近い近い近い。
タムにレベル追いついて。タムってあれみたいや。唐突に。名前が出えへん。名前じゃない、なんて言うの森田に走りそうなった危ない危ないガチ。
人の配信で何してくれてんの？
俺の階段を。
やねやねやねやね。リロードから。リロードできてなかった。は出えへんねんけどマジで。
わあ、うまっ。いや、でもさ、熱すぎる戦い方が。ちょっとマジで何も考えなくて。
エムいい人やったら。
めちゃめちゃ丁寧に戦い。
やばい。
ガチでタイマーしに行けばめちゃめちゃ綺麗に戦える説ないかな。めちゃめちゃ理論的に戦える。
やばすぎ。
difficult to come back from that. And of course, I mean, look at the lobby, right? Let's just take a look at it because everyone in this lobby is incredible. They're not going
一発でリロードできる。
フィジカルなんですよね。最終的にね、逃げるんですけど。今フィジカルって。
Kelly standing by, friends, over to you.
どういった？
いやー、今のピースコトル
それは分かってますよ。
最近ピースコトル練習してなさすぎてさ。
当たらない。
今の当たればかっこよかったけど。ピースコントロールに相手が来そうな場所は分かってんのにさ、練習が下手すぎてさ、立てるのとか結局負けていないっていうね。
あ
ー、今の当たってないの
ナンバー4、ゲーム4。
おい、一発。ちょっと挟まった。
Now that's what we like to see. Let's go ahead and just pick things up.
見えねえ。ちょっと待って、全然わからへんね、この映画。は？なんかカスダメージ。今の気は。
やばいやばいやばい。
これゲットされてる俺だけ。
いいのかな、そんなんで。そんな詰めちゃっていいのかな。
マジなんか俺だけ異様に勝ってダメで変化する。なあ、もう早くヘッドアンパンさせてくれ。こういう。
はあ今の当たってないんかよ。
ガチでヘッドアンパンでいく。やばいよな。
これ何ダメでんの。やばい、もう実況してないんやけど。
今156ダメですね、ちなみに。
マジかよ。
半
俺だって
分ぐらいの
156出したよ。スケた。
45ダメからの156なんか嬉しい。
それ違う。やばい。
あ、今の当たった。
は出えへん。やばすぎ。ワンボックス超えてった。
いや、今の入り込みであったら強かったで。
やばい。ああ、入ってくるやろ。
いや、でもさっきのやつ録画しとけばよかったわ。普通に忘れてた。もしかしたら始まった。
始まってるよ。
適当にレンジ打ったからやばい。
いやー、マジ日本あるで、マジで。事故らなければマジである。ラグい。配信という不利があるから。
ジカルすぎる。ああ、そんなの連れてきちゃっていいの。
who actually did win that on-spawn exchange last game against Buzz and Looter, trying to have that repeat success here in this game, but right now they're just kind of taking their time. They're high up on the mountain, so they gotta be careful for those third-party attempts to come through.
Now Buzz and Looter are playing
potentially similar here outside the Grim
Gables because we have this Larson and Smite duo who have fought their way on up to 7, and again, elims are the name of the game for Larson and Smite, but this is where they have built their reputation, fighting in the early game, managing to get so much experience being contested season after season. It started way back north where Vino and Queasy are, but hold up.
もう見よう。ちょっとやばい。
Gets the other, and down goes OCE.
スマイト選手が倒した。さあ、サベージチーム。サベージデュオ、対面やね、これ。めっちゃ画質いいよな。観戦画面。じゃあ、配信とかじゃなくて普通に見てる画面が。俺高画質で見てるけどめちゃくちゃいい。いやー、サルト M 一人落としてんな、サベージが。これ別パやん。3パいちゃう。
どうしたらサルトの M って鍛えられるんや。
エイム練習。
A good bluff is all you need here to back them off, and it is going to be enough.
ティルテッドじゃないもんな、これ。
ミスターサベージ。今サベージ見てる？
今変わった。今ユミ。
サベージに？
違う。サベージもう変わってる。
なんか俺ら遅いな。俺の遅い。更新して CM 来るわ。
フワちゃんやろ。
またフワちゃんか。あ、なんかスマホの CM、Google ピクセルやったわ。
そうやで。
フワちゃんちゃうわ。
でもフワちゃんの CM や。フワちゃん出てるやつや。
フワちゃんじゃないけど Google ピクセルやったわ。
待って。
ハンマーサルトだけでやるか。
下やな。
なんかアサルトのマップない。
うま。
アサルトのエイムが良くなるみたいな。
エイム練習場はある。
やるんじゃない？何する？ レンジャーとハンマーでよくない？
slowing things down just a little bit. They thought it was going to be an easy third party on Mr. Savage and Baka and on one, but it wasn't as easy as we thought.
レンジャーハンマーでいくね。
Plenty of highlights as well. Let's get caught up with how this unplayed and unfolded. So on one just gets
G-Horse
stuck
あと
up on
7
there. Saw the
倒していく。
all the builds. He says, no, I'm not going through that. We're going to go and take the easy path here.
That's exactly what iDrop was kind of talking about. He said, I've been dropping here
Mr.
for 12 months. I'm ready to fight. I'm not
レ
splitting.
ンジャーマジで火力おかしい。
がやばいってガンマッチは。タイマンでガンマッチは。
After game, if they can keep up this type of consistency, mix that with an opportunity to take the end game, this is a recipe for a duo that can catch fire at any moment. Because you gotta remember, one of the last in-person events that we had, not the last one, but one of the last, Mr. Savage took it out on top. You had Bizzle in second, and replacements down.
鶴橋一発かレンジャー一発で張り替えできんだよ。
Going to the trusty right on top of this air blink. This is what you expect. This is a huge double-edged sword here. Where you expose yourself, but you just open up the entire terrain before you. As we jump on over to Kitos and BH in here, looking absolutely phenomenal. They have more eliminations against players inside the top 10 than any other duo. Just showing us exactly what they are capable and made of.
なんか変なんか変だよ。
They consistently take out teams at the top, and that is perfect preparation for a lobby like this. Because you got to think the Brazil region, they're fighters. They love to fight, and right now they're playing against the best, and it's working out.
Let's talk a little bit about this zone for a second here. For the first time now, we see a little northern pull off to the east and get another kind of shaped up.
街の挟み方って難しい。
Shiny, it didn't quite work out for Vino and
やばい。
but what
今
we
の
did
時ない
see
ん
was
か。
that they were so
いやー、お
for
ね
a big game.
ー。なんかスライディングできるってジャンプがマジで押しづらいんだけど、本当に。
背面じゃないから。
It's crazy to me how
背面じゃないから、そしてラグになってきた。さあどうしよう。俺もレンジャーのカルパ45しか出ないから。サルとエイムを鍛えるためにここに来ます。あ、一発も足らない。まあ相手の飛びない。119? いいね。相手の選手がいきなり取ってきたね。怖いね。トラビオシ。待って待って、なんか打ち登りができないの。ストレスです。このゲームの一番のストレス、打ち登りができない。
あー邪魔。
あー、
ルナペポ？ちょっと待って、1回見よう、1回見よう、1回見よう。
お前そんな火力おかしい。毎回100何本出るやん。
ああ、対面。ペポ。アルバン見る、やばい。クイズーが狙ってるぞ。
今クイズーないけど、
そう
どこ今？
今ベノ。
あ、俺もベノだわ。シャブ持ってるやつを
いいよ。
12個、しかも。あ、レベル。ああ、やめたいか。マリオもない。
やばい、危ねえ。これ一発で張り替えなんですよ。GG。
今危ねえ。
ちょっと待って、ペポ一人やん、ペポ。ルナいない？
あー、レンジャー。レンジャーしろ。スクラムっていうやつなのか。
マンなんとかシティ。マンチェシティ。おお、はいや。降りてくるんでしょ。はあ。
今入り込む無理か。
ルナ
？We're here to fight, and we're gonna make sure we solidify the elim. That will effectively allow them to take first place, breaking the tie. Now, Vino and Crazy, of course, are just behind them, and this is gonna become a matter of who can survive the longest and play the best, of course. So this is still a moment of decision to make. Chrono Splash.
Ah,落ちた。
What are you choosing? I like Chrono Splash personally.
I'm trusting in my
gut. It doesn't matter what I want. They got the launch pad. I want the launch pad too.
そろそろ楽になってまいりました。
You can do the high pad. You can can go ahead and try to take high ground, be able to hold on it towards the end game, and this is going to be the first instance of Storm Surge in game number 4 that we're going to see. All day long, we've seen teams not necessarily manage it the best, and that being the sole focus of why they get down, but game number 3, victory royale, Joe and Zandy, 58 below the damage threshold, continuously falling.
Now they did win a game, but that's not enough to stay in. You have to continue to perform. Maybe, just maybe, that long-awaited break has allowed other teams to figure it out.
いやー、遅い。反射神経がおじいちゃんすぎる。
91 below here, but
神経がおじいちゃんだよな、普通に。おじいちゃん、おじいちゃん、おじいちゃん。あ、リセットができない。すぎて。
And he doesn't miss. How quick was the setup there? Nicely done. That little bit of defense.
やばいそれ。
Sometimes all you need to go and buy you some time.
はぁ？油断したね。油断したね。
怖いよ。
残念。そこは私の。
いや、一生上取られたら下にこもるっていうのがなんか定石になってきた。
Moraine and Vico really trying to show up this game, and you talked about it during that break.
How stacked
that top of the leaderboard actually is.
It looks like they were waiting around just a little too long. They try to bait out the vault, and instead they get punished. And now, Zaku is by himself. The shield bubble is going to buy him some time, but it's only a matter of time. If he stays there, yes, they're just going to 2v1 him. He goes up for high ground, and he's trying to get on out of here. Vico and Moraine decide better. They say, all right.
はぁ、危ねえ。
Let's just get to the new storm. Let's get safe, and that's what they do first.
はぁ、134あってたね。水曜。あと1分。これ切れたらもう実況しよう。毎回ここ落ちんねんな。どっかが壊れる。
なんで答えないの？
え、なに？ちょっと待って、ペポ？うわ、ルナやられた。
アナスや今。アナス。
ペポンもやられたか。
読めない。
うわ、惜しい。
俺の方がちょっと早いこれもしかして。なんか遅いんか。
やられた。
今チャピックスなったけど、まだなってないやろ。
チャピックスもやられてる。
あ、俺じゃ遅いやん。え、赤遅いやんじゃん。
もうやられてるから。
まだ生きてるじゃん。結構生きてる。
え、チャピックスやで。
え、チャピックスやで。チ
ャピックスやられてんねんけど。やばい、あと4秒、早く。ああ、切れた。切れました。
いやー、嘘。じゃあ俺更新しようかな。また CM やん。
絶対やで。
CM ですよ。
どうやった？まあまあ後半いける？負けますか？
海外の方がやりやすい。
海外の方がやりやすい。
動きやすい。
いいね、期待していい。
海外の方がやりやすい。
ありがとう。
マジ頑張れ。
こっちの音が出てすることない。
ここが安定してるけど、サージ食らってんな。あ、クイジギル。めっちゃ敵ロ。1 HP。やばすぎ。
ほんまクイジ 1HP や。やばくね？
HP2。きっとある。
クイジ 1HP、ベノ2、クイジ2。あ、
ベノもやばいな。ああ、ケグ。なんでケグがあるんや、すごいな。え、これじゃあ全回復やん。ケグで切ったやから。やば。
クイジ全回復、ベノも全回復もしかして。
ほぼ。
あ、ベノもほぼ。
いやー、運がすごいな。
はい、よかった。俺医療キット入れてなかった。積んでた。いや、ケグと医療キットのおかげやで。
すごいな、運やで。
無理。
うわ、やばすぎ。うわ、打ち合いが。 やばい、周りから。うわー、倒された。大ファンしてる。
ベノの攻め方が、
ザゴさん
2人いたんか。
ザゴさんめっちゃ打ってなかった。当ててたんちゃう？
いる
いる。すごい近くに。あ、今飛んでったかも。左にいるはず。いや、サベージの武器よ。いや、ここ強すぎん、全部金やねんけど。
金、青。
青はいらんや。
武器強すぎん？
やば。ザゴーさん一人っぽかったけどな。
しかもどっちも金プライム、金忘れて追ってるぜ、このゲーム。
いや、このスキンもマジでモサスキンで流行ってるから。
このスラ使ってるんや、サベージ。サベージのスラハシが。
さあ、リプレイ見て
サベージこのスキンも使ってるな。ジャンプ置いて、チリチャグは
ジャンパーがやられた。
ね、それはもちろん。チリチャグを4個でもトーマス HP トリップでトリップ。あ、ここでロックの画面を見てみると、意識してないんや。
してない。あ、してもいいけど。
いや、別に余裕。見てる画面が違うっていうのが辛いな。
ザゴーさん。いや、ミリムさんやられてんな。一人や。また一人で頑張ってる。
あ、来た。あ、ザコデカポー
いや、やっぱ移動がな。いや、マジ頑張ってくれ。いや、そっち。
ミリムさん死んでるん。
これでも一回さ、やられたらさ、もうリブート無理やんな。
Yeah, for them, it's not chasing after elimination. They're not forcing any of these plays. Like you said, slow and steady wins the race. So for them, they let the opportunity naturally present itself while gathering all the information. They know exactly what to do as long as they're not playing with their backs up against the wall. Clicks and Duke, another highly skilled team, 353 above the damage threshold. They already have an elimination. For them, it's just making it to the end game itself.
It's crazy to show the disparity, the point difference between Clicks and Duke there and first place, 47.7 points. It shows you that's about a 2-game spread. You have to play very, very well, but it also shows you one big win, and you're inside the top.
1位のチームってどこやったっけ？
アルバザコってやってる。99ってなってた。今のポイントも含めてかもしれんけど、1位で。
あ、クイジーベノが倒れてるからワンチャン1位やよ、これマジ。1位か、じゃあ。やばい。ガチいくって。
ザゴーファースト。
マジ勝ってくれ。3時間。
And that was
easy. It's easy. Believe in that double. いやー、早すぎ。さあ、ハイグラ勝負。建築がうますぎる。やばい、Mマジで。一発目当たったらな。あとマジで楽になるから。
ザゴさんまで来てるやろ。
来てるはず、多分。まだキルログ出てないはずや。
東ファイトザコや。いやー、これない。ハイグラか。
どこいる全然見えんかった今。いるワンチャン落とされてる見逃したかな。いや、生きてるやろ、多分。
あの人がそんな簡単に死ぬか。
なんか叫んでる。ザゴってレフスガードがやられて。どこザゴさん。レフスガード選手やられて。
上に流れ、あ、ここに流れてるのか。
左上。ピンク無双してんねん。どこザゴさんいる？ え、見えへんの？ワンチャンやられた。
遠すぎて理解できへん。
アリスさん、アリスさん、アリスさんいる。
もう英語にすんな。日本語にしてくれ。
ポルトガル語はある。
レスタッチマリブカディオもいってる。
今、視点コールドさん。
俺もコールドさん。
やばやば。
コールド戦でいった。うわー、画質が荒いから、シリチャグがすんごい見た目になってた。
あー、やられた。
これは無理やな。
アリスさん生きてる、アリスさん生きてる。
センティとだけでも生きるかみたいなとか。
いや、センテルうまいよ。
センティとだけ生きるみたいな。
さあ、アナスがハイグラ。
センティとあれからよく生き残ったな。
いや、ハイグラが強すぎる。
ゴールドさんだけがピークされたんか。
そうそうそう。
だから一人だけで戻してもらう。
これでやばいぞ、ハイグラ。
俺がフォートナイトで
ほら、アリスさんいる。
左下。
アリスさんいる。
一回味方と味方すればもしかして余裕で勝てちゃったりするこのゲーム。
強力や。これはもう。おお。
今まで理解してない時点でこのゲームをやってる意味が分かる。あえ掃除プラン、
アナスやられてる。これハイグラ来てんな。
浮いてる。
あー、エブリーが取ってますね、これ。あー、落ちた。一回落ちちゃったの。あー、やばい。これ上がれるのかな。めっちゃいる、めっちゃいる敵。アリスさんやられたわ。
今、神セッティが2位やわ。もでも神セッティと今1ポイント差やん。
でも、落とされたまだ
分からへん。生きてた、でも生きてなさそうやな、そうじゃない。いる？人多すぎてどこに誰がいるかよく
マリブカが1人やってる。
1位が、
なんか、
1位が、ファイト、よく名前がわからないんです。
フリー
103ポイントで。
みたいな。やば。
マリブカワンパン。
いや、後ろいる。いいよ、いい反応。
ここで、これ、ミサッチいないんか。
うわ、
やばい、
ローグラがやばい。
ローグラに
さあ、サベジ。アイドロップ。あ、神もやられた。お、2位やられた。でも、セティがやってるわ。トーマス。いやー、これまだ伸ばすな。いや、いってるよね。フリックスもやってる。アイコン。やば、うますぎ。
マリブがすごい機能の仕方。
やばい、後ろいる。
ゴリ押せ。
うわー、惜しい。惜しい。
いやー、これ買ったんでかいやろ。
うわー、やばい。ローグラがもうむちゃくちゃやもん。うわ、セティまだ生きてんのか。
てか、神セッティまだ生きてんの？
やばいやばい、ミニポン持ちすぎやろ。
20！神セッティヘイトを買ってないなぜか。
神は落とされた。うわ、やばい。ミスター・サベッジ。やばすぎ。やばい。
取り方がおかしい。
これはでクロムやろ。セティまだ生きてるからな。
サベージクロム持ってるってことはさ、これ絶対アイテム、うまいアイテムの使い方を見せてくれる。
ここで入り込む。うわ、惜しい。いやー、入り込む。うわ、でもセティ2位やったからこれ上がる。セティうますぎやろ。でもさ、終盤の途中にやられてんのに3位は強すぎ。でもセティが今セティが2位やったから結構上がった。ワンチャン1位上がってるかも。1位で
ワンチャン神セッティ1位になってないか。
そう、ワンチャンある。
3ポイント差かな。神セッティが俺が見たとき100ポイントで神セッティ1位が103ポイントで、
そう
でもいなかったから見た。
103、199や。
いや、3位が99ポイントでザコンさんやったけど、神セッティが2位まで持ってったから、セッティがあれ多分上がっちゃってた。
we just looked for height way more than like game 1, 2, 3, and like we just landed on it and like won the game. Bro. I don't know.
So is that going to be the strategy for the next game?
名前が読めない。
When it's free like that, we're definitely gonna be on high.
いやこれ誰が1位になるかわからんなマジで。
You seem to be feeling great right now, man. What's going through your mind?
サベージうますぎた。
That is awesome. Everyone make some noise for Commandment and Avery.
サベージが本当にうますぎた。
やばない今の。さっきの3キル全員だからじゃあ普通にマリブカとかもめっちゃうまかったしなんかローグラむちゃくちゃ
見えないところから無理やり建築突っ込んでってさ一人持ってくんマジでやば持ってけんかった一人持ってってさらに突っ込んで持ってけんかったけど
ギリエイムっていうか体力差がマジで惜しかったよ
popping off like a solo. Pink in 6 zone with 5 elims, but then Avery and Commandment taking it from above, taking the high ground and finishing it off with a nice little VR.
やっぱ結局絶対ハイグラが勝つやん。この人らハイグラや。
ハイグラでアサルト売ってるだけやんやってることが絶対してるしゃあないよねそれはしかもこの状況やったらだって打たれへんやん上を誰もあ落ちちゃったな5位か
やっぱセッティ結構稼いでんなやっぱりキルと2位やから
あすげえ
でトーマスが上がってきてフリーズ
でも2位と1位と1位がてか10ポイント差あるからな
スマイトめっちゃ上がってるもんな
オミセッティってか1位じゃなかった今
そうやで1位やで
オミセッティとその1個下で10ポイント差あるのやばい
Currently, you guys are sat, I think, in 13th place, 82 points.
Duke.
After 4 games, how's it been being out there amongst the rest of the competitors?
I'm feeling good playing with the loot that we have. We're doing really well for. We're leaving our spawn with like 2 minis max, maybe like a big pot. We're still doing good. I'm feeling good right now.
Doing fantastic. I mean, clicks as well. Prior to this competition, you almost partnered with.
てかでもさ、見てて思うのがさ、なんかいくら個人の実力があってもさ、なんかハイグラ取った方が勝ちなんやなっていうのが思うよね。
まあ強いよなハイグラ。
ハイグラ取ったらほぼ勝ちやん。1試合目神設定が勝つロケだってハイグラやった。
全部ハイグラが勝ってる。
まあこれだけあれカオスになるからこその部分はあれやろうけど。上を誰も打たないから打てないし。下は敵めっちゃいて上は。
マジでピンク。
それをガチで髪の毛ピッチ。
ルナペポ38位、アリス・スレッツが26位で、アルバ・ザ・ゴーミリム・デュオが5位。
アルバ・デュオが5位。アルバ・デュオマジで強い。
いや、ルナペポがさ、
ローグラから結構持ってくうまいな。
やられてるんだよ。
長尾さんってなんかローグラのイメージがある。そんなことない。
そうか。どうやろうわからん。
みんなうまいわ。
Thank you so much, Adam, and fantastic just to hear from these players.
アジアも通用するってことなんですよ。
同率1位やったんやばい。いやー、頑張れ頼む。ビクロイでマジ変わるから。
最後にさ、ビクロイしたチームさ、全然なんかトップ5とか乗ってなかったのにかわいそう。乗ってなっけ？乗ってないやん。乗ってない。
They're showing their consistency, but I just really hope that they can keep it up. Yeah, what's interesting about this duo, right? We saw them in the mid-ground layers that time, and usually we do see them there, but a little bit higher up than usual, and that's what they've been doing this season. They've been switching up their playstyle, which hasn't worked out too well for them in the past. They're traditionally low ground, very, very calm, very, very passive, if you like, in the early stages of the game. Just relying on the surge, of course, I mentioned earlier. But they are really trying to change things up, and you could see it didn't quite work out. Of course, Cammy going down early. So you know what Seti thought? He thought, you know what? I'm just going to go back to basics, back down to low ground. We've seen him so many times.
だんあれなんか現地で見てるからワンチャン映ってるんか公式配信だからあそこの席で見てるんや
すごいな
これやばいこのワンパンエグいいやそんだけクロムの入り込みがちょっとあれない反応速度もエグいけど
That's right, man. Two games left on the day. And remember, this is kind of setting the pace because we're back tomorrow for another 6 games and we're going to walk away winners. But it is that time. We are ready for game number 5 here from Raleigh, North Carolina. This is the FNCS Invitational.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. There we get to kick
さあゲーム5
集中の仕方がエグいなそれにしても
What a set of games we have had so far.
Yeah, this is nothing short
うまいの一言しかないよ
at its finest.
ここ
I
まで
feel
来
like
る
a
と
gladiator calling all the action in an arena.
と一回ご飯食べようか
Dreams
な
come true. But right now, game number 5 is about to be underway, and this is where some dreams could become nightmares.
いや、ほんと11時とかにご飯食べたしな、昨日。
But it is inevitable.
食べてから8時間ぐらいしかなったわ。
You have to perform, and we've seen so many great performances already, especially when it comes down to this becoming legends duo of Cammy and Seti. Wait for them to represent not only for Poland but the organization. I know my boy Reno is proud sitting back right now as these players are competing at the best of their capabilities. But once again, this northern bus shows us there's going to be trouble for Savage and iDrop here, or Baka and On1.
Yeah, I want to see Baka and On1 kind of really either do one of two things. Be the aggressors first, or just kind of get what they got out of their loot and try to get out.
R0CK ラブノックカワウソ350人目標ブレイクファスト
Muzz and Looter getting busy, putting damage onto Larson before he can even touch the ground. Baka does it. He does it over towards Chrome Jam. He gets the double and takes down Mr. Savage and iDrop.
Man, oh man, there are big stories developing now. Green Gables will have a fight soon here. Looter and Muzz have a chance at redemption. But the story has been told for the Chrome Jam Junction. We have to close that book out for now. Meanwhile, don't forget, Kondo has the battles there too. Let's take a look here. This is how they go for high ground. He beats them to the drop. Whoa! Best Savage turns and burns on iDrop. What an incredible 2v1 representing for NA West. You didn't think it was possible, but they're putting it up. That's 2 for 2.
And another action going down very early yet again. Cloudy Condos, we haven't seen too much of it right out of the gates, but Chapix is down. Aqua was able to get the knock, and they're hunting. They're hunting for Tayson right now.
Let's see it. Cloudy Condos is a tough spot to fight, especially at the southern area. The southern area is more often taken by a singular team of Reason and Aqua, but Malabuka and Murstache got a little lucky here as Tayson tries to steal in and sneak away some loot. But you see the knock body there. No save just yet. They're going to leave him behind. They're baiting it. They want Tayson to try to go for Chapix here. Aqua gets punished, though. And now, little lesson learned, he slows down.
This is fabulous for Malabuka and Murstache, though, because now they have options. They can loot up, they can get the resources, everything that they want, and more as Aqua gets knocked, but Tayson gets taken out. Chapix and Tayson are the second team. EU are the only 2 teams down out of this game so far, but if you look at the leaderboard, Seti and Cammy sitting strong in first, Thomas and Trippin close by, but now Malabuka and Murstache, knowing that that fight just ended, they can either go right away and try to clean it up, or they can continue doing what they're doing, loot up and try to get out. But we know how aggressive this team is going to be, and I think it's going to be the first choice.
Let's see it. There's still a chance. There's still time left in the ticker here, but things are not looking too hot. Let's jump on over to Larson and Smite. This is now again the second time we get to catch it real early, where they have this slight advantage. The last time it was Looter who fell first, and then left it all up to Muzz. It's looking like this might be the same story once again. Looter and Muzz notably not successful in early game battles versus Larson and Smite as a comparison who have such better odds just historically. And so far, it's been just like that.
Yeah, that was a huge shot landed by Muzz, but in that 2v1 situation, it's easy to kind of stabilize yourself, heal up, and now Muzz is just trying to get out. He's trying to survive, and it's going to be up to Larson and Smite to kind of let him. Do you let him survive? You continue to chase, and right now, they are hot on his heels. They don't want to let these 2 points. They don't want to let that refresh. They don't want to let the elimination slip through, and right now, it is not, but that was an explosive ending. That almost makes magic happen.
Smite says, you want a show? I'll give you a show. Hold this pickaxe. And down goes Muzz. What a way to really assert yourself here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vico and Marine push up on retake a novice here inside the box. Vico with a quick finish and then steps over to the side. He 2v1s at the reality tree as well. And oh, the punishment there, that's tough, but it happens.
Yep, and the fights, they continue all around. Pink and Anas, they're trying to do it yet again, but it's not Clicks, it's not Dukes, it's Peter Bot and Jamper this time around.
What are they doing?
And they're ready to fight. They're ready to take it to them. And this is what happens when teams go the last couple of games struggling to storm surge on an uncontested drop. They're trying to get active. They're trying to find what damage they can gather. And for Peter Bot and Jamper, it does look like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew because Pink and Anas have every single advantageous position right now.
Yeah, but Peter Bot, Jamper already picking up big end games. They know how to navigate these early game situations, and more importantly, Peter Bot is just gross when it comes down to head-to-head. That is not a player you can sleep on by any means. And Jamper is a veteran. He does not get the credit he deserves. He has put in so much work for years now on the NA East region, and he always seems to fly under that radar. What more can do? And this is a respectable disengage, right? They come on in and say, oh, look, these guys are healthy. I don't know where's Clicks and Duke maybe, you know, let's get out of here.
Yep, but now you can see Rob Bob Kabam and Walks trying to bring it over towards Chimp and Scram, towards the outskirts, and another team looming in the distance. That's Peppo and Runa. And another team coming from the Lighthouse. That could be Pamsto and Fatch. Who knows? Either way, we're going to have a house party in a couple moments.
そうそう。編式を壊すときの編集速度が速いから一瞬で壊せる。ああ、そういうこと。やばいです。
Ruining their plans, but down come Chimp and Scram. So okay, there is a little development here. They do get to reset. Blind shot.
R0CK ラブ
おはようございます。
352
来てくれた。
おはよう。
タムタム。ごめん。ちょっと離席してた。見てるかな。いや、マジですごいよ、今。ほんまに。めちゃくちゃおもろい。かっこよすぎる、みんな。マジでうますぎて。なんなら入ってきてもらってもいいぐらいやけど。
見てきたらいいんじゃん。
一応入れといたよ。おいおい、ルナルナルナ。生きてる生きてる生きてる、頑張れ。いや、ここの対面なんよな。ここで勝てたらもう最高。頑張れ。マジで。この試合頑張ってほしい。いけるいける。ペポもルナも生きてるし。3パカでも。頑張れ。うお、すげえ構えがかっこよ。あー、やばいやばい、これは。いやー、詰めてくるかな。いや、もうでも近いな、めちゃくちゃ。一回パン焼けたから取ってくるわ。
ついてきたね。
And Peppo start to fight back. They have the shield chug there, and it's going to allow them to go ahead and heal. Now they run in to the zone, hunting for Robot. Peppo's like, no, I want this fight. And all of a sudden he is trapped like a mouse chasing cheese, and it might just be all over here. 10 HP, moments are ticking. Runa's down, he's hurt, but Wax falls first, and Peppo gets the first elimination there for his duo.
1 HP for Runa. Whoa. He got the med miss to stay alive. Can they? Okay, there's another rift there. I was going to say, I thought they were going to get the rift in time, but there's another rift there. Not too much to worry about for them. But every one of those teams that were fighting there that might not be the most healthiest are still going to have to go through Pamsto and Fatch. But on board, Belusi and Hydro, they're feeling good. They got themselves a spot in the zone.
Yeah, and you know what? This is a perfect time to catch up with Vivid with a mid-game analysis.
Guys, the action is popping off so much so that we missed the fight over here at Chrome Crossroads. Alex and Bailey haven't had the best of starts today, but game 5 here, they find these 2 early eliminations, and we know that they love to play the high ground. We want to show you guys these reactions. They're so happy to find this as well. The dances come out. We'll have to see what type of momentum this uses for them.
Excellent. And now we jump over with PH, Zen, and Kitos, who are sitting up on high ground, you know, hands off the desk, relaxing right now, just soaking in what
生きてる？どうやったん？どうなったん？やられた？
俺見てない。
アルバ、間違えた。やばい。
アルバできたぞ。さすがに取ってね。お湯をこして。
さあ、いいよ。いい位置取り。ただし、オッケー。強い。
To kind of take a big game and take up that first place spot right back. They're right now in center zone. They have the highest elevation in the lobby and a couple teams all around in case Storm Surge does become a problem. As Commandment and Avery over still towards Rave Cave. They have launch pad to use. They have enough rotation. So they're going to be one of the last teams to leave the spot altogether.
プレイヤー名がわからない。解除。もう読めないガチで。すごい。アンチコードしたら撃たれる。
裂け目あるやん。
これで裂け目を使ってストレート飛ぶと。で、当てようとする。当てていく。一点しかない。いや、あと1点。
早いった方がいいんちゃうこの人。でもそこまで遠くない。
いやきつい。
さあ、クイズイベノ。
クイズイベノ。しました。クイズイベノ。
Are they going to be able to kind of run up and clean it up? I think they got the elimination altogether.
Now keep in mind, Marine coming into that last game, they were in first and second tie beating, and they have fallen to fifth. This is a huge opportunity here.
That's where you take it into your own hands. Take full control of that one.
Position.
You cannot be out of position in a lobby like this. That is what it's going to be.
さあ、ミリム撤退。ミリム撤退します。
絶対どっちかやられるか。
名護さん死んじゃった。あ、やばこれ。皆さんきつ。
このハタミはきついな。
バカきつくね。
Cammy inside the storm. This is their home territory, dead center, more or less on the split. And now they get to hit that rotate.
PH Zen and Kitos from Brazil. We talked about them, 186 below the damage threshold. They're a team that can pop off at a moment's notice. They have the most eliminations on players in the top 10 on 6. Look at that stat, flies up right when I'm going to read it right there. But the 189 below the damage threshold, that is so concerning for me. But it looks like Vincent and Arthur are closing the distance. They might be below as well. This is between 2 teams, 2 powerhouses trying to land big shots. PH Zen loses his teammate. 2v1 situation. Arthur and Mixon trying to get into the box.
This is the first time we see PH Zen lose his teammate this early in the game. This is a huge development for him. And notice the problem is he didn't quite get to the zone early enough. And Z, Andy, and Joe capitalize on that solo opportunity. And PH Zen falls. And now they have a chance to fall down the standings here quite substantially. This is really beginning to open up and become much more interesting. And let's not forget, 5th place again is Mareem, left by himself as well. So this is the second game now too where the Japan duo is struggling here.
Yeah, and you can see outside of zone, 270 above damage threshold. And this is exactly the plays that you have to make, especially on a team that's looming into the distance. Basil in a 1v2 situation, he tries to peek and take a shot. But 2 prime shotguns are better than 1. They take him down in a blink of an eye. Baka trying to carry that momentum from the early game, but only 62 above the damage threshold. That's something that is looming in the back of their mind, and they haven't even left Chrome Jam Junction all game long.
That is true. And they have King and Ed, some of the regional dangerous fighters right there. We saw what Ed can do. He took out 2 of EU's finest. by himself inside the storm while being pressured. Snacky returns a huge favor onto Duke there, so down he goes as Clicks managed to find a trade too. So for them, it's still a tough situation, and even worse story unfolding here as Merstash and Malibuka are being lobby focused by Clicks on the rotate now. So all around, tough spot to be in here. Merstash barely holds on and survives in, so no knock there. That could be the difference maker.
Thomas got 2 on the Hen and Vortex, not just one. You see Fabs trying to reunite with Snacky. Malibuka and Merstash also in the distance. For them, that shield keg was absolutely needed, especially since they're only 67 above the damage threshold.
Oh, but I was just going to say, soon we might have to turn our focus to Peppo and Runa. They find Clicks right above Snacky and through. Cammy and Seti put the shield bubble on the boat, and they are gone with a clean rotate right up the river. That is just a 500 head play. Look at the play right here. We absolutely love to see these crazy strategies play out, and there's a reason they're up at the top.
This is just outside of the box thinking at its finest. That is the freest rotation I think we'll see all weekend long. And they're only 85 below the damage threshold. That's not much at all.
No, they're below. They don't have heals. This is a very tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti, as they have a true chance to once again break away with a big lead here. But they are, you know, fighting with one hand tied behind their back.
Peterbot, shields get dropped. Clown finally goes down. Huge siphon for Peterbot. Like I just said, his shield just got dropped. Now you're looking at a short pad from Revscar, trying to make it into zone. As soon as Peterbot hears that, he might try to recycle it, but nobody wants to leave this one just yet. 195 above. Peterbot ready for any challenge. Rapsguard goes up and over around each other, and it does look like this might be the moment. They got blessed. Now they're going to try and disengage.
Now, when it comes down to N8 East players that know how to fight, Peterbot is one of the few that represent by doing the work, not the talking. He is one of our most leading elimination leaders on the NA East region in general. So for Refsguard to make the rotate out is an excellent decision there, but he is met with Pamsu and Fatch firing directly inside. But we jump on over to Cammy and Seti. The story continues here. They need a tag. They need more than that. Kanata opens the box. They look to fire back. Nothing comes out of it. And now they say, hey, we got to get to these boxes. Maybe it's more important. Maybe it'll be easier to box fight. But Cammy falls to Bad Sniper. And it's up to Seti to do it all. Can he get pretty much a full elim worth of damage here? Oh, no.
I didn't mean to curse him. Luckily for him, no more. He instantly goes down. I was going to talk about the launch pads. The push came to shove. But now Joe and Z and he found 2 more launch pads. And so much room to work with as Malibuka and Merstash. 2 eliminations. No shield to work with. I'd say not much, but none at all to work with as Fast gets one on the swag as well. Malibuka and Merstash, they are in the most congested side of the map right now. They're going to need everything they got to try to stay alive, other than that launch pad. But with no shields on Merstash, that could be a risky play.
And what's crazy, remember, Cammy and Seti falling. They were in first place, 11-point lead over Trippard and Thomas. 3rd place of PA, Jin, and Kitos. We already talked about them just being completely devastated there. And here's the updated standing. Thomas, HD, and Trippard have a chance to catch up. Smite and Larson, Vino and Queasy as well. This is such a competitive FNCS Invitational. If we've ever seen one, especially after just 4 games, and now the 5th is unfolding before our eyes.
Top of the leaderboard, stacked like pancakes in a Waffle House right now. It's Thomas and Trippard, 2 eliminations at the edge of zone. And right now, there's so many teams on the outskirts. They can continue to peek and just put so much pressure on the lobby before they figure out what's next. The choices are definitely there. You see Acorn and Edgy, they're sitting clean. They found themselves a nice spot. Belusi and Hydro as well. Not too many teams on this side of the map, and this is what we would call the slower side, to where you don't have too much to worry about, especially if you're Acorn and Edgy and you're 676 above the damage threshold. That allows you that flexibility, that allows you options to pick and choose. Do you want to go ahead and put pressure on another team? Do you want to rotate around the map? The choice is now theirs. But a team that might not have those same choices is Malibuka and Merstash. They're only 105 above. We talked about the lack of resources that they have. So they're going to have to figure out something here. And you know as well as I do, they're going to have to look for a siphon. They're going to have to look for a refresh. They're going to have to look for a team to catch off guard and really pounce on them.
Let's see if they can do just that. 87 damage. It's good, but it's not good enough. Potentially here, 6 players are the difference between this surge continuing to stay online and turning off. Here it is, 3 seconds before the reveal. They're going to take the fight against Alex and Bailey. Alex and Bailey are multi-FNCS champions of the OC region. Murstache and Malabuka looking to step up to this huge challenge here. Gotta be careful though, this is what they love to do! And a great tag here. This is why Murstache and Malabuka are some of the best. The Chrome Shield comes down though, and that'll buy them some time.
And right now, Storm Surge taking out a lot of these teams. If you get your shields cracked, they will hear it and they will go. As Malabuka or Murstache, they know the position that they're in. It's all or nothing because you can't make it too much farther with the resources that you have. Alex goes down. Or takes down Threat. Murstache and Malabuka, they're going to be the ones that get all the loot because of it. As Baka and Onwin trying to stay alive, they're trying to protect what's theirs.
And they do just that. They get a little bit for their efforts, not much, but they're alive, and they've done some damage. They've defended the territory, and everyone backs up. Let's take a wider look here. Fadil has to give up the high ground. Everyone's making a rotate. Thomas, HD, and Tripper still a launch pad in the bag as they get to half and half out. This is excellent. Such an excellent position to be in. Switches over to the hard material, and they fortify up and branch out. What? And a play here just to even play for territory to open up the domain right now.
Malabuka and Murstache met their demise. Both King and Hellfire getting an elimination each, taking out one of EU's exciting teams is Queasy and Vino. Another exciting team coming in with all the momentum in the world, winning an EU Elite Cup, winning the NA East Elite Cup Finals back-to-back in the same day. Great. If that's not what you call preparation, I don't know what is.
And they're showing us why they're up at the top right now. And they are taking advantage. A northwest zone is excellent for a team like Vino and Queasy. They find Anas down low. That's going to be their 4th elim. Pink does not stand a chance if they decide to focus together, but it's more important for them to maintain the position right now. And this zone's going far. It's going to cut back towards Acorn and Edgy side. Scented and Cold have more of a dominant rotate here, and this is all shaping out to be a great game.
Look at that mountain. They got to go down the hill and then back up the hill. This is literally going to be a roller coaster ride of an end game. And if you don't have a launch pad, if you don't have chrome splashes, I wish you best of luck.
Well, we do know if you do, Cold and Scented go ahead and put the chrome splashes to the use here, to the test. And they jump right over that bush and into it. It's going to be a great spot. Meanwhile, everyone else takes to the high ground. Peppo finds an elim, and Yumi is going to fall there too. He is the victim of the loot that we are watching get sniped up by Larson and Smite here.
You know, they called it though. They called it's going to start at the drop spot of Grim Gables. They take out Muzz and Looter, and they keep things going. Repscar peaks at the right time. Finds the shots on the Cool. Another elimination going over. This could be a moment for him to remember for the rest of his days if he can continue to clutch up big like that as Joe and Z-Andy trying to be the first team on the day to win 2 victory royales.
And Smite and Larson are still in the game as well. Vino and Queasy have the high ground. Queasy manages to crank his way on up, and that is what you call a well-executed launch pad play there to keep them in the run here, but there's still more points that they have to close out. Here goes Smite. He's going to go for the pad play. Z-Andy and Joe get to the front side of zone now, and they rotate their way on out as well, and this is coming back off, way off the height. This is such a tough and just honestly difficult zone to play.
The Epic Games Fortnite roller coaster continues yet again. Down the mountain, up the mountain. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a loop-de-loop come through as Repguard's trying to catch one off guard, but it's he who gets caught off guard by Z-Andy.
And just like that, he is down and out. Tripper and Thomas HD, we get to get a little temperature check with them. They are on the mid-ground, right above Scented and Cold. Smite loses Larson on the rotate, and he is now left by himself. Just places away from 10th here. Can he hold on? Peppo does enough, but not enough to beat Vortexter. Here's Onwin and Baka. They have made such an excellent use of surviving their drop spot. Joe finds Noah. Down he goes, and Joe's hurt. 20 HP. This is not looking good.
Quick moving, quick thinking, trying to get out, but he gets caught at the tail end. It's Queasy and Vino. Zone after zone after zone. No matter where this roller coaster went, they stayed on top. Baka loses Onwin, but he takes down Bash. Back up against the wall. He gets 2. Baka gets 2. 7 eliminations for the NA West
duo. And he has shown you how good he is and why he deserves to be here, even when he is counted
here. They already have done one, but can they get another? But Grolls and Rifty are showing they finally have an end game, and they are making big do with it. There's a third elim, 30 points already earned in this round. Baka fights back, but Colton Scented gets to get all that sweet loot.
Yep, towards the low ground, along with Thomas HD and Tripram. This one is going to get messy for everybody that's stuck down low. But for Vino and Queasy, they have the elevation. They have a huge advantage. Plenty of mats to work with. That's a recipe for success. But it's up to Cold and Scented and a few other teams to try to take down the high ground team.
And don't forget, Trippert and Thomas, who had a 10-point lead, is still here as well. Thomas HD wants more though. Down goes Grolls, and they are closing the gap. But he loses teammate. He's gonna fall. Top 3 now. Scented is still in the mix here, in the conversation, but no build. Big shot comes in from up top. And all of a sudden now, it is looking so dicey. Queasy is just waiting.
Waiting for that perfect opportunity. They have the high ground. They drop down low. The game is theirs after they take down Bevy. That is game number 5, sealed up by Vino and Queasy.
And the biggest game we've seen so far in terms of elims, coupled with a victory royale. Huge 11-piece pickup right there for Vino and Queasy. Now think back to that interview when they sat there. Vino very nonchalantly, hands behind his back. He said, "We are the best, undoubtedly."
As EU takes yet another game. Honestly, this was the hottest team coming in to the FNCS Invitational. NA East, EU wins. In that reign as well, they won about like 5 games in a row, I think. That's impressive.
That is right. Vino and Queasy are coming off some of the hottest streaks we have ever seen. They managed to maintain that momentum. Let's just go ahead and tune in and see what's going on in their minds.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with your Game 5 winners, Queasy and Vino! Queasy, fantastic work there. Eliminations, an extraordinary end to game number 5.
Yeah. What else is there to say?
What else is there to say? I mean, the competition has been great to you guys today. You've had unbelievable work thus far. Scored a lot of points in this competition. How much are you enjoying your time here as well?
A lot, to be fair. It's amazing. Like the atmosphere and everything is just sick to be here.
Yeah, and we saw as well, Evino, we saw that obviously the storm moved up mountains, down again. How integral is resource material management in situations like that?
It's very important, but it's also great getting refreshes. Me and Queasy got good refreshes. We kept our mats alive. We used our splashes well. We played that game really well.
Now you've got 1 game left today before we kind of pull the curtain down on day number 1. You seem to be feeling confident. You seem very laid back. Has it been a competition you expected, or has there been other things at work here that you didn't expect coming into this?
The Asia team surprised me.
Yeah.
They've been doing really good. Brazil's been doing good. NE's not so good, but I think everyone's doing good, you know. And the competition's been good. No one's really been on high ground, and it's going well for us.
And you guys delivered the goods. One more time, give it up for Queasy and Vino, your Game 5 winners. Let's head back to Zeke.
Cool, calm, collected, and memes. That is also how I live my life sometimes, occasionally. Queasy and Vino, we've watched them come so close to the top several times now, right? Almost making it, taking high grounds at those pivotal moments, but it hasn't quite lined up perfectly. And now that it does, it's not even just the victory royale. It's also the 11 eliminations they put on the board.
Look, all day they've been trying to set themselves up for this match. We saw it in the beginning of this tournament today. I mean, they were going for high ground, they were going for the setup, but they just had these little mistakes that didn't permit them to get it. But now, they showed why they are one of the fan favorites coming into this tournament to take it home. The first duo to reach more than double-digit elims. They had 11 total eliminations, and it's what you love to see.
You know what? It doesn't happen by accident either. These guys have definitely seen some progression throughout today. We saw it in the previous game. We saw them go down to Surge. It wasn't ideal for them. This time, though, we saw them rotate all the way up towards those rifts, towards the top left, the very northwest side of the map, and they were aggressive. They were looking for those eliminations. Instead of sitting on those blimps, on those balloons at their drop spot, they were looking to be aggressive for Surge, and it paid off. We saw them take high in that 50-50 zone. Of course, I think Queasy had about, I don't even know how many mats, he had about 1,000 materials going into that second moving as well, so he's looking great.
Absolutely. We also have Kelly, who is standing by to chat with some of our players. Kelly, over to you.
Joining me right now, I am with Thomas and Tripper, and the team that is currently in second place on our leaderboard right now. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling really good. We just need to keep on going, being consistent, and we'll make it.
Yeah, obviously consistency is the name of the game right now. You guys had a great game 5, but how do you make that into a VR?
I don't know, like, we played mid ground most of the game. I think we should like either like commit it to high ground or low ground to like win the game, but like we're just playing for consistency, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and obviously consistency is working for you guys. You are doing a great job on the leaderboard. Good luck in the game 6. Guys, let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Shout outs to Thomas HG and Tripper, and they are currently holding strong in second place. And if you look at that little dash, that means they've not gone anywhere, right? And I do want to highlight them for just a single moment. 2 games back, we watched Malabuka go on an absolute tear, but then Tripper said, "Nah, son, this is my lobby, take a seat," and that's how they are still holding strong. We have to kind of talk about the top 10 here, right? With only a single game left to go, we're setting ourselves up for tomorrow, right? And Thomas HG and Tripperin, they're looking real good.
I mean, they're looking more than good, Zeke. Queasy and his duo partner, we're in the first place spot, but second place, that's Thomas Tripperin, and they are playing so well. Just looking at their highlights here, they're setting themselves up for the late game, and just now with the interview with Kelly, you saw they're still always thinking, right? What can change? What can we adapt to? How can we play better? How can we take home that trophy?
Yeah, and these are 2 very, very talented solo players. For those that don't know the region very well, of course, Trippin and Thomas. Those guys are incredible solo players. We've seen solo clutch after solo clutch from both of them in the Elite Cups, in the Cash Cups leading before that, and they are just a dynamic duo when things go well. Sometimes things can be a little bit difficult for them when they do get split up. You know, they have to rely on the other person. We've seen that a little bit throughout the Elite Cups this season, but they're bringing it all together now, and oh boy, is it looking good.
I also want to talk about Smite and Larson. This is a duo coming from NA East, right? And they have 5 total FNCS Finals appearances together. Now, it's a lot, but it's also the fewest out of any NA East duo competing here today. But that is not showing, because even though they have the fewest FNCS Finals appearances, they're in the top 3 right now in this event.
That's right. Everyone currently is looking, right, to just try and say, okay, look, the first 6 games, we just want a strong footing as we go into those next 6 games tomorrow. I guarantee you there's strategies, little things that these players are holding on to for those last 6 games. I do want to turn our attention back to the standings. We continue to kind of go top to bottom here, Mini Miner. Obviously, Queasy and Vino, massive, right, to now jump up into first place, up by 5 spots after that game. If it happens again, we could be in trouble.
We could be in trouble, and I think the rest of the lobby could be in trouble as well, because you don't want Queasy and Vino to be playing as good as they are. It'll sort of form together for them in that final game that we just saw right there. So if they're on form, they can definitely make a push for this one.
Yep, that's right. Kelly, you are standing by with some more players. Let's hear it.
That is right. I am joined here by Ed and King, our Brazilian region players right now. You can already hear the audience going crazy for you guys. Ed, I know that you recently got announced that you are represented by Team Liquid. How are you feeling about that?
Como você está se sentindo que você está sendo representado pelo time Liquid?
Eu me sinto incrível porque é time que eu sempre quis entrar e eu me sinto muito realizado de estar na Team Liquid.
I'm really excited to be in this team, and I always dreamed of being in it, so I'm really excited about it.
And I'm sure they're proud of you. Thank you so much. And then, of course, King, you've been around since the World Cup days. What is it like to be back here on the stage?
¿Cómo te sientes estar de vuelta acá?
Para português ou espanhol? Okay. A verdade é uma experiência incrível. Eu não tinha faz, sei lá, uns 3 anos quase. E voltar a jogar lá é uma experiência muito boa e vamos tentar dar o melhor.
I'm really incredibly excited to be here. I mean, it's been about 3 years, and I'm excited to be back.
I mean, I know that Argentina and Brazil are proud of you guys right now. Thank you for joining me with a quick interview, and let's head on back to the desk.
I don't know if you guys can pick up the hype coming through these mics from everyone who is repping Brazil, but every time you see King, you guys are allowed to get hyped. That's Quincy Yell up in that corner. That's right. Ed and King sign. They're holding up the flag. You love to see it. Now, really quickly, as we gear up for game number 6, we come back to the standings, right? Currently, we see Cammy and Seti, they keep kind of ping-ponging, right? They have a really strong game, then they have a game where they funnily throw a shield bubble on a boat. One of the funniest things I think I've ever seen. But then can't transition that because of the shambles positioning. So what has kind of been happening?
I mean, it's Fortnite, right? It's hard to predict what's going to happen next because you have so many opponents changing their playstyle and adapting to the same match you're in. But knowing Candy and Seti, they know how to deal with it, right? They can adapt stronger than their opponents that they're facing against, and it's all about doing it in the most effective way possible.
Yeah, Storm Surge for this duo at the moment is kind of a little bit of a problem, of course. So many teams that I noticed they were fighting on the edge of zone. Not many teams are rotating in early on enough, and I think that makes Cammy and Seti run into a few issues, right? Because they're, of course, landing in a very central position. They rely on a lot of teams rotating into their domain to get their Storm Surge. Of course, we saw it with the boat rotate as well, the boat-tate as we call it. We could call it that. But yeah, they were looking strong. But of course, when you have that shield bubble, you can't shoot out as well.
Wisely,
so
do you go for
working on the surge tags in that end game? And unfortunately, they didn't quite have the answers. They got a little bit desperate. Things didn't work out too well. Seti, I was hoping that he would solo clutch, but wouldn't quite happen.
That's right, and it's okay, right? It's fine. We're still sitting in top 5. Everything is okay. We've got one game left to go. With a single game left, what are some adaptations we're hoping to see? Because remember, this is it for the day, and then we have all night to VOD review. We go back to the hotel, we try and get more games in, we talk to our coaches, our duo mates, etc., and come back stronger tomorrow.
Look, you said it yourself, right? It's one game, but it's really 7 games left, right? This is the last game of the day and 6 more to be played out tomorrow. This last match is just about doing it the best you can, and when you're really going to be reviewing, studying, seeing what you can change up is going to be overnight for day 2.
Yeah, this is such an important game for these teams, right? Especially if you're looking for a little bit of a change up. So for these teams that are thinking, you know what, let's try and change things up in day 2, this is the time. This is the time to test things out, because what better practice than the lobbies themselves? I mean, we saw it with Vico and Marine as well, of course, landing at the Tilted Towers area. They've sort of shifted their rotation over towards the reality tree. We saw them fighting out there, of course, Vico doing so well to close out those eliminations on the team that were landing there, and they're switching things up, and they're a prime example of a team that's thinking, you know what, things aren't quite working out at Tilted. As we know, it's a bit busy, so let's switch things up, let's go to the reality tree, and that's ultimately what these teams are hopefully going to be doing tonight.
That's right, a lot of these duos, man, look at them, look at the focus, they're waving to the camera, which we love and appreciate, but they are lasered in, they're thinking to themselves, they understand, right, with one game left, okay, what are the things we need to do to accomplish? What do we need to just kind of say, look, this is it, we left our mark, and we can walk away happy. I think for me, Zago and Meram, like this team that we saw pop off, they've kind of gone a little bit radio silent. What do we think is happening here?
I mean, we've seen them, they've been having a bit of trouble doing enough damage or even staying close together. I've seen 2 times now, one of them, Meram was left alone, and the other is Zagu was left alone, having their duo partner get eliminated. So I'm not sure if it's because they're not playing together enough, if rotates have changed from their opponents and it's cutting them off while they're trying to get to zone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibilities, but they really have to focus on seeing what went wrong after those initial matches and see what they can change going into day 2.
They were trying, though. Of course, they made a really, really solid rotation up towards that Rifts area. They had just the best position on the map. And as you mentioned, Takata, they were a little bit split, right? They didn't quite execute it to perfection. Of course, Queasy and Veno, they decided, you know what, let's just take them out. We'll take this position, and ultimately that's what won them the game. But it's just a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit dropping potentially with this duo. We saw it early on. The aggression was what made them so impressive. So that set them apart from the rest of the teams here, and that were really, we admired it, right? We admired their confidence in fighting. Maybe now they're thinking, actually, maybe we need to tone it down a little bit, when in fact, keep it up, you know, keep up that aggression, because if you're toning it down, you're not getting the Storm Surge tanks, you're not getting the damage that you need to make it to endgame. Guys, I want to see more of their aggression.
Yeah, and honestly, they're kind of reminding me of a Queasy and Avino, right? Like, they're doing what Queasy and Avino are doing. You watch on the high ground, you're like, okay, Queasy's up there. If there's one person up there, they're tarping, they're not doing anything, and then suddenly there's someone knocking on your wall like, hi, it's me, Vino. I'm just going to pick up both of you. Thanks. Like, they are capable of this, so I'm not ready to count them out. I think, like you're saying, there's maybe just a couple things they need to shore up, and then they're going to get right back to it, right? Is there anybody else you guys are seeing that you're like, maybe I want to see more of this duo. I want to see more of that duo?
Look, I was looking at the birthday boy, right? Mr. Savage, who had an incredible solo clutch in a late game, but directly after got taken off out of the spawn, right? Baka and On1 eliminated both players there, but I kind of saw the flames in his eyes, right? Mr. Savage was getting ready. He was feeling good, and I'm hoping that he can come out on top in one of these next early games and show what he's really made of.
Yeah, he's got that experience, right, of in-person events, and you can sort of see it in the swagger, the way he plays. Like, you know what? I've been here before. I mean, look at Quick Flex. Cool. I want to be like him. I don't know what it is. He's just so cool. And it's reflecting his gameplay as well. He is really taking the game to storm. He is really popping off in the end game. He's performing, and he's not showing any signs of nerves. He's really just 2v1ing. We're seeing 2v1s. We're seeing some crazy clutches, and that's what you need. At this level, you need to have those individual pop-offs, because without it, you can't make your way to the top of the leaderboard.
And on screen right now, we've got Reet and Epic Whale. In case you didn't know, Epic Whale, a 6-time FNCS champion, paired up with Reet, who's on controller, representing controller gang. We have, this duo has actually been pretty quiet, right? Over in NA West, we've seen, it's a much slower game overall, and a slower meta. And now, when we're trying to get way more aggressive, feels like Reet and Epic Whale maybe need to kick it up too, slow.
I mean, I'm wondering what's happening, because I was watching this duo practice, right? In the player lounge, they were prepping themselves, getting ready for this tournament. And in the scrims, right, in the practice matches, they were 3, 4, even 5 elims in the mid game before the late game even started. They were playing aggressive, and they were doing it right against the opponents they're competing against today. So I'm wondering what happened, but we'll have to see if they adapt today too.
That's right. Really quickly, hanging out in the player lounge, we've got Adam Savage standing by.
You have indeed here, Zeke, but I am joined by the one and only Cease, everybody! Cease, we've talked so much about you in the past. It's great to see you here at the competition. How has it been for you? One of our backup players this weekend. How great has it been to be around the crowd, the players? How much have you enjoyed this?
It's been a pleasure, man. I mean, being here back at another international LAN event, it's amazing. I mean, everyone said it so far. You've heard it on repeat all day, but it's such a great experience and feeling to be here.
What's it been like, the vibe with the players as well? Obviously, you had a chance to kind of spend some time with them. The player lounge is right behind us as well. What's on the DL? What's been the kind of vibes amongst the players from your perspective?
Cold-blooded. Man, these guys are locked in, especially some of these EU players. Headphones on, listening to music.
Invitational. It seems it's been massively well received.
Dude, I mean, we've been waiting.
Google Pixel ちょっと前までは多分スマホを買い替えるってなったら別の会社だと今までの思い出とかも全部消えちゃうし、お気に入りのアプリも使えなくなっちゃうし、もう私は同じやつしか使わないっていうふうに思ってたんだけど、今回知ってた？新しい Google Pixel を線で繋いだら待ってるだけで全部のデータがこっちにやってきた。めっちゃ簡単じゃない？そんなんだったら言ってよ先に。私の名前はフワちゃんです。Google Pixel を使ってます。
And coming into this game. Now, please don't try to freak out. Your Brazilian team in 10th place. PH Zin, Kitos right now sitting on a tiebreaker for Texters and Bevies.
Look, I want to talk about this duo, Bejatin Kitos. They have 25 FNCS finals appearances. PH Zin alone has 4 FNCS championships, and Kitos with 1 for a total of 5 together. This is a duo that dominates their region, and seeing them in top 10 internationally on the stage, it's really something you love to see.
Yeah, they're no slouches as well. I've been doing a little bit of auditing, having a little look at how they play, and oh boy, are they aggressive. They're very, very confident in the way they go about things, and of course, in endgame as well, they're looking strong. What they often do is they rotate towards the front side of the first moving zone just to get ahead of all the other players, and that's why we're seeing them really making the most of their materials, right? They don't have to build, they don't have to make those tarps into the front side because they're already there. It just shows that there's different strategies that maybe we haven't seen too much of that are really on show today.
That's right. We saw him in 8th place there, Scented and Edgy. Once again, Edgy always hitting that 2nd place. Now, of course, 2nd place is still absolutely incredible, but he wants that 1st place, and he wants to do it on a stage like this.
Look, but if he's able to keep getting 2nd places, and it's able to get them that trophy, I think it's okay, right? As long as you're able to consistently get those points, make your way up the leaderboard, it's what you want to see.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Raleigh, North Carolina, y'all need to make some noise because this is the last game here of the day. This is game number 6.
さあ今日ラストゲーム6試合目
Here we go. Game number 6 is just moments away and we get to close out this crazy day 1.
Yeah, and you're already seeing from game number 1 all the way till here, it is action-packed, and that action continues to improve, and it continues to get better each and every game that we watch.
That's right, and listen, Fortnite is at its best when we get to see everyone go head-to-head from all of our favorite regions, but listen up. there is only one more round in front of us, which means there's no time to lose out now if you want to be set up for day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, if you didn't necessarily have the best day, don't worry, because game number 6 is about to start. And if you are at the bottom half of that leaderboard, it's not always how you finish. Or it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And a lot of these teams, they can finish strong.
Well, listen up. Let's give it up one more time for Game 6 here for our players as we start to load onto this battle bus. Here we go.
Let's go.
Different bus path this time around. And a good chance for an off-spawn cloudy condos. 5 games we didn't see too much. Or 4 games we didn't see too much, but in that 5th game, that's when we saw a lot of activity. And it helped a team like Malibuco and Mustache, who wasn't necessarily in the fight. They got the surge and they got out right away.
That's right. Well, listen up as things start to get ready here and we settle in. Looks like we're going to have to gear up this battle bus one more good time. And it wouldn't be a fun event if we didn't just give you a little bit more airtime about some of our favorite players while we were at it. So give us a moment here. Take a look at the focus of our players. Jacob, we have ourselves still one more game left today.
Yeah, and just take note, that victory royale there from Queasy was his 8th straight finals with a VR. That is impressive. That means Queasy and VRs go together in finals like peanut butter and jelly, spaghetti and meatballs. They are a duo, so you better watch out, Vino.
Not only that, Vino was talking about how NA East hasn't shown up. I was looking at that top 10. I saw 3 NA East teams on that top 10 leaderboard. But not only that, they are 3 contested NA East teams showing up. So there really has been some crazy performances and put-ups. But let's go to send on over to the analyst desk. Let's just continue to gear this thing.
Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that. We're making sure all of our players are on that battle bus and ready to go. We cannot miss anyone on this pivotal game here in game number 6, the last one on the day. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. You've missed a lot, but hey, we're happy you're here now. And there's a lot to talk about. Starting with Queasy and Vino. These guys have been absolutely running the EU region as of late. And now, after winning that last game, 11 eliminations, they are sitting pretty in first place.
I mean, they were the first duo to break the double-digit elim record at this tournament, right? Previously being 8 eliminations, but now 11 for this duo. I mean, they're playing very well.
Vino. Queasy and Vino, incredible. Well, let's talk about Vino, right?
Yes.
How good is this guy, right? We got 17 eliminations on the day today. That is the most of any individual player, and consistently, FNCS final after FNCS final, this guy is doing the most damage in the lobby. He is an incredible fragger. We can see it. 5,932 damage dealt. That's a lot of damage that he's outputting, and he's really helping. We saw it in that previous game. We saw the refreshes. He's helping them out so much, and when you have a high ground playstyle like they do, he's really putting on a shift.
Yeah, and we've watched a lot of the moments, right, where, again, it's like Vino just says, oh, Queasy, you need me to go eliminate a threat? Yeah, man, I'm down. Like, let me just hop down there, get a bunch of refreshes, and bring all the stuff back, and then we're ready to go again. But I think, too, Vino has actually shown quite a bit of, he's evolved as a player, right? When Vino first hit the scene, he was just this like aggressive player. He's like, I want to W key every single person in my face. But now he understands, like, okay, this may not be the moment, but when that moment arrives, I promise you I will be knocking on your wall.
Look, not only having the strong mechanics, but also that strong mentality, it's what you need to be a top-tier professional player. But I want to see if any of these other duos are going to be able to contest the high ground as much as they have been doing, especially in day 2 with more time to adapt, right? We have duos like Alex and Bailey coming from OCE. I mean, at one point, I believe they had On Height in their name, right? If any of these other duos are going to adapt, right? We have duos like Alex and Bailey coming from OCE. I mean, at one point, I believe they had On Height in their name, right? Because of how much they like going for the high ground. So I'd like to see some more teams up there going for the clouds and seeing what they can really do.
But we mentioned it, right? Vino, his progression of play. I think his overall playstyle has developed so much, but it's also, he's got so much of a smarter player, right? He used to have his name as Tundra IGL. So he's not necessarily taking on the IGL role in this duo, but he has the brain to take it on.
That's right. Another duo sitting here in your top 10. It's Thomas HD and it's Tripper and Thomas HD. For those of you that have not followed the EU scene, if there is a sniper in the game, you might as well just rename that sniper to Thomas HG Sniper, because this guy does not miss, and if there's a sniper in his hands, he will find every single angle, even if it's a pixel on the screen, you're gonna take max damage.
And it shows. He has the most damage dealt out of any player here today, and if there were snipers in competitive currently, I'm sure he'd not only have the most damage, but also the most elims with those headshot snipes. We'd like to see him yet.
Yeah, it's interesting, because of course, Thomas HG is widely regarded as the best sniper, and we got a chance to talk to him. Me and Vivid, we were behind the scenes, and we spoke to him. We were like, Thomas, are you sad about the removal of sniper? You think that it's bad, but he was like, no, I love it. I think it's great. So he's adapting his playstyle. Not only is he incredibly good with snipers, also when they're not in the game, it enables them to get so many more surge tags. Of course, you can overpeak. You don't have to worry about getting that 200 damage to the head, because you can overpeak, and you can see it right now. They're getting the surge tags early on. They're getting the mid-game rotations perfectly on point, and they're playing the mid-ground layers as well. They just bounce off each other so well.
And I'm curious to see what they're thinking about now, right? Being in that top 3 spot with just Queasy and Vino right above them, right? It's all about figuring out what they can do to overcome their opponents, right? The consistency they need tomorrow to get the trophy. What will they change? What can they do? Or maybe they'll just, you know, keep playing the same, hope they make less mistakes, and that's all they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we know Thomas HG is kind of one of those players that says, like, I have to be the best. And if I'm not the best, I will continue to grind until I am. You pair him up with Tripperin, who's just mechanically insane. I mean, we've watched him shut down Malabuka, right? When he's in situations where he's by himself, he still finds points. He finds high placement. So it's cool to see these guys finally come together. They've been doing for like 3 seasons, 4 seasons since the beginning. I don't even know at this point. Vino, I'm just gonna pick up both of you. Thanks. Like, they are capable of this, so I'm not ready to count them out. I think Vino, I'm just gonna pick up both of you. Thanks. Like, they are capable of this, so I'm not ready to count them out. I think Vino, I'm just gonna pick up both of you. Thanks.
Advantage, right, that some of these other duos might have.
Yeah, it's definitely true, but it's not showing, of course. We can see
they are capable of this, so I'm not ready to count them out. I think Vino, I'm just gonna pick up both of you. Thanks. Like,
they really liked that one. They were cheering a lot for that.
That's right, my friends. We're drawing ever closer. We're just counting heads, making sure everyone's on that bus, because once again, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to make sure everyone is here, ready to go. You can see it on their screens. They're getting prepared. And I just got to say, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with this amazing crowd here at the Raleigh Convention Center. You guys are just losing your minds, and that's what I love to see. That's right. We have 1 game left to go. And guess what? I'm getting word. It is that time. Game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now.
Let's do it one more time here in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is game 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Jacob, we get to close out day 1 soon.
And this is going to be a huge closeout event. 5 games, 5 different Victory Royale teams coming out on top, just going to show that it's honestly anyone's game at this point.
That's right, and we've seen so much new attempts and ways for this to all play out. We gave the players time to go ahead and think about how they want to strategize, but here it is. Let's see if it was all worth it. Game 6 is in front of us. Once again, let's make some noise for our players as they take board the battle bus.
And that time that you were talking about for preparation has run out. Everybody now taking their position on the map. We've seen wonders over towards Chrome Jam Junction. We've seen so many fights go down towards Fort Jonesy as well, but honestly, interesting enough, neither of them involved these 2 teams going at it off spawn.
Not only that, the coast has 2 teams as well, so there's so much going on in this area, and we've seen it play out a few times now, round after round, but this is a first take at Clix and Duke not necessarily being right on top of their opponents, thinking enough there. They've given each other some... It just makes sense. Everyone wants to take it slow and try to play this one out.
Yeah, that's respect to them too, because they know the position that each of them are in. You know what I mean? If you go ahead and take that fight and it doesn't go well for either one of you, that's kind of throwing away that game. So they want to split the loot and try to get more on their path to the center of the zone. But just like very many games before, we're going to have a little bit of a northern zone, which looks like it bode well for Queasy and Vino yet again.
Can you believe Smite and Larson are in 3rd place being contested at the Grim Gables? What a way to play some Fortnite today for them. it looked like it was all over when you viewed the paper and you crunched the numbers, but they have really turned all that lemon into lemonade.
Yeah, I believe they lost game number 1, but I think that was the game 1 jitters of an international stage. That's the first in-person Fortnite event in quite a long time. They shake those off, and they're rising to the occasion. NA East, best hope right now to close out day number 1 with a top spot. You can see Vico over towards Reality Tree. Lost Bride pretty early, and that was Retake and Novice who also land over here.
Hey, listen, I'm from the Bronx. I know all about being scrappy. Vico and Marine are clawing their way out of the mud here, officially breaking back into top 20 with those 2 elims right there. That's a big point swing for them. It's going to mean all the difference. What's wild about these 2-day formats is anything can happen right now. We have seen teams just in this bubble area range jump all the way back up. You have to stay consistent. Larson and Smite get defended off of their drop effectively. They're pushed out by Muzz and Looter. So that fight will continue. We jump on over to Savage and iDrop versus Bakken on one.
Not that 50-50 we saw before. This one's going to be a little bit prolonged, and I think that kind of sits a little bit better for iDrop and Mr. Savage, simply because iDrop knows this POI like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where to get the loot. He knows where a lot of the chests are. He knows every single thing, and he also knows any pathing in order to disengage in a lot of these fights, but it does look like the TSM duo, Epic Whale, strikes first, taking down Scented.
That's a big elimination right there, as well as Scented and Cold, and one of the few NA East teams inside of that top 10, and for them to fall to the hands of Epic Whale just around the Tilted Towers is definitely not a part of the plan. Marine finds Falconer in the feed there, but Peterbot and Jamper looking to continue their battle here. We talked about these contested coastal battles, and now we get to see it unfold for the first time from the beginning.
Going up against Jace and Basil. So this is going to be an interesting one, because sooner or later you cannot continue to go down. The chest is down there, and that's where Basil's at, and he's actually just trying to get out. He's trying to escape. You already know that he lost his teammate, trying to do wonders as a solo and finish off the day strong, because that's the thing. FNCS NA East Chapter 3 Season 3. After day 1, Commandment and Avery were in 9th place. Day number 2, they had the comeback for the age to take the top spot, as Peterbot takes the elimination, but flies high through the sky, just a little too high. The shots are coming in. He's finally able to land on his 2 feet and try to stabilize.
That's what Peterbot is known for. On1 and Baka, though, fight back here. The last time they won their drop, they turned that into a monstrous endgame, and now they're clawing back in. Savage already down. iDrop.
Can they do it? Baka
in the mix here. Actually, Savage is on the run right now.
Oh, he's going to be able to get out alive, but do On1 and Baka want to chase him? There's so many other teams in the mix as well, including Brazil's very own King and Ed, who where they're at in the leaderboard right now, they want to start getting aggressive. They want to take the game into their own hands.
Ed and King here, trying to do something big. We haven't quite seen them put up the numbers on show yet. You can see right there, King attempts to hit some shots, but does fall slightly short. And now options in front of him. Does he go for the duo below? But no, instead he's going to go and hunt down the solo. This is by far the better play, but the reboot is starting to come out for Mr. Savage. Will he get iDrop in time? King arrives just there to maybe play spoiler.
But again, this fight over towards Cloudy, it's those same 2 teams, while Malibuca and Mustache are always trying to find an angle so that way they can get the damage they need for Storm Surge and try to get out alive. And I think Ed even found Peppo somewhere, but no, they're actually chasing down Mr. Savage, and they're going to clean that one up. That is huge.
And King get their first 2 eliminations onto Mr. Savage and iDrop here in game number 6. Huge deal for him right there. And lucky for us, we are hot on the replay. Take a look there, out the sky. Ed wastes no time. He says, King, you might have missed some shots before, but I got your back.
That was a huge outside-of-the-box play. They could have easily pushed Mr. Savage, got the elimination, and got 2 points. Done. Over with. Easy. They allowed Mr. Savage to get the reboot off, got the elimination on iDrop, got the elimination onto Mr. Savage, and got 4 points instead of 2.
That's right. Way to play big there, and they need it.
Big brain
now,
play.
Back to Larson and Smite. They could have left this battle, but they've won so many times already. they decide, hey, let's stick around, let's fight Muzz and Looter. Ooh, a big 86 on Looter as he tries to go on up. Smite was waiting with the side angle there. Larson now has just enough time to get back with Smite. They're going to be trading minis here. As you saw, Larson's inventory was definitely short. Here it is, that little exchange, the material count too.
And honestly, if you're Smite and Larson though, winning every single one of these fights except for game number 1, you have no reason to leave. It's up to Muzz and Looter to try to change up their plan while you have a hot Larson and Smite on their heels. Zagu is going one-on-one with Hellfire. This is for a huge finish for Zagu because right now they've skidded just a little bit down low on the leaderboard, more than they would like.
And what's crazy about this is how the region plays. This is how Asia gets down. They will W key. They play aggressive, they play fast Fortnite. And although it has been a day of performance and end games for Zagu and Marine, this is where he does best. Put him in a one-on-one, put him in a head-to-head, and look at how quick he is able to capitalize. No, shots come in from the distance. It's not looking good. He's gonna have to pause down here. He does have some white heals, but that will kill all the momentum, unfortunately. It's Commandment and Avery with a dual angle here.
And you can see where are this strategy, landing over towards Rave Cave. They're trying to go to the slower side of zone. They're trying to go as far north as possible, but they're gonna go east first before they make that happen, trying to clean up a quick elimination, or what they think could be a quick one at that, but the shots continue to come in. Storm doing work as well. It's only a matter of time as Hellfire is gonna be able to clean that one up.
Hellfire slides in and down goes Japan's best there. Zagu and Mareem sent back to the lobby, back to the drawing board to rethink for day number 2 of the FNCS Invitational. That's how quickly things can change.
Yeah, Hen was already down. Now they're just trying to find the second half of that duo. Joe and Zandy, one of 5 teams to get a VR on the day. But Vico somehow took down Avery. They were waiting. They were trying to hunt down the team, and it was them who ended up getting hunted. But Joe and Zandy, they don't want to let this team out of their sight. They have at least 1 elimination against players from 6 different regions. That's the most of any duo, and that goes to show how adaptable they truly are.
That is right. Vortex is a solo. As we touched on, Hen is out the lobby. You can see the look of focus on his face here. He recognizes, oh, big read there. He finds a medkit right in the nick of time. He should get it off with about 2 HP left. That's going to be a huge save for him. Meanwhile, Sensen and Cold now making their move. Like we said before, they have been somewhat contested, right? Their draw spot. Maybe not going head-to-head against Pars and Raze there, but possibly trading out some loot. You can see it kind of coming into effect here as the loadout's very much not quite where you want it to be.
And that's Acorn and Edgy sitting on top of the blimp, being that nuisance as Cold and Sentin. They have to rotate right back in the way they came from. See if we can make it happen. They're actually taking some elevation right now. This could be huge. Oh.
Very interesting for them to go up to high ground here. This is such a risk, right? But of course, we never really know. They want some of that loot. Look at that. They get to the vault. They steal some leftover loot. That's going to be a huge situation here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Looter. You get to see a replay here. Remember, this is up against Smite and Larson, and Muzz turns this around. 3rd place, Smite and Larson now effectively dropped.
Yeah, for them, though, you got to give them credit. 128 points on the day. They've done wonders. And now they get to sit back, relax, collect their thoughts, and plan for day number 2 while everybody else is kind of going through this minefield of chaos, which is game number 6. And like I said, from game number 1, where you have 95 players alive when Storm Surge activated, the lobby is now feeling themselves out. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable to try to attack in these moments. Tripper and Thomas sitting on top of the blimp, just trying to get the Storm Surge, so that way, when they do find another rotation, eventually, it's going to be their focus, where they don't have to go ahead and hunt the damage. They can go ahead and do exactly what they want, when they want.
Let's take a look at Yumi and Cool here, on the move. Some of our greats from NA West right now, they have really represented today.
They did.
They have found their moments.
I'm proud.
They've caught their highlights.
Panda's probably proud of the crowd, too.
Oh, yeah.
Cold and Sentin now changing their rotation yet again. Don't want to go to Acorn and Edgy anymore. They got the heals that they wanted out of the vault, and now they're trying to find another way around. And for them, they need scraps. They are in shambles right now, and there's another team right in front of them. They spotted them out, and that would have been a great sneak attempt coming out from Sentin and Cold, but now they have to think of plan B.
It's crazy. Cole gets caught out by Thomas HD. Thomas HD D, Mr. 6,000 damage coming into game 6 here and adding to the chart here. Joe FN's going to be the victim of a few shots there, but not enough for Senti to claw out of this tough situation he is in. Now, mind you, NA's third place Larson and Smite are down. Cold and Center were in 5th coming into this, and it's looking very, very grim now.
Yep, the only other NA East team in there is going to be Acorn and Edgy, who came into this game in 8th place, but in the distance. Scented sees Fabs and Snack. He sees Joe and Z Andy trying to get his Storm Surge damage up while being in the storm without any heals, but luckily enough, his escape plan, you can already see it, it is going to be that launch pad.
He's playing a very dangerous game here. He's already been tagged for whites there. There it is, he doubles back now, protects himself as well. There's a med kit.
Okay.
He knew that.
Try to get Sented's card, likely.
There it is. Okay, time to med off. He will have enough time. Will he play for the reboot is the true question. We'll find out soon. On the other side, Zeet and KBR are still alive right now. 39 above, they're looking pretty solid. Seti finds Jamper in the feed. Peterbot goes down too, so that's had to be an Eastern edge zone rotate that just did not go their way.
Yeah, and that south side of the zone right now is just going to become so congested. You're going to have to figure out another way to try to rotate around as Chicho's trying to find some damage. Barely gets above the damage threshold. Gets a knock on the Rapid in the distance as well. And you see some other shots coming through. They know that that player is under pressure. Now the lobby is now taking hands to try to take him out all together. Bevies is now joining the fray along with Vortexers as well. Andalix has his back up against the wall. He's trying to survive. And Alex and Bailey are also rotating in. It's going to be such a hard way for him to try to survive.
This is such a tough spot to be in right now as it's all going down. Our 10th plate PH Zen looks like he falls in the feed there too. It's looking extremely desperate now for Brazil right now in this last game. Here's Booga on the other side of Anas and Pink's wall. They're gonna heal up. Eyes on Mirror and Booga, but no, they wanna get out of here. This is a little too dicey for them now. Lopad's gonna get them right to the safe zone. Pretty decent. It's a great spot to be in right now. They're okay on the surge, but they could use a refresher here. Plenty of options up to be served as well. Hellfire looks like he found Avery. Hellfire was a solo in the zone way north as Commandment and Avery were pointing inwards, and look, Avery fully finished there. The surge possibly finishing the deal.
Yeah, that's not good. You can kind of see why they rotated out of Rave Cave, trying to third party some of those fights, but they ended up getting snuck on, which probably turned their entire story around as Booga and Miro trying to get in towards the zone. Focus of the lobby begins. Can Booga try to survive? 43 HP and a dream. Miro's there to try to alleviate some of the pressure, and it does look like it's going to stop.
That was tough. Very, very close right there. Usually when that happens, it's all over, but luckily the teams decided, nah, it's the last game. I can't burn all my resources if I cannot pick up the loot, so everyone slows down. For Taste and Chapix, they are very much comfortable right now. No pressure on them, but there's a lot of players in this vicinity here. Movement, little scarce.
Now the Macwood over there. Pars and Rays surviving as well. Cammy and Seti trying to take that top spot back. You hear the analysts, they're having great games, and then they're kind of having a little slip-ups here and there. But luckily for them, this is day number 1. As long as you keep it competitive, you'll be in the mix. And look at our top 4. Top 4 is all EU right now, Monster.
That is right. 21 points for Cammy and Seti to catch up to Vino and Queasy. But that top 3 is just European territory right now. Vino, Queasy, Thomas HD, Tripburn, and of course Cammy and Seti all fighting for that top 3 currently. It's what you expect. We've seen a lot of our community folk really put those 3 up in the standings and wait for them not to let down the fans, right?
I think Malibuca and Mustache might be low on Storm Surge. Yet again, being one of the 3 teams over towards Cloudy Condos. Nobody really going at it off of spawn, but a team that doesn't have much to worry about. You saw them high at the top of the blip. Acorn and Edgy, almost 500 above. They're just picking and choosing their battles, trying to figure out what the right play is going to be.
And it does make you wonder, although Malibuca and Mustache are contested, being below the surges means that, hey, that first game was a wake-up call. We can't just go battle. Aqua and crew will just come in third party. But look at this. Thatch finds Malibuca there. That's a huge one, and now we get to see Ed and FaZe King's perspective here. King from Argentina, Ed from Brazil. Right here, right now, two Elims already potentially going head-to-head against On1 in Baka. The young duos from NA West. No, the peak, the punishment. Down goes Baka.
Is this going to be able to get it, though? It doesn't look like in the mini-map that they're going over. So, yeah, you are correct. He is going to get a second chance at life as On1 is placed in the top 10 in every FNCS final he has played in. Trying to put NA West on his back along with Yumi and Cool, Fabs and Snacky. So many top competitors in this tournament still, and this is only day number 1.
Jonathan Vidal, 120 below, make it 60 now. They do need a little bit more damage. It's going to continue to fluctuate. Vico finds Baka, down goes On1 as well. Vico just cleans that up. Meanwhile, Kanata and Macwood, they started off so hot, and now all of a sudden they are in a world of trouble here, surrounded by some of Europe's most dangerous here on this south side of the zone. But hey, they have time, they have plenty to work with here. It shouldn't get too sketchy just yet. If they can keep a low profile for a while, you'll survive to the next moving zone or the half in, half out reveal. Here's a look at 3rd, 4th, 5th. 6th and 7th are down, 5th is down.
Hey, that's a blessing for some and a curse for others. For the teams from 8th and below, this is their chance to really close the gap in the final game.
That's all of NA East out in game 6.
That hurts just a little bit. Just a little bit, but still got Acorn and Edgy still alive. Catching one onto Joe. Janice is going to be left as a solo. As Video does get knocked in that moment. That's Taze and that's Chapix that are hot on the heels. But pressure is coming from all sides for a lot of these teams. Even Macwood and Kanata are trying to put some shots on to Taze and Chapix. You see Janice trying to break through. He is that solo that we were looking at. Trying to survive. Video finally goes down. Janice still knocking on the door. Storm Surge taking him down, but Tayson gets the last laugh.
And in the end, it's going to mean 4 eliminations for Tayson and Chapix. They absolutely needed it. They were slipping so far behind, well outside that top 20 bubble. Way to make a hero's effort push in game 6 to set yourself up for a good day 2, but they still have a long road in front of them. They have to close out this round. The zone is going to pull far northeast. It's on a little piece of a zone, so if you have that mountaintop just right there, you're going to be in a sound and strong position for Edgy and Acorn. They'd be some of the last to jump on over. And we said we want to see Epic Whale and Reed. They're just above sitting down, so this might be their game. But first, Vino and Queasy have to show us why they're in the lead.
And they don't really have to do anything here. Look at the loot right now. They're on the edge of zone. They have some high ground. All these players flying through the sky. Easy shots. You're just like serving it up on a silver platter for a team that has been playing this good. But only 7 damage below the threshold.
And let me tell you something, this is not bad for a team that lands north and then has this half in, half out pull north. It makes a big difference when you are already positioned there and this comes your way. Now they just have to worry about damage management and closing out this last game. But you can see Tripper and Thomas HD are there as well. They have that same story. They are very much close by. Here's our high ground kings, Reet and Epic Whale. The 6X, and of course, Reet, a multi-FNCS winner himself, going head-to-head against Refsguard right now. They're starting to crank up, but Reet does not want to give it up, not just yet. He jumps down. This is what he does best, is take those fights, but no, plays a little smarter. He has to play for the end game.
And I saw Pink and Anas go down to Pars. He's finally starting to heat up. Tayson gets another one. Kanata as well. Refguard as a solo stole Hideaway from the TSM duo. That is absolutely insane right now. But you got to take note of where they actually landed, though. They still landed at a high enough layer so they can take it back at a moment's notice.
Just need to evaluate the situation. No need to burn material this early. Smart play. It's the best play. Vino, but a huge tag there. Shield crack there. That's going to go ahead and get him a little excited. But Acorn and Edgy now revealed themselves to his layer as well. He's not too happy about that one. You see him back up. Just a second there. Meanwhile, Refsguard on high ground by himself, just looking down here, enjoying the view. But 130 damage is what he needs. He gets 4 tags. That's great, but not enough. Here comes the big drop, and he hits it. Okay, he stays in the game.
Almost seeing his life flash before his eyes. Just a few centimeters in the wrong direction. He goes down. He goes out. But Queasy and Vino are trying to go up. They're trying to take the game by storm, and they get it, Monster. They got the high ground for now.
But it's not for free. They do have a duo on their heels. Who is it? It's Refsguard, who tried to fight for it, but he is not going to be successful this time around. high ground can get you one thing that we know for sure, and that's amazing placement if you can ride it out when you're a solo like that. That was an excellent attempt. But now, back into the heat of things. Seti, Cammy, 2 Elims, another end game. And their biggest threat, Tripburn and Thomas HG is alive. Acorn and Edgy, NA East's last hope potentially in this lobby, still in the run.
Saw threats go down to the bottom half of the map. That's Trulex and Chicho taken down. Kanata falls as well. Ed's gonna get one. Queasy Vino trying to go ahead and put themselves outward so they can continue that damage. Zeets a solo, stuck in the outside of zone. 4 floppers to work with. The Siphon comes through onto Ed. This is an opportunity for him to pick out placement points while being outside of the zone.
Not only that, Clicks is still alive too, but here's Taste, and Taste is gonna fall inside the storm now. It's up to Acorn and Edgy, making their way up the outskirts here. Look at the clean rotate here from Acorn. He is just exceptional, but we get to jump into Duke. 200 HP, now down to 72, make it less than that. It's not looking good. From 0 to hero, he's trying to claw his way into this. They find a player on the edge. No Elim there. Duke has to fight back, and down he goes, and it is all over. And once again, we might be seeing our first team who is setting up for a back-to-back.
Back-to-back, that is going to leave them with all the confidence in the world to end day 1 and go into day 2. They have 10 eliminations onto Vico from the low ground. He's trying to have a comeback for the ages to close out day number 1. Shots on the Triprum, a huge amount of damage. He drops him down as well, but goes down altogether. Valiant effort by Vico.
It is a worst-case scenario for Thomas HD because his biggest threat is on high ground, but Reet is fighting back. Reet takes down Queasy on height. He is turning this around and trying to turn this into potentially a solo game. Meanwhile, Thomas finds Watts. Thomas still alive, and Reet falls there in the end. Look at Thomas holding the low ground. Chicho's right next to him. Trulix hurts him too, but Vino has the grip of height. Acorn waiting on the side. Out of builds, he's gonna have to come down too. It's all over. The gas tank is empty. Down he goes. And now, off to Seti.
It's Cammy and Seti, the only duo left, and they find another one. Vino trying to put wonders. 1v2 situation. What can he do here to take home the big prize and end with back-to-back victory royales to end the day? But a team looking to take first place back. Cammy and Seti, and they try to steal it away by getting that VR to end game 6.
And they get the first game. They get the last game of day 1. What a story for Cammy and Seti. Becoming legends must be so proud right now of these players. They put in the hard work, they put in the effort, and wait to watch it pay off.
That is huge for them because they're not like a lot of these other teams who are consistently fighting to get to the top of the leaderboard. They play their play style through and through, from the drop spot all the way to the end game. They're one of the few teams, time and time again, that has their own spot. They call it the Cammy split, and it works out every single season.
And now they get to take that victory lap to center stage, where they will be greeted by Adam Savage for a quick update. And Adam, please tell me how they do it.
Right now, they're looking mighty fine. Give it up for Cammy and Seti! GG's, boys! 2 victory royales out of 6 games. A FNCS Invitational. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
It's really amazing. Talk us through, you saw there that we had Queasy and Vino on the high ground. We saw Queasy went down, Vino was solo. When you saw that happen, was there an opportunity for you guys to get your way in and win that game?
Yeah, but we didn't want to take the high ground because we wanted to get more kills on low ground. That's why we stayed low. And
gotcha.
Yeah.
In terms of today and the 6 games, has it played out as you both thought coming into this, or have things been very different?
Like, we died 2 games to Surge, like, we planned everything differently, but it didn't went as we planned it.
We just adapted. I think we just adapted well, and going into tomorrow, we're gonna be more confident and more prepared, so yeah.
Talking of preparation for tomorrow, what do you do now? Do you go back and review VODs? Do you kind of work on strategy, or do you relax?
Like, I think relax and VOD review.
Tomorrow, a big day, 6 more games. Could Cammy and Seti go all the way and win FNCS Invitational?
Of course.
Of course they go. Give it up for Cammy and Seti! Your game 6 winners! Let's go back to Zeke and the gang. Jinquit.
I made this joke Game 1 of the FNCS Invitational. Cammy and Seti are living their life on repeat right now. They've done this dance before, right? This happened at DreamHack. They win Game 1, they win Game 6, they stay on top. For Cammy and Seti, all of EU right now is thinking this is it. We are the best.
Look, EU is on top right now, but Cammy and Seti, they're gonna have a stressful night. It ended on a high note, it started on a high note, but with the history of Cammy and Seti, having 2 back-to-back good days is a curse that we haven't seen too often. So I'd be really happy to see them continue this momentum forward from this last match into day 2.
Yeah, and Seti said it himself, right? They're really, really adaptable. They're adapting very, very well, and that's what I like to see from this team. What I've noticed about the way that they play and the way that they sort of carry themselves, they don't get down after a bad game. You know, we saw, as they said, 2 bad games. Surge wasn't quite looking too good for them, but look at that. They come back. They make the changes that are required to bring them up in the leaderboard, and you can see it's working out.
Yeah, right now they're holding, right? They're not in that first place spot, and of course, as they talked about, they were eliminated 2 games to Surge, right? And they identified those issues, and now we see the correction in Game 6, a Victory Royale, right? So, to your point, Okada, tomorrow they come back stronger. We can see them win it all.
Look, the tricky part is they did adapt very quickly and effectively in that last match. They had a difficult mid-section of the tournament, but the thing is now overnight, those duos that didn't have the best day 1 will also change. They'll also adapt, and maybe the adaptation that Cammy and Seti had for this last match won't be valid in day 2.
We will find out. Right now, we have Kelly standing by with the duo in first place. Kelly, take it away.
Everyone, I am joined by Vino and Queasy, our first place team out of day 1. All right, so this is a stat that was happening, I think, even before Game 6 was going on, but you had the most solo eliminations with 17 elims. I'm sure that is even more now. How do you do it?
I'm the best player in the world.
I love it. I love the confidence. But how do you know when to go for the elimination and when to, like, step back?
It's nice having a balance. It's good having a balance. We have chugs, so a lot of the time when we're playing high ground, I can drop back and look for kills, especially when I have the Ranger shotgun because of the range on it. And that's when you can at least get a lot more kills. And I used the Ranger shotgun really well the other game. I got a kill on the Asia team, Zagu, I think, and that led us to winning that game.
I mean, obviously, it's not just winning you the game, but it's also winning you the whole tournament right now. Queasy, after that VR in Game 5, to almost do it again in Game 6 as well. I mean, obviously, you're going into day 2 pretty confident.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the lobby is not that hard. I feel like we should have been way better than we are right now. We had, like, a hard choke in Game 4 and 5, I think. Or no,
Wait, you got the VR in Game 5.
3 and 4. But yeah, other than that, feeling confident going tomorrow.
I mean, obviously, you guys are doing something right. You're in first place right now. Good luck in day 2, and thank you for joining me here for an interview. And we're going to head back on to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And this is just, like I talked about this earlier on in the day. Vino is a player who is constantly evolving. I just want to kind of consider how this could have gone differently, right, for Cammy and Seti. It was a 1v2 against Vino. And it's because Reet played spoiler and eliminated Queasy. In the same other universe I talked about, you know, this one earlier on in the show, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. In this other alternate universe, Queasy's still alive. And then we see a true 2v2 against Queasy and Vino versus Cammy and Seti. The way these guys have been playing, I think it would have gone to Queasy and Vino.
Look, we could have seen the back-to-back Victory Royale from Vino and Queasy, right? They had it all lined up. But I'm also, happy to see what we saw, right? When Cammy and Seti got the VR, it was the first VR from down in the ground, right? On the low ground. They managed to secure it. All the Victory Royales came from that high ground up above, so it was great to see a little change up. But that change up was because Queasy ended up going down and Vino was left in the 1v2.
Yeah, we saw it, right? We saw Queasy going down, but of course it opened the floodgates for the players down below to really just rack up eliminations, rack up the placements as well. And there was a few moments here where I thought, well, you know what? We talked so highly of Vino, and you could tell by the interview, he's oozing with confidence. I could feel it from over here. He could clutch this, right? He could clutch this 1v2. Couldn't quite work out for him, though, although we've seen it do him so many times.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Seti and Cammy. They are phenomenal players, and they deserve that victory royale in that moment. I just want to see some good Fortnite, man. And in this alternate universe, we got to see a 2v2 against two of the greatest in the world. Now, I do want to take a moment. I'm getting word that none other than Adam Savage is sitting by with one of our duos currently in the top 10. It is Smite and Larson.
That is right. Thank you very much, Zeke. Smite and Larson, everybody! Bear in mind, Smite and Larson are an average size. I'm just an anomaly. I am massive. Guys, it's been an amazing day. 7th after the first 6 games. You must be feeling great. Was there a target prior to this after day 1 that you aimed for, and did you exceed expectations?
Well, we tried to end around 150. We didn't really reach that, but off spawn, we did way better than we thought we would, and it was amazing.
Talking about off spawn as well, obviously Muzz and Looter, Grim Gables going head to head. Larson, how many of the 6 battles did you guys win?
We won 4 out of 6, but it should have been better. It should have been 6 though, but it's all good.
We saw your reaction as well. We loved seeing your reaction to some of the moments. You look like you're enjoying yourself and getting quite passive aggressive at the same time.
Yeah, I had to let them know that they're trash, and we're beating them every game tomorrow.
Okay, I like the fighting talk here as well. Smite, going into this evening as well, how do you guys prepare for day 2 tomorrow? Do you go and relax, or is it back to grinding this evening?
We're gonna go over VOD, see what we did wrong, and fix it for tomorrow, and we're gonna hopefully win every game.
Okay, everybody, Smite and Larson, thank you so much. Let's head to my man Vivid on the main stage.
Here we go. We've had plenty of opportunities to talk about the teams in top 3, Queasy and Vito included, and of course Cammy and Seti. But Thomas, HD, and Trippin sneaking into that 2nd place position here. And, you know, I want to check in, see how they were doing all spawn. Obviously, they are landed over at Rave Cave alongside Commandment and Avery. How are they getting out of this so unscathed, right? Every single game, you can see here, it's kind of this race to this balloon and mountain position over here. And this game, Thomas, HD, and Trippin win that race. They instantly poise up on top of this balloon and on top of this mountain. And basically what this allows them to do is sit here for pretty much the rest of the game, and this is where they get a lot of their storm surge from, but it also allows them to control pretty much this entire side of the map. Since they are so high up on that higher ground, they can just fire down shots on anybody that decides to rotate through. So as you can see here, look at the map. There is not a single soul around them, and that's really, really good coming into the rotations that are going to happen for the end game. And then the balloon is awesome, right? Because it does provide you with that immense high ground, but then they can also just use it for those rotations that I was just mentioning. Of course, that is not possible if they aren't allowed to control that much of an area. So well done for them. Coming into day number 2, I want to see more of that out of them. Now, Adam tosses to me. I'm going to toss it right back to him.
Thank you very much, my man. I'm with right now Thomas and Trippin, everyone. The dynamic Danes here. What a great day. We talked earlier on at the beginning of the show about this being potentially 3rd time lucky for you guys, and so far 2nd place, Thomas, after day 1. Surely you guys are thrilled.
Yeah, I'm proud of Trippin and me. Like, we played a lot of really good today, and yeah, and hopefully we can do like even better tomorrow to take the win.
Absolutely. How do you improve on tomorrow? Was there anything today in your game that you thought could use improvement, or did you feel it went pretty solidly?
Our late games could have gone better. Like, we could have more kills. We had like 3 or 4 kills every game, I think. We I don't know. I feel like we played pretty average today, like from what we can play. So hopefully we pop off tomorrow again.
Absolutely. We saw as well in that game 6, you managed to get high ground quite early. You managed to get storm surge tags as well. How important are those tags in situations like that, where you can kind of maintain and hold fort up high?
We didn't really play high ground today, but like the surge tags are of course important. That's why he has me. Yeah.
Dare I say it, I'm going to ask you guys, do you think potentially you could be the favorites? You could win FNCS Invitational tomorrow. In second, Trippin, it's looking pretty good.
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. Guys, give it up for Trippin and Thomas HD! Love to see it. Let's head back to the desk. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much. That's crazy. Adam did an interview with Smite and Larson and said he was the anomaly. I guess there was 3 anomalies there. I'll see myself out. Don't worry about that. MDF, Jacob, before we say goodbye, we want to get your thoughts on the day.
It has been a great day indeed. Listen, I enjoyed every single moment of this awesome competition.
I've been entertained through and through, from games 1 to game 6. It honestly exceeded my expectations.
And you know what? The player that stood out the most to me, the duo that stood out the most to me.
To us.
To us, for sure. It has to be Mareem and Zagu. representing for the Asia region, the Japanese powerhouse, the champions of the Asia region. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, and honestly, could you even believe that this is their second FNCS finals together? They played together last season. They took home the Axe of Champions, and they're looking to do it here yet again. But no story would not come without its ups and downs. They had a good start to the day, not necessarily the best start in the end, but they're still exceeding my expectations. And if they can somehow come out on top with that same fire tomorrow, it'd be amazing.
And that's the interesting thing about the way this all played out. You had these first 3 games, they popped off, and they could have probably took that momentum, but then we hit that small break, right? Everyone gets to reset, reevaluate, and all of a sudden, it was a tougher back half. So tomorrow, they get the full day to reset. If they can kick things off and stay explosive, I think we'll be in for a great show.
Yep, but that's going to be it from us. You guys, thank you for enjoying this great day.
That's right.
Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob and MDF. Joining me right now, I have Marim and Zargo, the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3 title winners right now. And I have to ask, how exactly did they achieve that Chapter 3 Season 3 win?
シーズン3の勝ちはどうやってできたんですか？
ビクトリーロイヤル、ハイグラウンドを取ってビクトリーロイヤルを4回したんで勝てました。はい。
We were able to do that because we were able to capture the high ground about 4 times, and that's why we were able to win it.
High ground always wins games, and I do want to ask, obviously the Invitational is a very big deal. What has your preparation and practice been like?
この大会はもう本当に貴重な機会でどのような練習をしてきたのかっていうのが聞きたいんです。
アジアとアジアサーバーとそのレベルが違うのでリプレイとか見ながら。
Zago, Marim, I really appreciate it. And obviously, you guys started the day off.
You want me to translate that?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, yeah, there's quite a big level difference in terms of the players on the Asian server. So we just tried to, reevaluate how we performed by revisiting the replays over and over again.
And obviously, you're going to be revisiting those replays today. What are you going to be doing to prepare for tomorrow?
まあ今日のリプレイも見て明日までの、準備は何をすると思いますか？
そうですね。まあダメだったところを改善して明日もっといいプレーできるように頑張りたいと思います。
So we're going to try and reevaluate what we did wrong so we can improve upon that and do our best to win tomorrow.
I would love to see it. Thank you guys so much again for joining me here for an interview, and we're going to head back on to the desk.
A fantastic interview there. And I just got to say, before we kind of wrap up the day, the thing that's impressed me the most is just how humble a lot of these players have been. Obviously, there's been quite a bit of smack talk, sure, this is competition, that's going to happen, but you can tell for a lot of these players when they are kind of talking about their gameplay, what they want to improve on, there is that level of respect. Like, look, I am trying to be the best at this, and I'm aware that I'm not yet. I got to do a couple things, and then I'll be there. And I think that's kind of my key takeaway.
It's an understandable reserve celebration, though, from the players, because you have to keep in mind, this is only day 1. The first 6 games, we might have found a conclusion for our top 10 leaderboard today, but tomorrow could be a different story altogether. A lot of these players have already talked about the fact they want to basically run it back with the VOD reviews, see where they can try and correct some of the mistakes or just moments that didn't necessarily go their way earlier on. But I do have to give it to EU. They kind of ruined the pattern for today because we had, for every single game today, EU, NA, EU, NA, and then EU, EU for the Victory Royale finishes.
Look, they did a great job, but I'm also impressed on how every region performed, right? 7 regions competing today. And we saw some nice showings from Asia, from Middle East, from Brazil. And just looking at the top 20 of that leaderboard there, I saw multiple regions scattered all over. And with 6 more matches to be played out tomorrow, anything is still possible.
It really is. And we saw a few of our Titan teams as well, a little bit lower down than we would have expected. Maybe Malibuka and Mustache, one of them, Tayson and Champix, of course, as well. Not quite having the best day. And I think it just shows that although we've seen these teams popping off in their own regions, when we're on an international stage like this, anything can happen. Although Tayson and Champix, they're so decorated in the EU region, when you throw a few spanners in the works from different regions with different playstyles, different metas, things can really go south.
And it's okay, right? We have tonight to reset, come back even stronger tomorrow. Now, Kelly is standing by with one of our more wholesome duos. It's Pamsto and Fatch.
Hey guys, I am indeed joined by Pamsto and Fatch. And I just wanted you to talk a little bit about your drop spot. What was the decision behind it?
We got pretty lucky with zones. We were really a lot of node zones today, and it's kind of hard for search for us because everybody just like they go away from Bugle, and that's where we sit usually. So we had to find like new strategies, but we managed to work our way around it pretty well.
Yeah, obviously adaptation is the name of the game after day one. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. 10, I think it's a really good place if we keep going tomorrow.
So any changes that you're going to be making in your playstyle for tomorrow, and how are you going to be preparing tonight?
Probably just voting with our coach, just watching the game, seeing how teams play, and maybe be a bit more aggressive tomorrow.
So aggressive obviously is a double-edged sword. You can get those eliminations, but you can also
ふわ
be
ふわ
taken
羊の
down.
めめ
How do you
羊
know
テデ
when
ィ
the
ベア
right time
おは
is to
よう
strike?
It's very rewarding, but the more you play the game, the more you're gonna have a good mindset on when to kill someone. But yeah.
Thank you guys so much for this quick interview, and obviously good luck tomorrow, guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
Shoutouts once again to the players for just giving us a moment of their time, right? Hearing that insight from them. But that's pretty much it for us from today. Now, don't forget, we have another 6 games tomorrow. So before we say goodbye, any last words, Mini Miner?
So many, but so little time, right? But we've had an incredible day today. We've had day number 1 of the FNCS Invitational. It has been so much fun to see all of these different teams popping off. We've seen high eliminations. Vico in that final game, 10 eliminations on his own, just to highlight one. It's just been crazy, and I'm excited to see what changes in day 2.
There's really nothing like it, right? An international event to this caliber, we haven't had it in years. The emotion from the crowd, the expressions of the players, the excitement from the solo clutches, and the roaring you hear from the audience. It's really something that's unique, and it's got a special place in my heart, and it feels amazing to live it once again.
I'm just ready for day 2 already. Like I kind of wish it could just be tomorrow already.
Well, we don't have to wait all that much longer. Fortnite fans, we love y'all so much. Remember, tomorrow, coming back at you, 6 games, 1 incredible trophy, all live from Raleigh, North Carolina. We love you. Keep yourselves safe. And as always, we'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
飼い犬ポメラニアン育洗面相、フォトナしよ。